I titled this talk, The Politics of Cultural Despair. I stole that from the great work by Fritz Stern, scholar of fascism, who left Germany when he was 18 and taught for many years at Columbia University and spent his academic career exploring the roots of fascism, how fascism arose within Germany. And like many writers on fascism, he, Hannah Arendt included, felt that the genesis of this distortion was despair. The physical and moral decay of the United States and the malaise it has spawned have predictable results. We have seen in varying forms the consequences of social and political collapse during the twilight of the Greek and Roman empires, the Ottoman and Habsburg empires, Tsarist Russia, Weimar Germany, and the former Yugoslavia. Voices from the past, Aristotle, Cicero, Fyodor Dostoevsky, Joseph Roth, and Milo Vangelis warned us. But blinded by self-delusion and hubris, as if we are somehow exempt from human experience and human nature, we refuse to listen. The United States is a shadow of itself. It squanders its resources in futile military adventurism, a symptom of all empires in decay, as they attempt to restore a lost hegemony by force. Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, tens of millions of lives wrecked, failed states, enraged fanatics. There are 8.1 billion Muslims in the world, 24% of the global population. And we have turned virtually all of them into our enemies. We are piling up massive deficits, $3.1 trillion, while neglecting our basic infrastructure, including electrical grids, roads, bridges, and public transportation, to spend more on our military than all the other major powers on earth combined. We are the world's largest producer and exporter of arms and munitions. The virtues we argue that we have a right to impose by force on others, human rights, democracy, the free market, the rule of law, and personal freedoms, are mocked at home, where grotesque levels of social inequality and austerity programs have impoverished most of the public, destroyed democratic institutions, including Congress, the courts, and the press, and created militarized forces of internal occupation that carry out wholesale surveillance of the public, run the largest prison system in the world, and gun down unarmed citizens in the streets with impunity. The American burlesque, darkly humorous, with its absurdities of Donald Trump, fake ballot boxes, conspiracy theorists who believe the deep state in Hollywood run a massive child sex trafficking ring, Christian fascists that place their faith in magic Jesus and teach creationism as science in our schools, 10-hour-long voting lines in states such as Georgia, militia members planning to kidnap the governors of Michigan and Virginia to start a civil war, is also ominous, especially as we ignore the accelerating ecocide. All of our activism, protests, lobbying, petitions, appeals to the United Nations, the work of NGOs, and misguided trust in liberal politicians such as Barack Obama, have been accompanied by a 60% rise in global carbon emissions since 1990. Estimates predict another 40% rise, almost all of it baked into the system, in global emissions in the next decade. That means we are less than a decade away from carbon dioxide levels reaching 450 parts per million, the equivalent to a 2 degrees Celsius average temperature rise, a global catastrophe that will make parts of the earth uninhabitable, flood coastal cities, dramatically reduce crop yields, and result in suffering and death for billions of people. This is what is coming, and we can't wish it away. I speak to you tonight from Troy, New York, once the second largest producer of iron in the country after Pittsburgh. It was once an industrial hub for the garment industry, a center for the production of shirts, shirtwaists, collars, and cuffs, and was once home to foundries that made bells and firms that crafted precision instruments. All that is gone, of course, leaving behind the post-industrial decay, the urban blight, and the shattered lives and despair that are sadly familiar in most cities in the United States. It is this despair that is killing us. It eats into the social fabric, rupturing social bonds, and manifests itself in an array of self-destructive and aggressive pathologies. It fosters what the anthropologist Roger Lancaster calls poison solidarity, the communal intoxication forged from the negative energies of fear, suspicion, envy, the lust for vengeance and violence. Nations in terminal decline embrace, as Sigmund Freud understood, the death instinct, no longer sustained by the comforting illusion of inevitable human progress. They lose the only antidote to nihilism. No longer able to build, they confuse destruction with creation. They descend into an atavistic savagery, something not only Freud but Joseph Conrad and Primo Levi knew, lurks beneath the thin veneer of civilized society. Reason does not guide our lives. Reason, as Schopenhauer puts it, echoing here, is the hard-pressed servant of the will. Men are not gentle creatures who want to be loved and who, at the most, can defend themselves if they are attacked, Freud wrote. They are, on the contrary, creatures among whose instinctual endowments is to be reckoned a powerful share of aggressiveness. As a result, their neighbor is for them not only a potential helper or sexual object, but also someone who tempts them to satisfy their aggressiveness on him, to exploit his capacity for work without compensation, to use him sexually without his consent, to seize his possessions, to humiliate him, to cause pain, to torture, and to kill him. Homo homini lupus. Who, in the face of all his experience of life and history, will have the courage to dispute this assertion. As a rule, this cruel aggressiveness waits for some provocation or puts itself at the service of some other purpose, whose goal might also have been reached by milder means. In circumstances that are favorable to it, when the mental counter forces which ordinarily inhibit it are out of action, it also manifests itself spontaneously and reveals man as a savage beast to whom consideration towards his own kind is something alien. Freud, like Primo Levi, got it. The moral life is largely a matter of circumstances, Moral consideration, as I saw in the wars I covered, usually disappears in moments of extremity. It is too often the luxury of the privileged. 10% of any population is cruel no matter what, and 10% is merciful no matter what, and the remaining 80% can be moved in either direction, Susan Sontag said.
That's true.
To survive, it was necessary, Primo Levi wrote of life in the death camps, to throttle all dignity and kill
20/80
all
split,
conscience,
10
to
on
climb
either
down
end.
into the arena as a beast against other beasts, to let oneself be guided by those unsuspected subterranean forces which sustain families and individuals in cruel times. It was, he wrote, a Hobbesian life, a continuous war of everyone against everyone. Varlam Shalamov, imprisoned for 25 years in Stalin's gulags, was equally pessimistic. All human emotions of love, friendship, envy, concern for one's fellow man, compassion, a longing for fame, honesty, he wrote, had left us with a flesh that had melted from our bodies during our long fast. The camp was a great test of our moral strength, of our everyday morality, and 99% of us failed it.
All right.
Conditions in the camps
Welcome.
do not permit men to remain men. That
Tea in
is not
Space.
what camps were created for.
Special guest star Chris Hedges.
Social collapse will bring these latent pathologies to the surface.
Where do we begin?
But the fact that circumstances can reduce us to savagery does not negate the moral.
Money!
As our empire implodes,
It's a
and
crime!
with it social cohesion, as the earth increasingly punishes us for our refusal to honor and protect the systems that give us life, triggering a scramble for diminishing natural resources and huge climate migrations, we must face this darkness, not only around us, but within us. The dance macabre is already underway. Hundreds of thousands of Americans die each year from opioid overdoses, alcoholism, and suicide, what sociologists call
Yeah, but
deaths of despair.
during COVID-19, let's make
This
sure
despair
that
fuels
the liquor store is
high
in
rates of
essential
morbid
service,
obesity, perhaps
so we can
40%
feed that
coverage,
alcoholism.
gambling, addictions, fortification of the society with the ubiquitous images of sexual sadism, along with the proliferation of armed right-wing
This just
militants
in.
and nihilistic
We are not
mass
free in
movements.
Canada or in the
As
United
despair
States, for that
mounts,
matter.
So will these acts of self-immolation.
None of us free.
Those overwhelmed by despair seek magical solutions,
See
whether
it.
in crisis cults such
Fix
as
it.
Christian right, or demagogues such as Trump,
Congress
or
completely
rage-filled
corrupt.
militias that see violence
The
as
system
cleansing agent.
corrupt. Banking
As
system
long
corrupt.
as these dark pathologies
Military.
are allowed to fester
Wars.
and grow,
Not good for
Democratic Party
civilization.
it will
Only
not
brings pain.
enact the kinds of radical
Money and war.
social reforms that will curb these.
It's a shitty way to make money.
The United
selling
States
arms.
should continue its march towards disintegration
Shitty.
and social upheaval.
Defending a
Removing
country and
Trump
then selling
will
arms
neither
to
halt
the
or
country
slow
that it's defending. That kind of shit. Diabolical.
An
Insanity.
estimated 300,000 Americans will be dead
So there's
from the
that.
COVID-19 pandemic by December, a figure that is expected to rise to 400,000 in January. Chronic underemployment and unemployment close to 20%, and those who have stopped looking for work.
COVID-19
Those
propaganda
furloughed
put
with no
on by your
prospect of
government. It's the
being
flu. They made it into something
Those
else.
who
They
work
made it
part-time
into a
are
pandemic.
still below the poverty line.
Whew.
are included in the official.
Holy cow! I didn't know it was a
statistics
pandemic.
Instead of being magically
Yeah,
erased
we just named it
from the unemployment rolls.
COVID-19. Something
Our
to fear.
privatized healthcare system, which is making record profits during the pandemic,
Oh, they love
is not
that. Yeah.
designed to cope with a public health
Healthcare
emergency.
system loves
It is
COVID-19.
designed to maximize
Money.
profits.
Hand over a fucking fist. And you know what? Doctors don't really have to do anything anymore. In fact, they don't have to see you personally.
A result of the decades-long trend of hospital mergers and closures
Ever.
that have reduced access to
Nope.
care in communities.
Our
across
care
the
in
country.
Canada is got to a point where it's non-existent. And if it is, these doctors are prescribing drugs at an alarming
There are
rate.
no longer any
And they have been for a long
policy
time.
available.
They're drug pushers.
For-profit
They
healthcare
are,
services
they're
do not
the true
stockpile
criminals here.
ventilators,
And yet,
masks, tests, or drugs to deal.
many people are still in jail for the possession of
This
cannabis.
is not a route to increased revenue.
Please, dear Lord, does that make any? No, it
There
doesn't.
is no substantial difference
You
between
just
Trump
told me.
and Biden about the health crisis, where 1,000 people a day are dying. 48% of frontline workers remain ineligible for sick pay. Some 43 million Americans have lost their employee-sponsored health insurance. There are 10,000 bankruptcies a day, with perhaps two-thirds of them tied to exorbitant medical costs. Food banks are overrun with tens of thousands of desperate families. Roughly
With
10
plenty of
14
food to go
million
around,
renter
Facebook
households,
just
that's
censored a
23 and 24
post. It
million
was
people,
something like this. It was a picture
behind
of
on their rent in
a
September.
grocery store bin in the back with a whole bunch of food in it, right? And the caption said, "Every grocery store in America is doing this." And then their fact checkers came in and said, "Oh, we deemed this not to be factual." Well, after we talked about it for a while, me and Melanie and a few of us, we found that indeed that is actually factual. Every store is probably doing that because even if the store's policy is to donate food to the food bank, there's only certain stuff that they can't, even if you're one of the good ones. So the shitty ones don't do it at all. The good ones that are still, doing their best do it, but there's lots of stuff they're fucking throwing out too, because the companies that they deal with, that's their policy.
There are 8 million
Did I get that right?
Americans who can be classified as poor. Meanwhile, the 50
Plenty of food to go around,
Americans hold as much
and
wealth
they rather
as half of
starve
the
you,
United States.
teach you a lesson that way,
Some 72
than to
million
fix the problem by feeding
have 4.6%
during this
of the
time.
US.
The COVID crisis,
Only one thing matters to the corporate state.
right?
It is not democracy. It is not truth. It is not the consent of the governed. It is not income inequality. It is not the surveillance state. It is not endless war. It is not jobs. It is not the climate crisis. It is the primacy of corporate power, which has extinguished our democracy, taken from us our most basic civil liberties, and left most of the working class in misery. And the increase in consolidation.
Yeah, the corporations dictate to the political structure what happens.
Trump
It's not
and Biden
the people, that's for
are
sure.
repugnant figures.
But it's deeper in this,
doddering
eh?
into old age with
It's the
cognitive
people
lapses and
Who
no
run the
moral
big
authority.
corporations, who own them,
Is Trump more
own them.
dangerous than
Founders,
Biden?
CEOs, shit like this.
Is Trump inepter and more dishonest?
Not all.
Yes. Is
Some.
Trump more of a
Right
threat
at the top.
to the open society?
The
Yes.
big ones. You know.
Is Biden the solution? No. Biden cannot plausibly offer change. He can only offer more of the same.
More division. Sure.
Most Americans do not want more of the same. The country's largest voting age bloc, the 100
But
million
is Trump
plus
going to be any
citizens
better?
who out of
Nah,
pocket
it's just
will
going to go in
discuss
another
do
shitty
not vote
direction.
will once again stay
Another
home.
shitty direction.
This
Coal.
demoralization of the electorate
Fuck the
is by
environment.
design. In
Fracking.
America, we are only permitted to vote against
Did you hear that?
what we hate.
Oh, I guess you want to ban fracking. Is that? No, I don't want to ban fracking. Oh, I heard you did. Both of them, Biden and Trump, getting back because they're both for fracking? What? What the fuck?
Our opinions and prejudices are skillfully catered to and reinforced
Do you know?
with the aid of a deep
Do you remember them saying that? That little debate?
proclivities and habits, and then
Fracking's a horrible procedure.
The result is
It ruins people's water, their life force. They have to move because of it. This is not good. Taking people's homes away for shitty practices. Extracting oil at the expense of.
Under the assault is atrophy into a
Right?
tawdry reality.
Nope.
Centered
Oh,
on
you don't agree?
political
Well, let me explain it a little bit further. Have you listened?
Civic
Because it
history
doesn't seem like you're listening.
has been poisoned by invective and lies.
Keep my eye on you.
Power, meanwhile, is left unexamined and unchallenged. Political coverage is modeled, as Taibbi points out, on sports coverage. The sets look like the sets on Sunday NFL countdown.
This is a real thing, eh? Went out with my
The
mom
anchors
today.
on one side,
Because that's how I get around. My mom drives me
there are
around.
4 commentators,
Oh no, I got my
2
license. I just don't have a car.
graphics
Oh no, she wants me to
updated
drive, but
on the score.
I
Political
refuse.
identities are reduced
It's her
to
car. She's the captain of the ship. I make a better
tactics,
wingman.
strategy, image,
Anyways,
the monthly
we go to the
towers,
grocery store, and
campaigns,
it, again, it's just got worse.
are
Got worse.
endlessly examined. While
One
real
store
political issues
said that
are
I couldn't be in their store because I didn't wear a mask. Because I didn't have a mask on. And I told them about my freedoms and rights, and they said, well, we're not serving you.
masks the fact
Still.
that on nearly all the major issues, the two
So,
ruling
I walked out, and then my mom
parties are
thought about it, and she walked out, never to go back to that business
deregulation
again.
of
That
the financial industry,
is how
trade agreements,
we treat these shitty businesses and shitty practices.
and the Pentagon has transferred more than
There's an agenda.
$7.4 billion in excess military
Look
gear
at ya.
and hardware
Look at y'all.
to nearly 8,000 federal
Penticton,
state
British Columbia,
law
Canada,
enforcement
3:54
agencies
p.m.
since
Thursday,
1990.
October 29th, 2020.
Explosion in the prison population,
You remember that date?
deindustrialization,
When
austerity,
80% of you had
support for
masks on?
fracking and the fossil fuel industry,
Still?
the endless wars in the Middle East,
After it
bloated
being
military
proven
budget, control of elections and mass media,
that it makes no
corporations,
fucking sense to wear it, the
and
reason why you're
wholesale
wearing
government
it, the
surveillance
desired
of the
effect,
population,
it's only
the government
suffocating
watches
you.
24 hours a
It's
day.
making you sick.
You cannot use
The
word
very
liberty
thing that you're trying not to
in
be.
the relationship of a master and a slave. All have bipartisan support.
They duped you.
For this
Again,
reason, these issues
I've been
are
duped by these
almost
fuckers
never
before
discussed.
too. And it's shit.
The goal is to set.
I remember one
demographics
time when I was
against
listening to
demographics.
Cuomo, I thought, well, yeah, that sounds like an impartial news. He seems like a real guy, and
It
you
is
know,
entertainment
about 3 years
driven
ago,
not by journalism,
and then I
but
listened
marketing
more.
strategies to increase viewership and corporate
Same
sponsorship.
shitty coin, different side.
News divisions are corporate revenue streams.
Fox, CNBC,
Compete
BBC,
against other corporate
CNN,
revenue streams.
CBC,
The template for
Bloomberg
news, as Taibbi
Report,
writes in his book,
same
Taibbi,
fucking shit show.
cover of which has Sean
You're gonna
Hannity
get your
on
information
one
from
side
that, eh?
and Rachel
Lapping it
Maddow
up,
on the
are
other.
we?
Is
Thinking
the
you're learning, are
simplified
ya?
reality play used
No,
to
you're not
professional
learning.
wrestling.
Actually, you're not using your mind at
There
all
are
because
only
you don't
two
know what
real
critical
political
thinking
positions
means.
in the United States.
Do you? Okay, so if you know what critical thinking means, then you're not doing it. Are
Voting for
you?
Biden,
Well, everything that you're showing me right now shows me that you have no idea what critical
if you
thinking
vote
means.
for
And it's obvious you're not thinking
Trump,
critically.
the vote
You're just lapping up what the other
Results
fucker
of
says on the
humiliation.
media.
of courageous women such
The
as
mainstream media.
Elizabeth confronted their abusers. You vote
Listening to one
for the
source, maybe
architects of
two.
endless wars
You think
and
you're
wars.
learning? Oh, they're both saying the same things. So it must be true. Do you know these people? Have you been talking to your family lately about religion and politics? Oh, you stay away from those conversations because they get too heated? Then your family's not a strong family.
You vote.
Your family can't handle the truth. Right?
And cuts to Social Security. You vote for NAFTA, free trade deals, deindustrialization, a real decline in wages, the loss
That's just me, though.
of hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs, and the offshoring of those jobs to underpaid workers who toil.
Welcome
in
to Tea in Space.
Such as Mexico, China.
My name's Tom. This is Space. Just getting a little workout in.
Vote for the assault on
Remembering
teachers
how it was
and
back
public
in
education,
2023.
and the transfer of federal funds to for-profit.
It
and
was
Christian
bad.
charter schools. You vote.
So I came back
for
from the
doubling of
future.
our prison population, the tripling or quadrupling of sentences, and a huge expansion of crimes meriting the death penalty. You vote for militarized police who gun down poor people, often of color, with impunity. You vote against the Green New Deal and immigration reform. You vote for the fracking industry. You vote for limiting a woman's right to abortion and reproductive rights. You vote for a segregated public school system in which the wealthy receive educational opportunities
Unbelievable.
and poor people of color do not.
Oh, I believe it, but
You vote for punitive levels of student debt and the inability to free yourself of those debt obligations even if you file for bankruptcy. You vote for deregulating the banking industry and the abolition of Glass-Steagall. You vote for the for-profit insurance and pharmaceutical corporations and against universal health care. You vote for defense budgets that consume more than half of all discretionary spending. You vote for the use of unlimited oligarchic and corporate money to buy our elections. You vote for a politician who, during his time in the Senate, abjectly served the interests of MBNA, one of the largest independent credit card companies in the world, headquartered in Delaware, which also employed Biden's son, Hunter. Biden was one of the principal architects of the wars in the Middle East, where we have squandered upwards of $7 trillion and destroyed or extinguished the lives of millions of people. He is responsible for far more suffering and death at home and abroad. If we had a functioning judicial and legislative system, Biden, along with the other architects of our disastrous imperial wars, corporate plundering of the country, betrayal of the American working class, would be put on trial, not offered up as a solution to our political and economic battle. The Democrats and their liberal apologists adopt tolerant positions on issues regarding race, religion, immigration, women's rights, and sexual identity, and pretend this is
10 seconds, 11 seconds.
But these issues are
10, 11 second delay.
or ethical issues.
Average watch time 8 minutes 32 seconds. We're 29 minutes in, 25 seconds, 26. 4:01 p.m. October 29th, 2020.
When Bill Clinton and the Democratic Party, for example, destroyed the old welfare system, 70% of the recipients were children. Those on the right of the political spectrum, and we must never forget that the positions of the Democratic Party would make it a far-right party in Europe, demonize those on the margins of society as scapegoats. Culture wars mask the reality. Both parties are full partners in the destruction of our democratic institutions. Both parties have reconfigured American society into a mafia state.
Do you know your history?
It only depends on how you want it dressed up.
Probably not, eh?
The power of politicians.
Did you go to a government school?
Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Mitch McConnell. pumps from being able to funnel corporate
Me
money
too.
to anointed candidates. In a functioning political system, one not saturated with corporate cash, they would not hold power. They have transformed what the Roman philosopher Cicero called a commonwealth, a res publica, a public thing, or the property of a people, into an instrument of pillage and repression on behalf of a global corporate oligarchy. We are serfs, ruled by the obscenely rich, omnipotent masters who loot the U.S. Treasury, pay little or no taxes, and have perverted the judiciary, the media, and the legislative branches of government to strip us of civil liberties and give them the freedom to engage in financial fraud and theft. In the midst of the pandemic, what did our ruling kleptocrats do? They looted $4 trillion on a scale unseen since the 2008 bailout overseen by Barack Obama. They gorged and enriched themselves at our expense, while tossing crumbs out the windows of their private jets, yachts, penthouses, and palatial estates to the suffering and despised masses. The CARES Act handed trillions in funds or tax breaks to oil companies, airline industry, which alone got $50 billion in stimulus money, the cruise ship industry, and gave a $170 billion windfall to the real estate industry. It handed subsidies to private equity firms, lobbying groups, whose political action committees have given some $200 million in campaign contributions to politicians in the last 2 decades. The meat industry and corporations that have moved offshore to avoid paying U.S. taxes. The CARES Act allowed the largest corporations to gobble up money that was supposed to keep small businesses solvent to pay workers. It gave 80% of tax breaks under the stimulus package to millionaires and allowed the wealthiest to get stimulus checks that averaged $1.7 million. The CARES Act also authorized $454 billion for the Treasury Department's Exchange Stabilization Fund, a massive slush fund doled out by Trump cronies to corporations that, when leveraged 10 to 1, can be used to create a staggering $4.5 trillion in assets. The act authorized the Fed to give $1.5 trillion in loans to Wall Street, which no one expects will ever be repaid. American billionaires have gotten $434 billion richer since the pandemic. Jeff Bezos, the richest man in the world, whose corporation Amazon paid no federal taxes last year alone, added nearly $72 billion to his personal wealth.
Bezos and Bill Gates funding the fact checkers on Facebook.
55 million Americans lost their jobs.
USA Today.
Now the molding of
Major
the public
funders of that
into warring
campaign.
factions.
That censorship campaign.
It works politically. It destroys, as it is designed to do, class solidarity. But it's also a recipe for social disintegration. It propels us towards the kind of Hobbesian world Primo Levi and Sigmund Freud warned us about. I watched competing ethnic groups in the former Yugoslavia retreat into antagonistic tribes. They seized rival mass media outlets and used them to spew lies, mythological narratives exalting themselves and their ethnic group, along with vitriol and hate against the ethnicities they demonized. This poisoned solidarity, which we are replicating, pumped out month after month in Yugoslavia, destroyed the capacity for empathy, perhaps the best definition of evil, and led to a savage fratricide. The United States, awash in military-grade weaponry, is already plagued by an epidemic of mass shootings. There are death threats against critics of Trump, including Representative Ilhan Omar. There was an aborted plot by 13 members of a right-wing militia group to kidnap the governors in Michigan and Virginia and start a civil war. A Trump supporter mailed pipe bombs to prominent Democrats and CNN, an effort to decapitate the hierarchy of the Democratic Party, as well as terrorize the media outlet that is the party's principal propaganda platform. The spark that usually sets such tinder ablaze is martyrdom. Aaron J. Danielson, a supporter of the right-wing group Patriot Prayer, was wearing a loaded Glock pistol in a holster and had bear spray and an expandable metal baton when he was shot dead on August 29th, allegedly, by Michael Forrest Reinhold, a supporter of Antifa, in the streets of Portland. A woman in the crowd can be heard shouting after the shooting, "I am not sad that an effing fascist died tonight." Reinhold was ambushed and killed by federal agents in Washington state in what appears to be an act of extrajudicial murder, not that different from the state executions I covered in Argentina or El Salvador. Once people start being sacrificed for the cause, it takes little for demagogues to insist that self-preservation necessitates violence. Political stagnation and corruption, along with economic and social misery, spawn crisis cults, movements led by demagogues that prey on the unbearable psychological and financial distress and champion violence as a form of moral purification. These crisis cults, already well established among followers of the Christian right, right-wing militia groups, and many of those who back Donald Trump, who look at him not so much as a politician but as a cult leader, all peddle magical thinking and an infantilism that promises, if you surrender all autonomy, prosperity, restored national glory, a return to a mythical past, order, and security. For this reason, Trump is the symptom. He is not the disease. And if he leaves office, far more competent and dangerous demagogues will rise if the social conditions are not radically improved to take his place. I fear we are headed towards a Christianized fascism. The greatest moral failing of the liberal church which I come out of was its refusal, justified in the name of tolerance and dialogue, to denounce the followers of the Christian right as heretics. By tolerating the intolerant, it ceded religious legitimacy to an array of con artists, charlatans, and demagogues, along with their cultish supporters. It stood by as the core gospel message, concern for the poor and the oppressed, was perverted into a magical world where God and Jesus showered believers with material wealth and power. The white race became God's chosen agent. Imperialism and war became divine instruments for purging the world of infidels and barbarians, evil itself. Capitalism, because God blessed the righteous with wealth and power and condemned the immoral, poverty and suffering, became shorn of its inherent cruelty and exploitation. The iconography and symbols of American nationalism became intertwined with the iconography and symbols of the Christian faith. The mega-pastors, narcissists, who ruled despotic, cult-like fiefdoms, make millions of dollars by using this heretical belief system to prey on the despair and desperation of their congregations, victims of neoliberalism and deindustrialization. These believers find in Trump, who preyed on this despair in his casinos through his sham university, and these megapastors, champions of the unfettered greed, cult of masculinity, lust for violence, white supremacy, bigotry, American chauvinism, religious intolerance, anger, racism, and conspiracy theories that are at the core of the Christian right. When I wrote my book, American Fascists, the Christian Right, and the War on America, I was quite serious about the term fascist. Tens of millions of Americans live hermetically sealed inside the vast media and educational edifice erected by the Christian right. In this world, miracles are real. Satan, allied with liberal, secular humanists and the deep state, along with Muslims, immigrants, feminists, intellectuals, artists, and a host of other internal enemies, is seeking to destroy America. Trump is God's anointed vessel to build a Christian nation and cement into place a government that instills biblical values. These biblical values include banning abortion, protecting the traditional family, turning the Ten Commandments into secular law, crushing infidels, especially Muslims, indoctrinating children in schools with biblical teachings, and thwarting sexual license, which includes any sexual relationship other than marriage between a man and a woman. Trump is routinely compared by evangelical leaders to the biblical King Cyrus, who rebuilt the temple in Jerusalem and restored the Jews to the city. Trump has in fact filled his ideological void with Christian fascism. He has elevated members of the Christian right to prominent positions, including Mike Pence to the vice presidency, Mike Pompeo as Secretary of State, and Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education. Ben Carson as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, William Barr as Attorney General, Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh to the Supreme Court, and the televangelist Paul White to his Faith and Opportunities Initiative. More importantly, Trump has handed the Christian right veto and appointment power over key positions in government, especially in the federal courts. He has installed 133 district court judges out of 677 total, 50 appeals court judges out of 179 total, and 2 U.S. Supreme Court justices, and with Amy Coney Barrett's nomination, most likely 3 out of 9. This is 19% of the federal trial judges currently in service. Nearly all of the extremists, including Barrett, who make up the judicial appointees, have been rated as unqualified by the American Bar Association, the country's largest nonpartisan coalition of lawyers. Trump has adopted the Islamophobia of the Christian fascists. He has banned Muslim immigrants and rolled back civil rights legislation. He has made war on reproductive rights by restricting abortion and defunding Planned Parenthood. He has stripped away LGBTQ rights. He has ripped down the firewall between church and state by revoking the Johnson Amendment, which prohibits churches, which are tax exempt, from endorsing political candidates. His appointees, including Pence, Pompeo, and DeVos, throughout the government, routinely use biblical strictures to justify an array of policy decisions, including environmental deregulation, war, tax cuts, and the replacement of public schools with charter schools, an action that permits the transfer of federal election education funds to Christian schools. At the same time, the Christian right is building paramilitary organization not only through ad hoc militias, but through mercenary groups of private contractors controlled by figures such as Eric Prince, the brother of Betsy DeVos and the former CEO of BlackBerry. I studied ethics at Harvard Divinity School with James Luther Adams, who had been in Germany in 1935 and 1936. Adams witnessed the rise of the so-called German Christian Church, which was pro-Nazi. He warned us about the disturbing parallels between the German Christian Church and the Christian right. Adolf Hitler was in the eyes of the German Christian Church a Volk Messiah, an instrument of God, a view similar to the one held today about Trump by many of his white evangelical supporters. Those demonized for Germany's economic collapse, especially Jews and communists, were agents of Satan. Fascism, Adams told us, always cloaked itself in a nation's most cherished symbols and rhetoric. And fascism would come to America, he said, not in the guise of stiff-arm, marching brown shirts and Nazi swastikas, but in mass recitations of the Pledge of Allegiance, the biblical sanctification of the state, and the sacralization of American militarism. Adams was the first person I heard label the extremists of the Christian right as fascists. And Adams warned us that liberals, as in Nazi Germany, were blind to the tragic dimension of history and radical evil, and they would not react until it was too late. Trump's legacy will, I fear, be the empowerment of the Christian fascists. They are what comes next.
Yep, that's true.
Noam Chomsky, for this reason, is right when he warns that Pence is far more dangerous than Trump.
Absolutely.
For decades, the Christian fascists have been organizing to take power. They have built infrastructures and organizations, including lobbying groups, schools, colleges, and law schools, as well as media platforms to
You
prepare.
gotta remember, this guy's dad was a
They've
pastor or a
seeded their
preacher
cadre
of some kind.
into positions of power.
Chris Hedges?
We on the left, meanwhile,
And he's
have
saying
seen
that
our
it's not right,
institutions and
this isn't
organizations
good, it's not
destroyed
going
or
to turn out
corrupted
good to
by
give the
corporate power
church,
and
again,
been
power,
seduced
in
by
just
the
a different
boutique
way.
activism
So
of
now it's not
identity
Catholic,
politics.
it's, know,
FRC Action,
it's
the
evangelical.
legislative affiliate of the
Well,
Family
it's not
Research
evangelical,
Council,
they'll find some other,
gives 245 members of Congress a 100% approval rating for supporting legislation
Religion
that is
creates
backed
division.
by the Christian right.
It's true.
Christian fascism is an emotional life raft for tens of millions of
And I've
Americans.
lived this one,
It is
so I know
impervious
this
to
one
science
like
and verifiable
intimately.
fact. The Christian
Intimately.
fascists by choice have severed themselves from rational thought, and the secular society
And
that
there is
almost
no rational
destroyed them
thought.
and their families and thrust them
I've lived through
into
it.
deep despair.
I've lived through irrational thought,
We will not placate or disarm this movement,
seen it.
bent on our destruction. By
Lived it.
attempting to claim that we too have Christian values, this appeal only strengthens the legitimacy of Christian heretics and weakens our own. These dispossessed people will either be reintegrated into the economy and the society, and their shattered social bonds mended, or the movement will grow more virulent and more powerful.
Oh yeah, he
The
doesn't have a
Christian right
very
is determined to keep the public focus on societal
I mean, he
or
doesn't.
ethical, as opposed to economic issues.
He's a. I think he said he
Corporate
was a.
media, whether it supports or opposes the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett as Supreme
an
Court,
optimistic
almost
pessimist,
exclusively discusses her opposition to
or a
abortion
pessimistic
and
optimist.
membership in People of Praise, a far-right
Heavy on the
Catholic
pessimism.
sect that practices speaking in tongues. But
But
our corporate masters,
that's a good guess.
along with the Christian fascists, do not want examined. Is Barrett's subservience to corporate power,
Heard George Carlin say that,
her hostility to workers, civil liberties,
basically
unions,
saying, "I hope we
and
don't.
environmental
I hope we
regulations.
don't exist anymore because we're
Since the
fucking it up
Democratic
big
Party
time.
is beholden to the
Give
same
some
donor
other
class as
species
the
a
Republican Party.
chance. You know,
And since the media long ago
We
substituted the
fucked it
culture
up.
wars for politics. the most ominous threat posed by Barrett and the Christian right.
I think I believe.
The road to
I believe it
despotism
can get better.
is always paved
I know
with
it can.
righteousness. All fascist
still gotta
movements
listen to these
paper
guys.
over their squalid belief systems.
That's
with
the only thing that
veneer
separates
of
us.
morality. They mouth pieties
But I
about
think he
restoring
still
law
there's
and
hope.
order, right
I
and
think
wrong,
he
the sanctity
but it's
of
just
life,
he's so
civic
he
and
knows.
family virtues,
He's seen it.
patriotism, and
He's a
tradition
prophet.
of the
He's seen
mass,
the
dismantling of
the ups
open
and the
society,
downs. He studied
the
it.
silencing and persecution of those who dissent. The Christian right awash in money from corporations that understand their true political intent. Will use any tool, no matter how
I can fix it.
from right-wing
I can fix that,
militias
yeah.
to the invalidation of ballots.
Oh no, I can't fix
to
that.
block
I know
Biden
someone who could fix
and
that.
Democratic candidates
Do you want me to
from
find?
assuming office.
No, you want to fix it yourself? Well, you said you don't know how to fix it.
Capitalism driven by the obsession
I know
to
someone.
maximize profit and reduce the cost of labor by slashing workers' rights and wages is antithetical to the Christian gospel, as well as the Enlightenment ethic of Immanuel Kant. But capitalism in the hands of the Christian fascists has become sacralized in the form of the prosperity gospel, the belief that Jesus came to minister to our material needs, blessing believers with wealth and power. The prosperity gospel is an ideological cover for the slow-motion corporate coup d'etat. And this is why large corporations, such as Tyson Foods, which places Christian right chaplains in its plants, Purdue, Walmart, and Sam's Warehouse, along with many other corporations, pour money into the movement and its institutions, such as Liberty University and Patrick Henry Law School. This is why corporations have given millions to groups such as the Judicial Crisis Network and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce to campaign.
And guess
for
what?
Barrett's
All these
appointment.
corporations, they're instituting
ruled
all
to
those
cheat gig
policies,
workers
making
out of
sure that you're
overtime.
fucking doing all the
Greenlight,
things, all the
fossil fuel
steps,
extraction,
sanitizer,
pollution,
plexiglass,
gut, Obamacare, and
face
strict consumer
masks,
protection from
temperature
corporate funds.
fucking things.
Barrett
They're holding
was a
temperature
circuit
guns
court
to
judge
kids
heard at
before they
least
get into
55
Walmart. I've
cases
seen this
in which
in the United
citizens
States.
challenged corporate
Yeah,
abuse and
parents are
fraud,
letting it
and she
happen.
ruled
Oh
in
yeah,
favor
let them
of
get used to having a gun to their head.
76% of the
That
time.
sounds good. Pointing it right at their pituitary gland. Yeah,
Our
right
corporate
there, right in the
masters
center
do
of
not
our
care
fucking
about
mind. You know
abortion,
that little
gun rights, or the
section that we
sanctity
don't
of
think we
marriage
need
between a man
because
and a woman.
what? We're using
But
fluoride
like the
in our
German
toothpaste and we're
industrialists who backed the
calcifying our
Nazi Party,
pituitary
they know
gland. We
that
don't
the
fucking
Christian
care
right
about
will
it.
give an
Oh, you didn't know that?
ideological veneer to
Yeah,
ruthless
calcifies.
corporate tyranny.
Oh, you didn't know what about the
These
pituitary
oligarchs
gland,
view
eh?
the Christian
Yeah, it's pretty
fascists
important actually.
the same way that German industrialists viewed the Nazis,
It's like a key,
as buffoons.
you know?
They are
Yeah.
aware that the Christian fascists will
Talk
trash
about that later.
what is left of our anemic democracy.
Can we take
And
your
the differences-
temperature? No.
But they also
No,
know
you cannot take
they
my
will
temperature.
make huge profits in the process, and the rights of workers and citizens will be ruthlessly suppressed.
What you're doing right now with your face mask policy
poor,
and your
if you lack proper
shitty
medical
plexiglass,
If you are paid substandard
it's not
wages,
good
if you are
for
trapped,
any of us. I said
poverty,
that today.
if you
at
are
M&M's
victim of police
Meats.
violence, this is because, according to the
M&M's
prosperity
Meats.
gospel, you are not a good Christian.
Yeah, don't go there because
In
they
this belief system, you
make you
deserve
wear a
what
mask.
There's
Just like
nothing
that.
wrong
I
with
think.
homegrown
What is that?
fascist
Canadian
creed
wholesale,
for the
probably?
structures or
I don't know. I
systems
haven't
of
been
power.
in there, but I think that's
Like
true.
all totalitarian movements,
Walmart, they're
followers
trying to
are
make. They're
seduced
making sure
into
that you are. Are
for their
ya?
own enslavement.
Do you have to?
As the
No,
Nazi
you do
propagandist
not.
Joseph Goebbels understood. The best
You have every
propaganda
right to
is
say
that which,
what
as it
is
were,
on your
works
mind.
invisibly, penetrates the whole of life
Loud.
without the public having any knowledge of the propagandistic.
Because you
nature.
want more people to hear.
The tinder.
Can I
could
complain?
ignite
Can I talk to management?
violent
That's not going to do
conflagrations lies
anything.
ominously stacked around us.
Proclaim it in the
Maybe
grocery
so,
store.
but
This is silly. Don't you think this is? Do it in your way.
Millions of disenfranchised
I'm a big
white
fan of
Americans
just
who see
saying.
no way out of their economic and social misery, struggling with an
When they
emotional
ask me,
void,
I say no.
seething with
And they say
rage
why? I say it's going to make
against
me
the corrupt
sick.
Ruling elite,
That's
and
it.
bankrupt
Simple.
liberal class that betrays
It makes me sick. Oh, you got a
They're
medical
tired of the
doctor's note
political
about? Fuck you!
grotesque.
Why would I need a
mounting
doctor's
social
note?
inequality and the punishing fallout from the pandemic.
Idiot.
Millions more alienated
I
young men and
didn't
women
say
also
that.
walked
My
out
mom
of
was
the
there.
economy, and with no realistic prospect for advancement or integration, gripped by the same emotional void, have harnessed their fury in the name of tearing down the governing structures and anti-fascism.
It's
These
incredible
polarized, extreme,
what is going
are
on
inching closer
right now.
and closer.
Still not interested? Stay tuned.
We have three options.
Boom, boom, boom.
Reform.
Someone at your door. Boom, boom,
Given
boom.
the decay in the American body,
No
it's
answer.
impossible. Revolution,
Ramrod. Door up.
tyranny.
Door down.
If the corporate
Military
state
comes in. Takes
is
your
not
family away.
overthrown, then America will soon become
Well, you didn't get the vaccination.
naked police
Well, you
state
weren't wearing your mask and you
where
made
any
people sick.
opposition,
We seen you.
however
Some
cheap,
people told us.
will be silenced.
We
with
know.
draconian
We got
censorship.
pictures of you without a mask on. In
Police
public.
in cities around the country
Silly.
have already thwarted
You're
the
a silly
reporting
man,
by
aren't you?
dozens of journalists.
You're a
covering
selfish man,
protests
aren't you?
Through physical
Get on the
force,
fucking
arrests,
train.
tear gas, rubber bullets.
Get on the
and
fucking
pepper spray.
train.
This will become normalized. The huge social divides, often built around race, will be used by the Christian
Where are we
fascists
going?
to set neighbor against
You're
neighbor.
not gonna like this.
Armed
I'm not gonna
Christian
blow smoke up your
patriots
ass.
will attack those groups blamed for social collapse.
We're sending you
Send
to the camps that
even
the
nonviolent
Canadian
dissent
government is
will become treason.
planning and building
Peter Drucker observed
Currently,
that Nazism succeeded not because
in every
people
province
believed
and every
in its
territory in
fantastic
Canada.
promises, but in spite of them.
Still not concerned?
Nazi absurdities,
Okay.
he pointed out.
Yeah,
have
you
been
don't have anything to
witnessed
fear,
by
but
a
are you
hostile
concerned
press,
about
a
it?
hostile radio,
No?
a hostile cinema,
You're
a hostile
fucking weird,
church,
man.
and a hostile government which entirely pointed out the Nazi lies, the Nazi inconsistency, the unattainability of their promises, and the dangers and folly of their course. Nobody, he noted, would have been a Nazi if rational belief in the Nazi promises had been a prerequisite. The poet, playwright, and socialist revolutionary Ernst Toller, who was forced into exile and stripped of his citizenship when the Nazis took power in 1933, wrote in his autobiography, "The people are tired of reason, tired of thought and reflection. They ask, what has reason done in the last few years? What good have insights and knowledge done us?" After Toller committed suicide in 1939, W.H. Auden, in his poem in memory of Ernst Toller, wrote, "We are lived by powers we pretend to understand. They arrange our loves. It is they who direct at the end the enemy bullet, the sickness, or even our hand. Once the internal enemies are purged from the nation, we are promised America will recover its lost glory, except that once one enemy is obliterated, another takes its place. Crisis cults require a steady escalation of conflict and a steady stream of victims. Every new crisis becomes more urgent and more extreme than the last. This is what made the war in the former Yugoslavia inevitable. Once one stage of conflict reaches a crescendo, it loses its efficacy. It must be replaced by ever more brutal and deadly confrontations. It is what Ernst Jünger called a feast of death. These crisis cults, as Drucker understood, are irrational and schizophrenic. They have no coherent ideology. They turn morality upside down. They appeal exclusively to emotions. Burlesque and spectacle become politics. Depravity becomes morality. Atrocities and murder, as the federal marshals who wantonly gunned down the Antifa activists Michael Reinhold in Washington State Illustrated, becomes heroism. Crime and fraud become justice. Greed and nepotism become civic virtues. What these crisis cults stand for today, they condemn tomorrow. There is only emotional consistency. At the height of the reign of terror on March 6, 1794, during the French Revolution, Maximilien Robespierre announced that the Committee for Public Safety now recognized the existence of God. The French revolutionaries, fanatical atheists who had desecrated churches and confiscated church property, murdered hundreds of priests, and forced another 30,000 into exile, instantly reversed themselves to send to the guillotine those who disparaged religion.
Yep.
In the end, exhausted by the moral confusion and
They brought the
internal
guillotine back.
contradictions, these crisis cults yearn only
I believe
for
in the United
self-knowledge.
States they purchased some guillotines.
Our ruling elites will not restore these ruptured social bonds. They will not address the deep despair that grips America. They will not respond to the climate emergency. As the country unravels, they will reach for the familiar tools of state repression and the ideological prop provided by Christian fascism.
Most likely.
It is up to us to carry out sustained acts of nonviolent
Yep.
mass resistance.
Yep.
If we mobilize in large and small ways to fight for an open society,
Yep.
to create communities that, as Václav Havel wrote, live in truth, we hold out the possibility of pushing back against these crisis cults. We hold out the possibility of holding at bay the brutality that accompanies social upheaval, as well as slowing and disrupting the march towards ecocide. But this requires us to acknowledge that our systems of governance are incapable of being reformed.
That's right. That's
No
right.
one in power will save us. No one
No one in
but
power.
us
No one in power is going
will
to save us.
stand up for the vulnerable,
That's
the
right.
demonized,
That's right.
and the earth itself.
Right.
All we do must have the single aim of crippling the power of the ruling elites in the hopes of new systems of governance that can implement the radical reforms to save us and the world.
That's the easy part.
The most difficult existential dilemma we face is to at once acknowledge the bleakness before us and act, to refuse to succumb to cynicism and despair.
Right.
And we will only do this through faith, the faith that the good draws to it the good, that all acts that nurture and protect life have an intrinsic power, even if the empirical evidence shows that things are getting worse. We will find our own freedom, our autonomy, our meaning, and our social bonds among those who also resist. And this will allow us to endure and maybe even triumph. Thank you.
We'll have a question and answer period here in a bit. This is Chris Hedges.
Chris, what would you like from a question period? Do you want to invite people to
Sure.
submit questions?
Sure.
Okay. So we're inviting people to submit questions. Are you ready for the
I'm ready.
first one? So you were on Jimmy Dore, and this person who was viewing said, you mentioned the global elite are hollowing out democratic institutions right down to public education. So this is a reference to a specific Jimmy Dore interview. As the only parent to stop a school closing and the creator of the film We Have Your Kids, and I guess in general, families and parents, what can parents do to resist the industry's looting of education, such as the fact that they loot 1,600 schools a year?
Well, I think the most important campaign is to fight against charter schools, because charter schools, many of which are for profit, are come with an array of tools, including breaking teachers' unions, that are very useful to the corporate state. They oftentimes focus exclusively on STEM and marginalize or don't even teach the humanities. And I think the assault on public education, and let's not forget that Arne Duncan, who was Obama's Secretary of Education, was a huge proponent of charter schools, is one of the most important assaults against our democracy. Our public school system was, in many ways, the crown jewel of our democracy. And its destruction through underfunding, through the attacks. I live in New Jersey, and Chris Christie made open war against the teachers' unions. I mean, the thing about charter schools is I live in Princeton, and we have one, and no one in the community wants it. It's decided as a state level, and it siphons off money from the public school system. Charter schools, in essence, are a form of educational apartheid because they can select the students they want. So they don't tend to take students at a low income level. They don't take students with special needs, and they don't take students who need English as a second language because these are the most expensive students to educate. So I would say certainly stand behind teachers' unions, fight against ballot initiatives that seek to either cut or not to increase budgets for public school systems, and mount vigorous campaigns against charter schools.
So this one is about collapse in community. And this person writes, I live in one of the whitest counties in California. Our voter demographics recently tipped to Democrat, but historically it has been staunchly conservative Republican. I don't know how many people consider themselves third party or progressive. The towns in the county were established during the gold rush with the timber industries and agriculture. In the 1960s, swaths of people came out of Berkeley during the Back to Land movement, inspired by Heinlein's Stranger in a Strange Land, establishing communes, spiritual retreats. We've been able to maintain a congenial balance of good old boys and hippies. That's about the only culture that we have, and it's part of the mystique for Silicon Valley Bay Area retirees. As the American empire collapses, I worry that my community will be faced with assaults based on ideology and not race. At one of our BLM marches, which was met with violent white nationalists, it received honorable mention by Ted Cruz on the Senate floor. In calculating how to maneuver through this time, I wonder if it is better to stay local where there is easy accessibility to self-sustaining communities, or would an urban area be better and be the best bet based on the sheer numbers of people and what I perceive as easier access to mobilization?
Well, if you take Yugoslavia, I covered the war in Yugoslavia, so you had societal collapse, ultimately a savage fratricide. People who lived in urban areas had a much harder time surviving because when the state breaks down, or in our case, when the state is concerned only with servicing that group, that tiny cabal of global
it's exactly what's happening in Penticton, British Columbia, Canada, and across Canada, cities, towns.
They're not. The state won't
right?
carry out its traditional role of providing
happening in the
basic
States, happening in Canada,
social
same.
services to the citizenry. We see this now unfolding with the COVID-19 pandemic. So
right.
It is imperative upon us to build local structures that are in many ways self-sustaining.
Yep.
And
have
that
to be
is going to
community
include the issue of
based
food. And in an urban area, it's just a lot harder.
So in Penticton, we rely on the orchards and the food that is provided.
Those
here,
who remained
cattle
in urban
ranchers,
areas had a much harder time
dairy,
surviving than those who were outside urban areas and were able to build successful collectives.
We do okay.
That idea of a collective
I ran the numbers.
Because you can't, in moments
is
like that, go
Penticton
alone.
too big for this to happen? Maybe.
Small,
is it too?
community. So
if it could happen,
hard. I mean, these food
Would
deserts
it be
which are
an
already now
incredible,
sweeping across the country,
like,
at least
what an incredible
in a rural environment,
example.
you have some
It could
capacity
be in
to
Canada.
grow your own food
Nope.
and to
Grow your
have
own food.
alternative food sources as opposed to the commercial food sources that
So
are
this
trucked,
is where we gotta
from
lean
by
heavily
agribusinesses
into this.
across the country.
Establish institutions independent of government,
So this next one
government,
gets
federal
at some
government,
of
as
the
is now. Yes,
philosophical
no,
and religious history
no question about
aspects
it.
of what you were saying. So the person writes in, do you feel
Yep.
that the
Many of 'em.
prosperity gospel is an extension of the Calvinist ethic, a
Yep.
constant throughout American history
then
that
everybody
is just
does that.
ramping up now? Or do you see it as a
It'll
very
catch on.
new thread specific
Who's gonna be the
to,
first?
20th century?
What country? What a country is going to have the
Well,
city
that's a
or
good question,
town
because, of course, Max
that
Weber
does this
saw
first?
the prosperity
Is there anybody out there
gospel
doing it now?
I think there's an important difference.
Let's hear more of those
The
stories.
prosperity gospel has always been with us, and it does come out of Calvinism. But you saw powerful socialist movements in the United States in the early 20th century, and it also gave rise to Rauschenbusch's The Social Gospel. And this alarmed the industrialists, so they began to fund, in a big way, Rockefeller and others, an alternative theological viewpoint to counter the social gospel. And this revolved around the prosperity gospel. It was given perhaps its earliest, most extreme form by Norman Vincent Peale in The Power of Positive Thinking, which, by the way, Peale, that's the church that Donald Trump went to the extent that his family went to church. But that was, yes, the prosperity gospel has always, I think, been a stain upon Christian theology, but it was massively promoted to counter Rauschenbusch and the social gospel, and then has been given, I think, its most perverted and frightening form by the Christian right. The difference between the past and the present, and this really happened around the late 70s, is that there was a switch by those who embrace the prosperity gospel among fundamentalists and evangelicals. I mean, traditionally, fundamentalists and evangelicals called on believers to remove themselves from the contaminants of secular society, and that included not engaging in politics. That changed in the 70s, in particular through a Christian right, rabid, racist, Rousas Rushdoony, who argued that Christians had to create the Christian society in order for Christ to return for the second coming. And that's when we began to see these movements rise, Jerry Falwell and these figures. It also coincided with segregation. So many of these so-called Christian entities created Christian schools, which were a way to keep white children from having to be in classrooms with black children. And they received tremendous funding from corporations, because if your theological outlook or your ideological outlook is such that God will reward you if you are a good Christian, indeed make you wealthy, then you don't need unions, you don't need to challenge the system, you don't need to change regulations or laws or workers' protection. And so there's been tremendous infusion of money. I mentioned some of the corporations, Tyson, Purdue, and others. The Koch brothers is another one. Tremendous sums of money into this movement, because they are the perfect ideological cover for the most rapacious forms of capitalism. And we saw millions and millions of dollars handed over by corporations to support Barrett's nomination. So that's right. It's not, the prosperity gospel has been problematic and has been with us, but it has, I think, eclipsed within the evangelical movement all other belief systems. It used to be in the Baptist Church, for instance, although they were very narrow-minded on issues of homosexuality and abortion and stuff. they were often very politically left, very pro-union, and Southern Baptist Seminary, which used to be one of the great seminaries in the country, was really taken over by this movement, and the professors were purged. The professors who had a kind of conservative or narrow social outlook, but a more liberal political outlook, they were purged. It didn't matter whether they were against abortion or not. At this point now, this movement is so powerful and so entrenched that to defy it, I mean, you see it with these, once in a while there'll be an evangelical pastor who will stand up and attempt to challenge the ideology of the movement, and they're swiftly disappeared, in essence, from the movement, and their voice is crushed.
So this question is from Kathy online, who asks, this is happening as the result of the rise of the populist rise across the entire Western world, not only the U.S. Do you believe that this is a cleverly orchestrated strategy to depopulate the planet by the top 1% in order to save the environment and to avoid spending for pension and health care for an aging population?
Well, if you're talking about the rise of right-wing proto-fascists, you're right. Hungary, Poland, I was in Poland not long ago. Powerful forces in France around Marie Le Pen, within Germany. And I think it's the result of neoliberalism. It's the result of turning huge segments of your population into what the ruling oligarchs consider human refuse. I think the ruling elites are just so out of touch at this point. Remember, they don't live in the same country we live in. They live in a country, a writer for the New Yorker called Richistan. They don't fly commercial airlines. They're on $500 million yachts. They live on palatial estates. They're like, the elites who retreated into Versailles or the Forbidden City. And unfortunately, they have almost unchecked power, but also woefully out of touch with the suffering and misery that's rippling across the world. You're asking, will they sacrifice? Yes, they already. There was an article in the Washington Post, I think it was yesterday, about how most people within the Trump administration have opted for herd immunity. What does that mean? It means that we won't attempt to control or check the pandemic. We'll just let it ripple through the population, with health experts estimate 2 million dead. And those who aren't killed, hopefully will have antibodies, and the capitalist system will get back into its old rhythms again. They're perfectly willing to dispose of us, and certainly perfectly willing to dispose of people in the developing world. That's not particularly new. So yes, that they care only about their own, and the rest of us don't matter.
What do we do in the event that Trump successfully subverts the American government and establishes a dictatorship?
Well, all we can do is take to the streets, but any kind of protests, and I'm talking about nonviolent protests, will be met with lethal force.
Yep.
At this point.
It has been already. But what do you have to fear?
We're certainly on the cusp of something very ugly. Because even if Trump is removed,
you have nothing
from office,
to fear.
That's not going to solve our problem. That was kind of the nature of the talk. But also these right-wing armed militias.
Right. There you go.
Will
just
be
talking to my mom about
carry
this
out
today
savage
in the car.
acts of violence incited by Trump and his supporters.
This is
if,
where the
if
right
pushed
wing
out of office.
They
if
get
he
into office.
in essence, establishes
military
a dictatorship, and we're very close
Police.
to that. At the same time, those of us
Call
who
them in.
protest
give
will
people
become
needles.
targets.
Calling in the army for it.
So
FEMA.
Either scenario is pretty bleak.
Signing all sorts of acts that give FEMA the ability to do whatever they
I
want.
want to ask you, I guess
Above
I'll
the
put it
law.
in there because it goes along
There's
with
no
what
law.
some people are writing in. I mean, you referenced Primo Levi.
It's all broken.
So I'm just curious. How did you?
Do you know how to fix it? I do.
I don't know. Did certain Holocaust writers, Holocaust survivors, come to you as
We all just don't recognize
people
them
to read,
anymore.
given what you had experienced as a war reporter?
We step
and
in.
realizing the
Military,
mass horror
families,
there,
step down.
when you see it
Police,
firsthand.
family, step down.
In other forms that it's
Step
not
down.
just abstract.
Doctors,
that it can
experts,
happen.
government,
And looking to
doctor
somebody
experts,
like
step
Primo
down.
Levi for
It's time.
Well,
Yeah,
the reason
how
I
you write
fucking
about it.
Tams of the
cited
world,
Primo Levi and
or the
Conrad
Faucis?
in his quote
They're corrupt.
is that
You
they
don't
both
see that?
understood how fragile
Weird. I do. I'm an idiot.
social systems are and how when they
Why
collapse,
don't you see it?
we become or we carry out acts that make us strangers to ourselves. That, as Primo Levi understood,
Did I get that right?
the line between the victim and the victimizer is razor thin. He writes quite a bit about the Jewish head of the Lodz ghetto, who was a monster, and
Monsters become men.
how when
No, is it the other way around? Men become monsters? Doesn't matter.
we are scrambling for survival,
They're monsters.
when we are convulsed by fear, when we don't know
They don't like to be
where
called out on it either.
our next meal is going to come from,
Sorry guys, you're a
when
monster. You know it.
we
Everybody
face
knows
the
it.
possibility of
Even your
imminent
supporters know it.
death.
I eat
We
monsters.
act in
for
ways
breakfast.
that are driven by instinctual drives to survive. And I experienced that
Non-violent.
in war.
It's the only way. Non-violence is the only way.
Courage is never a
Guess what?
constant in
You
war.
got
Um,
a taste for monster?
I
Probably a
was,
monster yourself.
in the
And-
Sudan during a coup with another reporter.
You'll
from Wall
eat
Street
yourselves.
Journal, a very close friend of
Eventually,
mine.
you just gotta
We
eat yourselves.
turned a corner. It was
You'll try to
dark.
eat everybody else
Uh,
first, and then you'll eat
By
yourselves.
mistake, we came towards the
Maybe some of us
presidential
survive.
compound,
Maybe none of
and
us
we
survive.
heard in the dark all
But in
of
the end,
the presidential guards
you
flick
eat
the
each other.
safeties off their automatic weapons to shoot. And the other reporter was a few paces in front of me, and I instinctually moved behind him so the bullets would go through him first. It wasn't even a thought. Fear does strange things to you. And I think Conrad in Heart of Darkness, and also in his short story, The Outpost of Progress, which is perhaps even more brutal than Heart of Darkness. He shows how that
We gotta
veneer
keep
of
each other
civility, this is another thing that Freud understood.
informed.
Once it falls away,
very important that we can always
exposes
keep each other informed,
rapacious and
no
frightening
matter how
human
far
behavior.
we
And
are
so I think
away from each other in this world.
that is an inevitable consequence
That's why it's very
of social
important
disintegration. I saw it
for
in
us
the
to
former
fight
Yugoslavia.
one of the wars
Saw it
right
in
now,
Congo.
one of the major
Saw it
areas
in
that it's
El
being
Salvador,
fought.
and we're not immune from it.
It's actually on
And I think
YouTube
part
and
of
Facebook.
coping with what's coming for us is
Google.
understanding that the consequences of that and our own capacity
The internet.
to descend to that level. And I think when you understand it, and you understand your own capacity
Very important to
Um,
understand.
to engage in
So-
activity that is
Then you find out, well, this is
selfless
really
and brutal,
important.
you have more of an ability to safeguard. If you think it won't happen to you and you're immune from it, then you're living in kind of
Yeah.
a fool's paradise.
Yep.
Well, thank
But-
you.
You have nothing
The
to fear.
legal and political philosopher Roberto Unger states that social innovation in the use of investment
Always
capital
do the
can
right
address
thing.
systemic problems.
All the time.
We've talked about the importance of local and regional capitalism.
That's when you know
If
you're
raised to
safe.
scale, do you believe that social entrepreneurship
Always
can
do the
counteract
right
effects
thing
of
all the
capitalism
time.
in the corporate state, as well as meet the major challenges that you consistently mention with climate change,
You know,
reintegrating
the right
people
thing.
into
For
the
everybody.
economy?
Everybody wins.
Not
If
unless
everybody
capital
wins,
is
it's the right
heavily
thing.
regulated. This
If
is,
one person loses,
lesson
not
of
the right
history.
thing. You haven't figured it out yet. Gotta make it win.
and as I mentioned in the
How are you
talk,
gonna do that
the-
with your
the
enemy?
Goals, capitalism has two goals.
How are you going to
the
do that with your
maximization
enemy
of
so we
profit
can stop the
and
war?
reduction of the cost of production, which is an assault primarily against labor. Or
Nice
arms.
beating. Thank you very much, RCMP.
So, if capitalism is not heavily regulated, there's nothing intrinsic.
What else is there to say?
To stop it from commodifying everything. Human beings become commodities.
You
the
beat
natural
me
world
really
becomes a
bad.
commodity. That it then
Torture.
exploits until exhaustion or collapse. This
I
is
feel it still
Carl
stiff.
Polanyi and the Great Transformation.
Real
of
stiff.
This. So, I'm not in that sense an anti-capitalist in that I think
Mental
capitalism
trauma?
appeals to a side of human
Physical
nature, but it's a
trauma?
dark side of human nature. And unless it's heavily regulated and heavily constrained, it will destroy the society, and that's what it's done. Not just to the United States, but to the global economy. Because
Guess
in fact,
what?
we have no control over our own economy. It's been
I'm still
surrendered, which is
here.
why all they ever talk about are cultural issues like abortion, and because
Who the fuck is
there's
that
no
guy?
way at this point that we can influence our own economic structures unless we build.
I'm the
structures
guy
to
that
remove
has
ourselves
never
from it.
lied in his life.
And that's the problem. Capitalism has essentially, through
Online.
a series of
There you go.
judicial
Go ahead.
and
When have I
legislative
lied?
acts
Please,
pushed
anybody,
by
tell me when I've
capitalists
lied.
since the 1970s,
Ever.
been completely unfettered.
Better
they
yet,
don't pay
actually, tell me
taxes.
when I've been
It's
misinformed.
legalized
I
fraud.
caught one.
They loot the U.S. Treasury. They
Hydroxychloroquine.
hollow the country out from the inside.
I
And one
may
of the
have
reasons
been because of all the
used to charter
spin
schools
and lies
is
that Trump
that
has been
the
saying.
federal government
I didn't
spends
believe him.
about $600
Hydroxychloroquine.
billion every year on
So anything can't, that's the
education,
problem with
and-
liars.
And the hedge fund managers want it.
Makes sense that I wouldn't really
Karl
catch
Marx
that one,
writes
eh?
About this, that in the late
He knew
stages
that though, eh?
of an empire,
Yeah.
capitalists begin to actually consume government
He's not stupid.
spending or government structures
This one.
that sustain
He's just mean.
capitalism itself, and that's precisely what we're seeing in terms of the arms.
It's all about
industry,
him and
the
his family.
privatization of intelligence. I mean,
Same
we
with
have,
Joe
I think,
Biden.
16 intelligence agencies, and
Same with
70%
the
are done by
Clintons,
private
same with
contractors
Obama.
like those Alan Hamilton, where Snowden worked. So we've lost control,
Right.
and that has what
Too much
first
power
created
in
a
too
mafia
few hands.
economy, and now has created a mafia
And these
state.
guys got a piece
so
of
I
it.
don't put any hope in
down at the
entrepreneurs.
bottom.
I
These
put
puppets.
hope in heavy state intrusion
Their
to
own.
regulate and
Oh yeah,
thwart the power of
Obama
capital.
is
And in fact,
owned.
big banks after 2008.
But he gets to say
have
he's
only
president.
become
Everybody
larger.
has to call him president for the rest of his
And
life
consolidate
because he was the president of the United States.
But it really
2 terms running.
It's be a massive breaking up of monopoly.
What did he do for you?
And until
Really?
we create
Obamacare!
an electoral
Fuck
system
you!
that's not dependent on corporate money, we're not going to have any change.
Broken
That's
system.
not
He
gonna
could have
happen
given you
because
something
all
way
of these
fucking
figures,
better. And he's
achieve
smart enough
political office
to know what's
with the
way
power
better
through corporate money.
and how to do it.
And
Why
when-
didn't he
as
do
soon
it?
as they,
Sold
finish
out.
their term in Congress, they go straight off to case
Groomed
for
from an early
lucrative
age.
lobbying jobs. In the same
Oh,
way,
yeah, I went to the
they-
special
you know,
school.
all these generals go straight to Raytheon, and when they're not on Raytheon,
Sure.
Halliburton, or somewhere else, they're on
Watch.
MSNBC telling us that we should start another war.
Watch.
So, I mean, that leads
Nothing I'm
into
saying
a
is
few
different
people
than what he's
asking,
saying.
Is there hope? Bernie, AOC,
Not a lot.
Kash Masalant doing.
He's more informed than I am.
Anywhere in the system.
Well, hope isn't going to come through
He's
the
been
political
studying a
system.
lot longer than all y'all's
Bernie
probably
failed
combined.
us. He failed us in 2016.
Doesn't mean that you don't have a
when
voice.
Hundreds of his
In
delegates
fact,
marched out of the appropriately named Wells
you have an
Fargo
equal
Center in
voice.
Philadelphia.
Because you
Carrying
come from a
Bernie
different
signs
perspective,
chanting,
which means
what does
we
democracy
understand
look like?
it
This is what
better.
democracy
Go on.
look like. Sanders missed his
understand
historical
yourself and then
movement,
articulate
by
it to me.
not walking out with them. We're
What's
never
your- what's
gonna
your
build what he
stance?
calls a political revolution
Trump
through an
2020,
election cycle.
not good enough.
He spent the intervening
Come back
3
at
years,
me. Why Trump?
dutifully serving Chuck Schumer, whose power
This and this
comes
and this.
because he's the water
Okay.
carrier of money from Wall Street.
You
to
know
the
Trump's a
Democrat
rapist?
Party, and the Democratic
Yeah, most
Party
likely.
burned him once again. Remember that figure
Yeah,
like
he's
Biden,
paid off
a figure
people.
like Clinton, without corporate money,
Yep,
Bernie
he would have been
there
indicted
were all sorts of other
on
dirty
this.
tricks.
He would have been charged with
Using
rape,
the
for
DNC,
sure.
making
He didn't
sure
have
that
money,
superdelegates,
and because he's
as long as
president,
he
you
didn't get
can't
a
be
plurality,
indicted. You can't
as soon
sit.
as you got to the
You
second
can't
vote
indict a
of the
sitting
convention,
president.
Sanders
Is that
was
right?
finished because the superdelegates who are appointed, who
Sure,
were
right.
all lobbyists or DNC
All these guys are
members
hiding
who
behind
can't
their-
sit on the
their
DNC
titles.
unless you're a superdelegate.
And their money,
You know,
because you could tie everything
not
up in
allowing
court with money.
independents to vote in primaries.
And that's why the
and
courts are all
much of
fucking
Bernie's young
purchased.
base were not registered Democrats. I mean,
Now you
so
got the
I
evangelists.
think Sanders'
They got control of the court in the United
failure
States.
to go after the Democratic Party was made
Right.
him kind of morally and temperamentally.
With this Connie
not
Barrett
equipped
and
to
who
lead this fight.
Kavanaugh before that.
And now, of course, he's running.
You know,
around
the
telling
liar.
us to vote for Biden.
Yeah,
Just
he
as
lied.
the
He
last
lied his
election
way
he
to
was
get
running
there.
around telling us to vote for Clinton.
What did he lie about?
And the Clinton administration.
Everything he was
turbocharged,
questioned on.
many
You know?
of the issues: welfare, Glass-Steagall, deregulation.
And you
of
think
the FCC,
not answering a
which turned
question
the
is
airwaves
telling
into
the truth?
roughly a half
No.
dozen major
You don't think that's a lie?
corporations, about 90%
There's this
of
little
those
thing called
nuclear
a lie of
or
omission.
listen to.
Look it up.
The omnibus crime bill, which Biden was a major architect of, tripled and quadrupled sentences, including sentences that put people into prison for life for nonviolent crimes, drug crimes usually. The explosion of the prison population.
I'm hanging on by
now
a
the
thread
largest in the
here.
25% of the world's prison population, or less than 5% of the world's population. All of this was done under the Democrats.
It was
So-
bad there
and
for
Bernie
a bit,
just
and
would
it's
not
gonna
go
get
after the
worse
Democratic
for
Party
some
because
other
he didn't
people.
want the
Maybe
price.
not me. I don't
And I
know.
admit the price would have been severe. They would have.
But here's what I know.
mounted, an aggressive and well-funded campaign.
Hey kids, have
Driving
you
out of
gotten
the
your
Senate seat of
vaccination
Vermont.
yet?
He would no longer have
Vaccinations
seniority
are cool.
for the Democratic caucus, and he chose his career.
Right, vaccination, babe.
unfortunately, over the battle that has to be fought.
That's right, President Obama.
Okay, so this is a homegrown comment with something you may have
Sound
heard
like the same
before,
guy.
which is that your talk was a bummer. That's how it
The whole
begins. Your talk was a bummer.
And it would have.
The left.
I would have gotten
normally
away
doesn't
with it
take
too if
into
it wasn't for
criticism
you.
Or critique. Your analysis is certainly a politics of despair.
Crazy
but
kids?
That's not at all what we hear from Trump. And if the pandemic weren't so bad, the Democrats would be chipper too.
And I would have gotten
Do you
away with
think
it
that's a
too if it
barrier
wasn't
to
for
your
you.
position?
What's the
Well, it's
for you?
as a writer, it's not my job to sell you hope. There's lots. The country's awash in advertising and political messaging, and Hollywood, and just about every medium is there to sell you hope. And in fact, I find that kind of false hope
Yeah,
very
hope-
disempowering.
Hope is hollow, man.
I think
It's a
that
fucking
especially
hollow.
given the climate crisis, we have to recognize the emergency that it is.
Concern.
And we have no time left. I mean, even if we
There's
stop
a difference
all
between concern and
carbon
fear.
emissions
You don't have
today,
anything to fear
there's so
from
much
it,
baked into the system.
but you should be
As I mentioned,
very concerned
it's
about it
unavoidable,
because
probably that
it
we'll
probably
reach
die.
450 parts per million, which is catastrophic.
Don't worry about it.
And
We'll talk about it.
the idea that we
It's not
can
that big of a
adapt
deal.
is as specious
It's
as
not as
the
big of a
idea
deal as
that,
you think it is. In
climate
fact,
change doesn't
just think of
exist.
it. You're a butterfly.
The idea that we live in a functional
You got this
democracy,
fucking
or that
meat
the
suit.
Democratic Party itself
And then you get into your other
functions as a
spacesuit.
party is just a misreading
You'll
of
see.
reality.
No, you're not
And it is
Martians.
A bummer. I find no.
I don't even know what
joy
that
in it
means.
at
What?
all.
You got a picture?
Uh,
Maybe you are.
But at the same time,
Show me a
if
picture.
we allow
I want to
ourselves
see
to
if
be
there's a
self-deluded,
resemblance.
we become utterly ineffectual. We have to make a very rational, cold, and correct an analysis of the forces arrayed against us if we're going to bring them down. And I also, am not going to get up and give talks about how we're inevitably going to win and build the socialist,
No.
I'm a socialist,
No, it's
the socialist paradise,
no.
when it's not true. That's not my job. As a
We
writer.
could,
My job
but
is
that's
to
not
discern
his
the truth
job. That's
best
it.
I can, and lay it out, and
Everybody
call
has jobs to
for
do, eh?
action, because I believe in action against. I would call them these forces of death. I don't think that's too extreme
Yep.
to save ourselves.
Doctors
I
of
speak
death.
as a father, I have children, and
Dr. Teresa Tam,
I'm not.
and Dr. David Fauci,
Despair,
President
I don't want that
of the
despair
North
to
American
overwhelm me and make me
Doctors
either
of
cynical
Death
or complacent.
Syndicate.
In the end, that resistance becomes moral imperative.
Business is
I've
booming!
I don't
Everybody's
fight
dying!
fascists because I'll win. I fight fascists because they are fascists. But we can't use the word hope if we don't act. And we have to act against...
Get on down here to Crazy Jim's!
Not imaginary centers of power.
I also wonder if in your experience you feel like reactions to the truth-telling that you're weaving in with writers and ways of looking at the reality that's on the ground, if it feels like it falls along class lines or lines in the social divide.
It does fall along class lines, but probably not the way you would expect. Because it's primarily the privileged and educated classes who are least able to see. Privilege, especially white privilege, or especially white male privilege, is a form of blindness.
Yes.
That's what privilege is.
Yes.
Privilege blinds you. And I spent 20 years of my life in the developing world, in places like Gaza or Central America, struggling as best I could to understand what it meant to be a Palestinian in the world's largest open-air prison, or what it meant to be a Salvadoran or a Guatemalan at the height of the wars and the terror and death squads that were killing between 700 and 1,000 people a month. And I speak Spanish and I speak Arabic. But I learned that as a person of privilege, as hard as I tried to grasp that reality, there was always a divide. There was always an inability, because of my privilege, to fully understand. And as long as I honored that divide and recognized it, I could have very real relationships. I teach in a prison. My students in the prison, these are college courses, they are earning their BA degree through Rutgers, are far more attuned to the reality that I just laid out than students that I have taught at schools like Princeton, because their privilege blinds them. So there is a class divide, but the class divide is one that the supposedly best educated, or certainly those who come from elite educational institutions, are least able to see.
How are we feeling? So another couple of questions? Okay. This one is another fusion of several comments and discussion points that have been brought up, but and it evidently seems to come from people wanting to feel like, in the wake of your writing impacting them, what do we do? You strongly described how close Trump is to declaring and enforcing dictatorship. Isn't that a strong reason to vote for Biden, even if he is far from what we want? I'd rather have the military and structure sharing in the fight rather than just in the streets on our own. So
your vote doesn't count.
Your
vote doesn't count.
And
it doesn't matter. The fix is in. The fix is in.
Well, what we do is what
you vote. You vote with your bodies,
which is use mass, prolonged, nonviolent civil disobedience to begin to disrupt and shut the system down.
That's it. It's the only thing you can do.
You know, there were a few years ago 10,000 Spaniards surrounded the parliament.
Doesn't matter. Your vote doesn't fucking count.
The Lebanese people marched through the streets of Beirut.
I get that. That's not just something I'm saying. Like, think of it.
Kuyan, Yani, Kuyan.
The fix is already in. You know that.
Everyone means everyone. The whole system
why would you
has
go
to
the
go.
polls? Why would you go to the ballot box?
The ruling elites.
And don't think about the polls.
Biden is
these
polls,
polls, the numbers that CNN and BBC and
Obama,
CNBC and fucking
with a mandate,
the numbers they're coming out with
after the
polls,
financial meltdown. And the first thing he did
was
embrace the banking industry and turn his back on
They're
the rest
a part
of
of it.
Obama's
a major part of it.
Especially his misuse of the espionage
just like
act was
Goebbels
worse than George W. Bush.
Remember Goebbels?
And the reason he picked Biden is because Biden's basically a Republican. His voting record is Republican. He was
Goebbels.
picked because he would appeal to the Republican. He had close ties with the segregationists. He goes all the way back as one of the opponents of busing. And he is completely beholden to the corporate oligarchy. I mean, the corporatists love him, and they support him.
Joseph
That's why they're giving him
Goebbels?
all this money, because they hope that
Paul
he will
Joseph
restore
Goebbels?
a kind of decorum and gravitas and
He looks a
to
lot
the
like
presidency.
Mr.
While
Fauci.
they continue
Oh,
to
yeah, there's lots on
disembowel
him.
the country and the earth. So I don't want to play their game. I haven't voted for a Democrat since before 2000, and I was Ralph Nader's speechwriter. But voting itself is just not that important, given what we're up against. Quote Emma Goldman, if voting was that important, it'd be illegal. So we have to begin to recognize the very real existential crisis before us and react in the way that other mass movements, for instance, the ones I saw in Eastern Europe during the revolutions in East Germany and Czechoslovakia and Romania. Romania got a little complicated, but we have to begin to organize like that. And I just on a personal level can't vote for. I mean, I spent 7 years of my life in the Middle East. I just can't sell out the Palestinians. Everyone sells them out. I can't sell out my students in the prison. Half of them wouldn't be there if it wasn't for Joe Biden. And I'm just not going to. I can't contain my bile and my anger enough to vote for somebody who was so responsible for the destruction of so many lives. Remember, I was in Iraq. I mean, a lot of people I care about, their lives were destroyed and in some cases taken from them because of figures like Biden. These are not abstract issues for me. These are concrete and real issues for me.
Half the people in prison and he stands up for the black man, you know, the black woman, Black Lives Matter. Who loves that group? Yeah, they fund all these groups. And Antifa.
So that experience, do you see
and
Antifa the disintegration here as being, I guess this would probably go without saying, but just to articulate it and how you see it as the war come home? The war machine.
Sure, the war machine came home. That's Thucydides.
Collecting heads.
About the Peloponnesian War.
I got Goebbels.
And of course it destroyed Athenian democracy, as all empires do, because empires require centralized control. Remember that empire is really the external expression of white supremacy. And that's what I saw. It is the repression,
Goebbels.
subjugation,
Joseph
people
Goebbels.
Of color, whether in the Middle East or Latin America or Africa.
Fucker.
And the military machine, which is perhaps as an institution been most responsible for the destruction of our democracy, consumes so many resources. I mean, these wars are catastrophes. Nobody is held accountable. Not only are they not held accountable, they're all promoted and then
there it is. I got it.
To work for defense contractors, and so you divert all of your resources towards
wait for this
feudal and endless wars. We're talking about 2 decades of warfare.
Very
now.
simple.
And meanwhile, the country collapses. And so as the country collapses, in essence is being hollowed out from the inside, you import the mechanisms of control
I don't want to look at them
fringes
anymore.
of empire
Bye. Shit.
to the homeland. Militarized drones, wholesale surveillance, militarized police forces.
You should never have been in charge of that.
Of basic civil liberties.
Sorry.
Due process,
We're going to have to
all
take that job away from you. You did a lot of shit to people.
What Frantz Fanon would
I don't
call
know.
the wretched of the earth. But they always come back. And that's why Thucydides wrote, the tyranny Athens imposed on others, it finally imposed on itself. That is a characteristic of late empire.
So, so many people wrote in asking, essentially, do we vote for Biden, which you already addressed that. given all of the writers who you referenced within the talk, Václav Havel and again Primo Levi and what you were just talking about with Conrad, could you recommend to us great works of art to turn to? Because perhaps, in confronting these writers ourselves, there could be a sense of the spiritual liberation that's needed to navigate
Yep.
what you're describing is coming for us.
He's not an expert on this.
Well, I have a daily discourse with these writers, and that way I don't feel so alone.
Yeah. There you go.
And I learn from them. I mean, I think it was Mark Twain who said history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. I see many similarities between what happened in Yugoslavia, where I was during the war, and what's happening in the United States. I mean, Joseph Roth, who understood by the 1920s where Germany was headed and was a very lonely voice. Dostoevsky, also, who understood the consequence of a bankrupt liberalism, Notes from an Underground Man, although all of his books, The Idiot, I mean, just about anything he wrote. Cicero, of course, who fought against the destruction in 27 BC with the rise of Augustus of the Roman Empire. Primo Levi, Elias Canetti. I mean, Conrad is another one. I think all of these writers who not just chronicled a historical period, but I think more importantly understood human nature. And that's why I read a lot of literature, because great artists are grappling with that almost intangible aspect of what it means to be human. I mean, I would recommend that you just go to the bibliography. I'm very careful about my bibliographies. If I quote a book in my own writing, it's usually because I admire it. There's a lot of people out there to read. But certainly don't. I read political science. I read history. But I also remain. I'm actually in the middle of the great biography of Dostoevsky. I remain pretty rooted in the voices of those artists because they capture the zeitgeist of a moment that a historian also misses. When Hannah Arendt in Origins of Totalitarianism writes about anti-Semitism in France, she said that to truly understand the nature of anti-Semitism in France, you have to read Marcel Proust, and I've read Proust 3 times, which was quite an undertaking. I take great, however bleak those visions can be. Milo Vangelis is a great Yugoslav writer who again saw what was coming for his country and was ignored. I find great comfort in that writing because I don't feel alone. I feel that there are others who went through similar periods, grappled with what Kant would call radical evil, struggled to fight back. It didn't mean that they necessarily survived as distinct human beings, but their voices are, I think, essential, and they are our patrimony. They are the voices of our ancestors, and this gets to the issue that I addressed in Empire of Illusion, is that severing ourselves from a print-based culture really sets us adrift. It creates a very frightening kind of rootlessness. And so I don't own a television. I'm not on social media. Not on any social media. And every night I try and read. And partly because I don't want to speak in the language that mass media gives me, even the language. Turn off your devices and, read The Idiot.
So, can you speak to what you see as the trajectory of the Black Lives Matter movement and how people can support and learn.
Well, I've been very encouraged by these street protests for a couple reasons.
Sustained
First,
time.
because of the courage that it
Yeah.
takes to go out in the streets,
Oh,
not only because of the pandemic, but because of the very brutal reaction.
there's no
from the
pandemic,
police,
Chris.
militarized,
There's no pandemic. It's
paramilitary
not a
police
pandemic. Come on. It's a
units.
pandemic.
Secondly, I found a political sophistication. They're not being
Another story.
gaslighted the way movements have been gaslighted in the past by liberal elites. They're not fooled by Nancy Pelosi wearing a Kente scarf, or police taking the knee, or Muriel Brower, the mayor of Washington, painting in 35-foot tall letters "Black Lives Matter" on a road near the White House. At the same time, she calls for a $50 million increase in the police budget and the building of
Yeah.
a $500 million new jail. They recognize that the reforms that Joe Biden is calling for have only served to consolidate the power of the police and make them more omnipotent and more lethal, and that it is an issue of abolition. It's not an
All
issue of
powerful.
reform.
Omnipotent.
So they get this, that it's a systemic problem.
Omnipotent.
So I've been very heartened. I mean, I think that is precisely the kind of activity that gives hope, that is going to make possible real change as opposed to cosmetic change. So yeah, I think these, a lot of these people are young. I think they're out there, and a lot of them are white. And I think that's also encouraging that they've realized, one of the things that I sense, they've realized that in cases like this, it's their role to follow, not to lead. So yeah, I've been very encouraged by these street protests. I think they're heroes.
An email came in from Eshi Motohar, and given the references to Germany several times in your speech, Eshi writes, similar to Nazi Germany,
Yes.
will defeat in a foreign war cause U.S. fascism to crumble?
It's very akin to Nazi Germany, what's happening in North America.
There is a difference there with Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany arose out of the tremendous suffering that was caused by World War One, and I can't remember the exact figures of dead, but it's, I think, 2 million, maybe 5 million. I mean, there was tremendous shock throughout the society. Societal breakdown, the monarchy was overthrown, then you had massive reparations, then you had the 1929 crash, and then you had the liberal elite after the crash essentially gear the economy to paying back the banks. So they actually suspended unemployment benefits at a time of mass hunger. I mean, there was here, when we wage war, there is no, it doesn't affect much of the population. It affects the underclass, which doesn't have the kind of employment opportunities and is recruited into the military, and then comes back to the society and is discarded, in essence, after their service, also coping with a type of PTSD that comes from fighting in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. And they are prime recruits for these militias. I was, in my last book, America's Farewell Tour, spent a chapter with these groups, like the Three Percenters in particular, and these are almost all military combat veterans. In the same way that the Freikorps, which was the antecedents to the Nazis, used to suppress the Spartacus rebellion that led to horrific repression. Toller was part of that, had to flee. Leibniz, Rosa Luxemburg are assassinated. In that sense, it's different. Will fascism? I mean, I think that the body blow to the American empire will actually come from the dropping by most of the world of the dollar as the world's reserve currency, because at that point the value of the dollar will diminish. No one knows, 2/3. We can look to the 1950s when the pound sterling was dropped as the world's reserve currency in Britain, and that caused a tremendous economic crisis in Britain. But remember, the British Empire got slowly dismantled from the end of World War I until 1956. But I think that could trigger the kind of economic chaos that would see a very ugly form of Christian fascism take place. Germany, through the Nazi Party, engaged in a world war that was, ultimately so self-destructive. I mean, I said in the talk about how these crisis cults, fascism is a crisis cult, they have to ratchet up one crisis from the next. And every time they create a new crisis, they become more precarious. How is that going to play out, especially in an age of nuclear
We don't
weapons?
know.
I don't know.
You better fear it.
But they're all important factors that we have to be aware of as we live through the twilight days of the American Empire.
Thank you,
The
everybody.
nuclear
Thanks for
clock
coming up.
is the closest it's ever been
Yeah,
to midnight.
of course.
Any thoughts on Pope Francis? Someone wrote in on the Pope coming out with the economic critique.
Yeah, I like Pope Francis. I think he's great. I think he has a lot of courage. I mean, it's interesting that Barrett, who trumpets herself as a good Catholic, kind of theologically embraces just about everything Pope Francis is fighting against. But yes, he's been very good about, especially industrial nations exploiting the developing world, about the environment. He's been a pretty remarkable figure. I mean, you could argue certainly one of the most important world leaders, world figures at this point. One of the very few who actually has a moral center.
Well, we want to thank you for being here, Chris.
Sure.
And yeah, it's quite the thing that you made the journey to be here, even in the pandemic. So, yeah, and a beautiful weaving. So, if anyone wants to write in any more questions, I think that there's still some discussions. You sparked a lot of heated
All right, well,
debate.
wear your masks.
So thank you to
Wear
everyone.
your mask.
and
This
will
is
be
where it
posted
goes wrong,
at
Mom.
Media
That's where it
Sanctuary.
goes wrong, everybody.
Thank you, Chris.
Wear your masks as if this pandemic, this is not good. And then he puts his mask right on. And he had no audience. And he had no audience. And he had no audience. I'm not sure where to place this now. I'm trying to place this. Oh, fuck. I knew that right from the beginning. I saw that, but I thought maybe there was someone in the back. I saw all the empty seats in the front. Something's not quite right. Smart boy like Chris Hedges. A smart boy like Chris Hedges should know that COVID-19 is propaganda written by the elites. He should know this. He talks about these things all the time. He should know that. Yeah, but the virus is still a virus. Well, yeah, it's a little bit like the flu last year. Yeah, a lot like it in a lot of ways. Oh yeah, it does different things, but so did the last one, hey? The last one did different things than the one before. So don't pull me that fucking shit on me. You haven't studied it like I have. Oh, fuck. 49 years of seeing the crazy. Putting the mask on, no fucking audience. Fucking mask on. No audience. Buying into that. He should know that that represents the fucking... What the hell happened there? I thought he made reference to that too. That was his final message after that speech. And he said, make sure you put your mask on. Oh, disheartening. Okay, well, yeah, just string me up. String me up now. Or I just don't go into public anymore. Because that's stupid. Can't do it. Won't do it. That was disheartening at the end. That was very disheartening at the end. Can't compute. Anyways, I'll get over it. That's the majority of the church, actually. And that's the influence that religion has on him. So that's where he goes wrong. Religion and following the protocols and getting confused in there somewhere with seeing the fact of it, because he sees the truth in all the other things. Like, seriously. But we're all sharpening each other. Right? Right? I know something you don't know. You want to know it? You want to know it? I believe that's right. Need to check out that new CNN Fox News CEO. Yep. Joseph Goebbels. Badumpa. Yeah, CNN Fox News. With Joseph Goebbels. Both. Well, I guess we got to talk about masks a little bit. See what I don't know. Someone please tell me what I don't know about this. What I do think I know is that the virus is so small that the masks you're wearing, those particular masks that you're wearing, don't even come close to even protecting you because they're so small. It's like a fly flying through a chain link fence. That's what I know. Think I know. I think I got COVID. Shit. Anyways. Haha, great joke, eh? Oh, that's never been said before. Here's another thing I know. When you name something, COVID-19, it becomes something. Right? To fear. Something that didn't exist, the name, or did exist, and we should be questioning, how is that possible? And why were they working in China? Working on that in China, and the United States, most likely in Canada? What other country? No, Tom, you ask too many questions. Need to know basis, no. Okay, I agree with that. I need to know. Need to know basis, I need to know. No, we say what you need to know. No, I say what I need to know. Need to know basis. I need to know. Tell me. Alright, there's aliens. Got fucking... We're reverse engineering everything. We got it. I'll show you. Heck, I got one in my attic. Oh, he lives up there. Nice guy. Take your fucking mask off, Chris Hedges. Seriously, take your mask off. You're embarrassing me and yourself. And that lady you were... There was no fucking audience? Thanks for risking everything to be here today. I'm upset. Yeah, I'm upset. Because you should know better. Wow. That's where I'm at. Okay. What do you do? Evaluate. Prognosis. Doesn't look good for you. Yeah, I know, but hey. I've been down before. Not quite this down, but I've been down before. We've been down before. We've been down this road before. And, oh yeah, that was a thought that I had. Things are actually better. Somewhat better. It's like, I don't know, military hasn't been called in on everybody. Just a few people, so that's okay. It's really bad when it's called in on, like, everybody. Or, like, a bomb is dropped on everybody. Could be worse, so that's good. I don't think we're in any threat of nuclear war. I think these pricks like themselves too much, and they're spread out all across the world, so that would mean, well, you know what that would mean. Unless they have some kind of colony in space that they've started already, which only the privileged are able to... Much like an ark, you know? Bet you they fucking called it an ark, too. Bet you there's already an Ark 2 movie. Ark 2. Privilege. Power. Prestige. Only the best get on this boat. Where are you going? I don't know. Rape another world? By the way, you're my slave now. Ooh. Shitty turn of events. Chris Hedges wearing a mask. The last speech was with no audience. And I'm a little pissed off today. Because of that. Just a little. No big deal. Everybody will come to whatever the truth is eventually. Figured out that maybe hydroxychloroquine is okay. Maybe. For the flu. Oh, no, yeah, let's not call it COVID-19 anymore, please. Can we not do that? Yeah, that's imprinted in our minds as if it's a thing, and it wasn't. Let's just call it the flu. Remember the flu 2020? Hydroxychloroquine might work for that. So, I think. I'll look into it. But I was wrong before, because that's one thing. I was wrong, but here's how I was wrong. You got a president that lies so fucking much, right? And then he throws in, yeah, hydroxychloroquine. And of course, everybody's thinking, you're an idiot and you're a monster and you're trying to make money off of fucking health. Oh, he'll fuck you another way. Don't worry about it. Hydroxychloroquine! That's how I got better faster. To be honest with you, I don't think many of you need any of that shit. I don't think any of you need it. Unless you're like, I don't know. Man, I don't know. I don't know sometimes because I don't think you need any of it. You know? Like some of you are so fucking messed up in your bodies. You got drugs coursing through your fucking veins. You're on like 10, 20 medications at one time, you know? It's bound to go wrong. You know, depression medication and make you all like, you know, can't think straight, right? Oh, it takes the edge off, sure. I'm pretty sure that's why you're doing it, but I'm also pretty sure you don't need it. Positive. You do better without it. Then spend some time with yourself. Really know who you are. Treat your body better. Eat better. Nutrition. Yeah, that would be important. Nutrition. Sick body, sick mind. Make sense? I digress. This is so good.
We are not free in Canada, just so everybody's aware.
What?
Currently, we're at a bit of a war with our government. And it's being waged in a lot of different ways. Mm-hmm. And Facebook and YouTube is one of them. COVID-19 is not a thing. It's only a pandemic when we named it, when we said it was something. The storyline was written for you. To confuse you. To create panic, fear.
And to create a situation where only your government can fix it.
The thing we're looking for, COVID-19, the thing we're testing for and tracing, is basically the flu. But now we've made it into something other. Everybody's dying from this thing. No, they're not. No, they're not.
This group of people is sick.
Flu. Some people die from the flu when they're sick already.
Yep. Yep.
Right?
Yep.
There's no difference between what's happening right now, COVID-19, and the flu in 2018. Pretty much the same.
Same numbers, eh? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Confirmed? Yep.
But that
confirmed.
stands to reason, right?
Kinda.
Seeing that.
Where? What kind of fact checkers you got? Well, they're not the fake fact checkers from USA Today. These guys, the guys that they definitely don't believe in this guy.
Speech by James Baldwin, 1963.
James Baldwin, they hate James
If you haven't
Baldwin.
already. History.
History
Tells
will.
us something about ourselves now. Because it's all happening at the same time. Time travel. Come with me.
I want you
T in space. My name's Tom. This is
to
Space.
now make a certain leap with me. I have one more quotation I want to give you. And this comes from Nietzsche. It comes from "Thus spake Zarathustra," but it's been in my mind all week long. At some point, the man says, I stand before my highest mountain, and before my longest journey, and therefore must I descend deeper than I had ever before descended.
So there is horizontal fear and vertical
Now,
fear. Right?
there's
So
several thousand
we're
things.
asking, is it time?
The one has got to say
The past, the present and the future.
in the context
I'm afraid of, one is afraid of
out of
the
which we're
present,
speaking.
the instability,
And I suppose the
the
first
threat
thing
of
I have
war,
to
the
suggest
bomb that some country, another
Step
great
back.
tribal country might put
is
in
that
this,
one
so. So one is
due
afraid
to the fact
of the past, the
that the
present,
life of a man, life of a woman,
and the future.
in anybody's life,
Is a movement, right?
there are several elements always at work.
It's not something that is static,
But the
it's a
first
movement.
element I want to consider here,
And so
that element
a
of life
movement means
the
time
way in which
from
we
here
put
to
ourselves
the
together,
village,
the way one imagines oneself to be,
travel
the reality,
to the village.
for example, the
From
intensity
one
of
point to another point it
and
means
for
time.
arbitrary force in the world.
So
We
we are asking
we
if
agree.
time is one of the factors of fear.
And what it does, and
Logically, it seems so.
okay, that's not here.
Rationally,
Religion
same.
creates
And
fear.
is thought also the root of
That's
fear.
where Chris Hedges loses it a bit.
It's stranger.
I think tomorrow
Because he still lives in that fear.
my
And the
brain
pessimism,
I'll be unemployed tomorrow. The thinking about
that's why how you know
I
you're
am,
off a little
I am
bit.
employed. Thinking
Right
about
man for everyone
tomorrow is also the beginning of fear.
Just a bit though.
Thinking about the past, the incidents, the psychological accidents, has brought about certain forms of fear. Thinking about the past, thinking about the future, thinking about the actual moment of life in which there is such tremendous uncertainty.
The whole business of communication and communion, really, is to find some
Breeds
commentary,
fear. Right?
make something mean to you, some roughly what it
So
means to you.
time and thought are they the major factors of fear?
I'm sure in your life. When it's on,
And if they are,
when it's supposed to,
and as in reality they are,
you avoid
what is
that
also
and spell it out. I mean, when one is young,
well,
I
meeting
was
each
avoiding
other.
that. I tell my
I,
mother,
you've explained this to me,
you get into that.
that time and thought is the root of fear. You've gone into it, you've explained it, not in great detail, but I've captured the meaning of what you have said.
Mama would look at me.
Now, then you ask me, is it an idea that you have
It
accepted?
was a long time, very long time.
The words that you have
That
accepted,
she was right, and you realize what she meant.
listening what you have said to me. From that listening, I have made an abstraction into an
I
idea,
knew what I wanted. Before I knew
and
what I
I'm
wanted,
struggling with the idea.
before I could do it,
Then I ask, how am I to put that idea into action? You see the difference? So the conflict.
not paying my dues. With wrong things, it was not magic. Especially when you're young.
We have the habit
You need to know that
of
it's
making abstractions of a fact.
And later on,
Those abstractions become ideals,
and it's great thing. Very
ideas,
much based on will.
concepts, conclusions.
That if you want,
Although
whatever it is you want, and whatever it is you want, it
And
must be.
then I ask
Become yourself.
myself, how am I
There is nothing
to
else
carry
to
out these ideas, these
whatever that
concepts,
is, however
that
that
time
journey is,
and thought are the root of
that
it.
is actor, is conditioned.
You understand? I have made an abstraction of what you have told me. Time and thought are the root of fear. And I'm pursuing the idea, how am I to carry out in life? The speaker says, please don't do it. Don't make an abstraction of what you have heard. That time and thought are the root of fear. Don't translate it to an idea, but find out the truth of it,
This just
the
in.
actuality. That is,
Fox
I
News.
see that I really am afraid to talk.
Breaking news.
So, also I'm afraid of the present, because the things are so incredibly destructive.
Not news, not news, not news.
And also I'm afraid of tomorrow and the future.
Polls show Trump trailing Biden with white women voters. More segregation. Split people up into groups. White voters, black voters, Hispanic voters.
That's the present,
Yeah.
so also the future.
Keep
I realize
dividing
I see
people.
the fact, not the idea that time
Now you're having people, aren't
are
you?
the root of fear.
Macron says France is under attack after knife attack.
Next Saturday, I'm
Horrible
going to much
title.
more in a
And
different way.
Macron's wearing a
But this is
mask.
the root of fear.
These fuckers, I swear, I don't.
Now what should
There's
I
some good people wearing masks right now. There are a lot of
realize
very
I see
bewildered
the
people
fact.
out there wearing
I see the
masks
truth of what you have told me.
at the store, at the shopping grocery store today.
Romantic
You know, the shopping grocery
idealistic,
store.
Until this moment,
Anyways.
all that's no meaning. I see the
And the
truth,
collective
the actual
illusion.
truth of what you have told me.
Supreme Court.
Then the difficulty
Who the fuck
arises.
cares? They're all corrupt.
If you have gone
They get bought in. You lie your way in. That's what happened to Connie Barrett. That's what happened to Brett Kavanaugh. They lied their way in.
you understand all this?
I'm not saying they couldn't have been good judges at one point in their life, but they lied to get there. That is 100% a fact.
Says, yes, I see the truth.
But you don't want to see it because that was your guy. Or that was your girl.
Is the
I don't know about Connie Barrett. I don't fucking care about her. I really don't care about the whole fucking system that much. But I know he lied to get in, and most people do. What do you gotta do? Lifetime appointment, eh? Woo!
When I
Good for
say
you.
yes, I see the truth of what
Great
was
job.
told me.
I'd be shooting for that one
I have
too
played a trick.
if I was in it for the money and the like. Do you really think that you can make a difference right now in that particular environment without changing it completely? No, you can't.
Right? Is this clear?
Can you?
Tell
me how.
Much more simple.
No one satisfied me yet with any. Like, no one talks to me about this. Because then it's stumped.
when
We're
I'm
stumped.
angry,
Well, I got some suggestions.
is that anger different? Or
This just
At
in,
the
Fox
moment
News,
of
Hannity,
anger,
another blatant lie from Joe Biden. Another
tremendously
blatant lie. One highest paid news anchor
a few
on Fox
seconds
News,
later,
and highest paid news
I
anchor.
say, I
see?
have been angry. Therefore, I have divided myself
Gets paid more than
as
Cuomo.
me who
Gets
is
paid
being
more
angry.
than
Right?
fucknuts that doesn't need the money because he's connected with the Vanderbilts, you know, mom and stuff like this. You know, privilege. You know who he is. That guy. Yeah, the mole.
I
Right.
listen to it very carefully.
Anderson Cooper, that's right.
And I say, yes, I see the truth of it.
What was it, Sam?
And
What were we talking about?
the perception of
Use
the
language?
truth is something out there and me watching it.
What did he say?
Every nation under heaven
I'm following
is
it.
here.
Or
Did you follow that?
do I? There is no observer but only
Hannity. Oh, I like it. I like him. He speaks the truth. No, he just reads whatever he thinks maybe is the truth, but he's not fucking right. And even if he does, he's reading it. He's just a good reader.
observe the tree.
God. Actors, not
In
journalists.
that observation,
No journalism to be
words
done
fill
here.
up. That's
Well, look at the quote. Look at this is what it's about. Another blatant lie from Joe Biden. 2.9 million views. I want to hear another lie from these liars. Well, they're all lying. Why don't you? No, the other side. No, you don't want
If
to.
I go to a museum
Just point out one side, right? You don't want to.
and see
You'd rather focus on the plank.
a painting by the old master.
No, the speck in your brother's eye. Sorry, fuck, I
don't
messed
like
this up
modern
so
paintings.
badly. You'd rather look at the speck in your brother's
When I
eye
go there and
than the
look,
fucking plank
when
in
I
your eye.
have one
You got a plank in your eye, bud.
master, I'm not looking
Guy's
at
got a
the
speck in his
actual
eye, I know,
painting
probably
of the
you-
master.
You should probably get rid of the fucking plank in
I'm
your eye, though,
comparing, judging.
before you see
I'm
to it to
never
get that guy's
observing very closely without any
speck
sense
out.
of
You know what I'm
other
saying?
painters. Look,
Know yourself. Fix yourself.
so
Connect yourself back in.
when I observe, when I see the truth of what you have told me, there is no division between the observer and the observed. There is only the truth of it, not I see it.
The people who came here
And that
came here for one
perception,
reason.
which
The
is
left gets ready for a post-Trump world
frees the
on
mind.
Tucker Carlson,
They came here because
Fox News.
they thought it would be better here.
Slightly less propaganda than CNN.
That's why.
Don't look please so puzzled.
The most trusted name
Anybody who's making it in
in.
England,
Oh, God, what would they be?
did not get on the Mayflower.
They might have in one way. It's very important to understand this.
This is important.
I am afraid.
It
Suppose
is
I'm afraid.
important that one begins to
Psychology.
recognize this. Because part of the dilemma
I then
of this
try to
country
control it.
is that
I
it has
try to
managed to believe the
rationalize
myth it has created about its
I
own
try
past,
to escape from it.
which is another way of
I
saying
go to somebody to help me.
that it
to
is
resolve
not denied its past.
So I'm always
And we all
acting
know, if
on
you think
it.
about it, what happens to a
Exactly.
person
That's what we are all doing.
who was born, let us say, well, I was born
Acting
in Harlem,
upon it
and
either
goes
to
to the world
dissipate
pretending he was
or to
born in a
control.
certain place.
or to run away
How
from
odd
it
this may sound.
or to suppress it.
Also happens
This
to
is
a
what we
nation.
do.
A nation
Acting upon it.
being when it finally comes into existence.
So there is always this
Achievement
conflict.
of the people
Right.
who make it up.
Are you that clear? The
And
struggle not to be
part of
afraid.
the nation being absolutely
Which
at
is
the
a
mercy,
conflict.
defined, dictated,
Now, can that conflict end?
the nature and the
I'm putting the
property
question differently.
of the people who make it up.
Can that
In this
conflict
extraordinary
between me and the fear,
endeavor,
me controlling the fear,
create the country called
suppression and so on, and thereby this division which inevitably brings conflict. Can that
Now, I
conflict
want to make it
end?
absolutely clear, or
You get the point? That's my question.
I understand perfectly well.
I say, how can that
the
conflict end?
crime is
Why does this division between
Because
the
no one
me, the I, who is trying to
that I am indicting or
suppress,
accusing
control, dominate fear,
are not any longer interested
why is there
in
this division?
people
Is this
each other
division actual?
very badly.
Breaking news. Deadly stabbing attack
Or is it
in...
merely
Nice.
semantic,
I'm not
That's the
talking
title.
about
verbal,
BBC
that. I'm
News.
talking about the
or
Deadly stabbing attack in Nice. Nice.
not being able to solve the problem?
Try it again.
Thought has divided itself as the me
Deadly
and
stabbing
the fear.
attack in Nice.
You understand?
There was
BBC News.
at the point
At least one person has died. Several others have been wounded in a stabbing attack in
Sorry, you probably
Nice.
talk about all
French
this.
media report.
or as far as I know of
Nice.
So
At least
It
3
is
killed in
important
knife attack in France.
to resolve this conflict.
Homeless deal with record-breaking cold.
'Cause we
BC
live in
votes
duality.
2020 election special.
The, I am this, I should not
Emmanuel
be that.
Macron,
I should
put
be
on
that.
your mask!
So there is always this duality which brings about conflict.
Put on your mask.
Now, I want to find out,
I have
No,
I
don't
think
choose
you
that
should
one.
put on your
can this
mask.
conflict end?
There's not many Americans
Is there, please listen to
being
me,
taught
is there an opposite?
have any real sense
I am afraid.
of what
The
that
opposite
division
is
was like,
not to be afraid, right?
or what
Or
we
have
really
courage.
did, how we really achieved the extermination of the Indians,
Is there an opposite to fear?
or what that meant.
Or there is only the ending of fear, not the opposite of fear?
None to my knowledge, but I say very few. Has begun even to analyze
Is there an ending of fear?
the hidden reason.
The ending
The cowboy and Indian legend
being no conflict,
is still one of the most popular legends in American life.
right?
So popular
If I end it
that
through
still,
conflict,
in 1953, dominates
that means I'll go on, it will be perpetual.
And
You
I
get this?
suppose
So can
Rachel,
this
that's the
end?
item or the closest for the moment.
To end something,
All those cowboy and Indian stories
there must be
are designed
no
to
me
reassure
who's
us
trying to end it.
that no crime was committed. We made a legend.
If I try to end it, I'm in conflict with it.
Which connection, if I may, for a moment, the
But
there used to be an old
is there an observation
Negroes, if you remember the
of this reaction called fear
sidekick called Tonto in India?
with how
Always good Indian.
the past interfering with that observation? The past being the remembrances, the many fears I've had. So the past, can it abstain from looking at the fact without the memory of yesterday's?
That slavery,
Look, sir,
like murder, is one of the oldest
if I'm married,
human
I meet my
institutions.
wife every day.
So we cannot call about the fact.
Every day.
We cannot say we could, but that's another story.
Rather boring.
But we enslaved him because,
Every day. Listen carefully.
in order,
Don't laugh. Every
because of
day.
the country,
So
we had
I
to
begin
have
to know her.
cheap labor.
I know how she looks, what her
And the
gestures,
man
all the
who
rest
is
of
now
the
known as
words. So
an
gradually,
Negro,
I have built up a knowledge about her.
who is one of the oldest American citizens,
And whenever I look at her, all the knowledge comes out.
who never wanted to come here.
The knowledge is the past. Because I built the knowledge day after day, day after day, day after day, accumulated it through various incidents and so on and so on. So whenever I see her, this knowledge which is the past looks at her. Right? You're doing this. It's nothing new.
Line track,
Only we are putting it into words. And so this knowledge is the remembrance of
in fact,
things
I think it's
past,
not too strong a statement to say.
meeting the
So
present,
he says, this
and so dividing. Right? Physically, of
Without
course, my
his
wife is
presence.
not like me, male and female.
without that
But
strong.
psychologically, I've divided myself. You understand? The
Grammarly?
remembrance
American colony
of the
is an
accumulated
organization that has
memories,
vast amount of trouble creating its capital.
which is knowledge about my wife, has separated me, has separated
Then, if one
as
has
the
not
me
had
and her.
cat,
But this,
open the bar, listen to the bells,
the past has brought about
it would be
this
a very
division.
different country. And it would certainly be much poorer.
Now, similarly, the past remembrances of fears, past remembrance of accidents of fear, the happiness of fear is stored in the brain. And that brain is remembering the past. And so when it present reaction which has been, it comes, you name it immediately as fear and record it as fear. You follow this? When is this? No, don't tell me. Not fear.
They knew what anything else, but
We
not.
try to put it fear for different ways. The past is time.
And since they had already decided
The past is the observer.
that they came here to establish
And so the observer says, yes, that's fear. I know it's fear because I've had
the
it
only way to justify
so many times.
the road
So
is the
the
child
moment it recognizes it's part of the past,
was to say
you see this fact. So can you look at that reaction? Is there an observation of that reaction? How they are?
that is the basis.
If and when you When the past observes, you maintain the same movement. But when there is an observation without the past, you are looking back, which is when you observe from fear from the past, you are using an energy which has already been employed year after year. That's a wastage. Is there a new energy that meets this fear without the past? Use the question. God's sake. You see, fear exists only, I realize, one sees the truth that time and thought of the root. Fear exists when there is inattention, when there is no attention. If I give complete attention to fear, it does take place. But my brain has been conditioned not to give attention to this reaction. When you have sexual feelings, you right? Whereas fear, if you give total attention, which is not to analyze it, not to rationalize it, not to escape it, not to observe it from the past. Attention means of giving your whole energy to look. Then when you do, fear is gone. I can go into different ways. It's actually going very much more. Because a mind that has fear is a destructive, aggressive, neurotic mind. Whereas a mind that is utterly free of fear psychologically is an extraordinary mind. We were considering yesterday the importance of relationship. And how we always live in the past and to find out the radical change transform the life. And we're going to examine together the question of what is hidden in the consciousness. Deeper laws of the mind which can be found in bringing about in our field a radical revolution. The physical revolution, which one is undertaken all over the world.
Stop getting a fucking game. Doctors. This just in. We're not free. What the fuck was that about? This is a problem in my life. Maybe someone can help me with it.
Well,
So, people that I talk with on a regular basis,
Yeah.
daily,
mm-hmm.
what do they know? Well, I told them I got beaten by the RCMP, but they don't believe I didn't do anything.
Why don't they?
Interesting.
Why don't
Come on
they?
in. Yep. Oh. Oh.
Mom,
Sorry.
it's Mom.
Anyway, so sum up.
Sum up.
I think it's in our best interest to start believing each other a little bit.
Yep.
No. Listening more before making judgments on things,
Yeah.
especially things of this nature. Oh, that couldn't have happened, Tom. Oh, that couldn't have happened, Tom.
Yeah, but it did.
But it did.
I know it did. I saw it. It was there. It was there, man. I saw it. I don't understand why people don't believe you with this
I
stuff.
didn't.
It's not. You've never lied either. Ever.
Didn't.
No. No. Don't worry.
Right?
You got it. Yep.
That's the problem.
This problem.
Anyways.
Go for coffee.
Tea in space.
Tea in space,
Until
boy.
next time. If you can help me with that problem, that would be
Tea
great.
in space.
Not sure what next. How do I put it across? I can't. We'll talk about it.
You gotta go through it.
I'm
You
almost
can't go
there.
under it. You
Yeah,
can't go around it. You gotta go through it.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, really? Friday morning jazz, good mood jazz, and bossa nova music for a happy morning. Welcome. Tea in space. Good morning. Everybody have their coffee? Tea? Cappuccino? Latte? Espresso? One shot or two? Light on the foam! I know, that's a latte. Can I have a cappuccino? Light on the foam? It's a latte. Idiot. You should never say that. I did. And now I got like a really large group of people who are really upset with me. Because I called them all idiots. Mad Child is live now. CBC News is live now, not news. CBC not news. Fox News, CNN, CNBC, all shit news. Propaganda. Propaganda. Nothing short of propaganda in 2020. I don't know when you're listening to this, but in 2020, holy fuck, were these guys propaganda? You gotta keep your eye open. Know your history, lest we forget. Remember! Holy shit! Going through a time now, 2020. Everybody's wearing their fucking masks. There's a big deal, man. There's a divide. And there's like... Fuck, and then there's like, who was it today? Just finished his fucking speech, because like 90% of what he's saying is fucking right. And then he goes and he's talking to nobody. There's nobody in the fucking room. And he puts his mask on. Right after the fucking speech. About how the government is fucking on you. Just fucking you. And he didn't even tie COVID-19 into the whole fucking propaganda. It is. The whole storyline is. I'm not saying the flu doesn't exist. I'm not saying viruses don't exist. I'm saying this is propaganda. And it was used to shut down fucking everything. To collapse an economy. To fuck... Ah! You know? Right? Right. No. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome to Tea in Space. The show just gets better and better, it really does. 1 concurrent viewer, 3 playbacks, average watch time about an hour, 35 minutes, 28 seconds. It's Thursday, 6:25 p.m., October 29th, 2020. Vale, Oregon had a little parade. I was there. With Melanie and the kids. Yeah, it's something else. You know what they were handing out? Masks and sanitizers. Sanitizer for your kids. There you go, kids. Hey! Have you got your vaccination shot yet, kids? There's vaccination bear! Free inoculations! I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'm totally off. If I am, I should be in the fucking nut house for sure. We're not. We're not. There's a lot of us. It's just that we're not the majority right now. That's the weird thing. Yeah, the truth isn't the majority. Everybody's living a lie, and if you look at yourself, you'll see it. You'll notice it. You'll see it around you. Everybody's living a lie. Ah! Great apples. Thank you, Food Bank. Thank you, Salvation Army. More efforts could be done. If you would like my help, please contact me at the Beaumont Motel, room 240, and I'd be glad to help out with the organization of said projects. Until then, I'm just a homeless dude living at the Beaumont. I'm not quite homeless. I have a room. The new concentration camps. Oh yeah, they are building concentration camps in every province and territory. The plans are in. It's 2020. Didn't we already do concentration camps back in the day? I frickin' what they did of Tabernacle! You never know. Alright, let's see what's going on. I'm gonna give my give Melanie a call here. Come on now. Come on now. Kidding me? Testing. 1, 2. No, nothing. Alright. When was the last time Melanie. C first? Yeah, got it. All right, there we go.
You are.
Hey!
How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Good.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. The
Yeah.
boys are doing pumpkins, carving pumpkins, and
Nice hat.
oh, thank you.
Pom poms, 2 of them. What's better?
Yeah.
What's better than one pom pom?
I had one earlier.
Did
but
ya?
I think two's better.
2's better. 2's better.
I think so. I made videos,
You know what's?
Tommy.
Did ya?
I did. I got the computer. I got the computer working.
Yep.
I made some videos. That was really a lot harder than I thought it was gonna be. Holy cow!
Yeah.
Holy cow!
Did you have
You're
to-
amazing.
What's that?
Holy cow! It's it's gonna take some practice.
It does. It takes practice. And you
Yeah.
hey, and there's no better way to learn than going live. To potentially the whole
That
world.
part I didn't figure out. That part I didn't figure. I made like I don't know 4 or 5 videos, like
Oh yeah.
half-hour ones, 5-10-minute ones.
Did you post them?
But I have to do something to go live. That part I wasn't able to get going or to go live, but I made some progress today. And
Nice.
that was good enough. I figured out how to talk into the microphone, and that was great. And when I played it black, I thought I was freaking hilarious. Like, I was laughing so hard at myself. That part was wonderful.
That's good. Like if you're
How
not.
was your day?
Oh, good. It's good. I went out with Mom for a bit. About 1 before that I hung out with the boys out on the deck. And they fucking, oh man, these guys, they're hilarious, but they're just not getting one thing.
Which guys?
Daryl, Ray, and Nick.
I don't think I know Ray. Is
Yeah,
Ray,
no, Ray, yeah, he's just the
next door
neighbor.
He's got the deep voice. Does
Yeah.
he have a real deep voice?
That's right.
Okay, I know.
That's
him.
right. That's right. And it's like, okay, so they brought it up. I didn't bring it up, and then I had to say, okay, well, look, that thing that happened to me in the park because it was brought up, right? I didn't do anything to provocate this, and the 2 of them, Daryl and Nick, were going, no, that can't be true. And I'm thinking, how much of this story have I told you? Okay, how much?
They
have
can't
you,
get past.
How much?
They think you had to have done something to do.
Yeah, and then I said, well, and even if I did something to provocate them, does that give them the reason to beat me silly and torture me?
No.
Right?
No.
So-
and it was a prime example of the video that you showed, which was incredibly disturbing.
It's happening all over.
I still can. I probably will. But
And that was in Alberta.
In just a one knee jerk, we're going to take control of the situation over something very small, very, very minor.
Yeah.
And it escalates so quickly. He basically tripped her, picked her up, and threw her head into concrete.
Concrete, right, the floor. Like a rag doll.
And and that's what happened. Simply because she wasn't doing something that he wanted. He was touching her. She didn't want him to touch him.
Yeah, he was trying to get something out of her hair. She was pulling back, and he was really aggressive, and he slammed her to the fucking ground, head first, like a rag doll.
And she was handcuffed. It's not like she was resisting him in any way other than her not wanting, within reason.
Yep.
There's no reason for them to be touching her at all.
And
But
Melanie,
she was in handcuffs.
this is what I know. it's not about one incident. This is happening all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
Like, and my incident is just one of many incidents where now they're being found out. I had to go out there and actually be beaten to have anybody to even look at me. To say, because I've been saying this, you know, it's like,
Yeah.
well, I didn't realize I was gonna get beaten that day. I knew it was gonna come sometime. I had to.
And from my personal experience when something was done to me down the road,
Yeah.
what my family did was just let it go. Mel, just don't
Sure,
talk
yeah.
about it. We don't want to hear about it. Just let it go.
Hey.
I've never been able to let it go.
Hey, you
And
know
I
what?
never-
Hey, Melanie, you were just raped. Just let it go.
That's exactly what happened.
You were
That's
just
exactly what happened.
You were just raped. Just let it go.
Yeah.
Oh God, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was because it was more painful to them to hear my experience than for me to process it or to get help from it or whatever. Just sweep it under
I
the
was
carpet.
joking. You know that joke I make, like the rape jokes I make. But you were raped, and they told you to let it go.
Yeah, and that's why it was like it's so funny because so many times you say things and I'm like, how does he know? How did he know dates? How does he know ages? How does he know? But I don't think that you do. I think that you're just sensitive and don't realize that you're picking up energies that are there and without realizing it. You've done it many times.
Many times, yes, you're right. It's not me. It's not me. It's my personality telling you might not like me when I talk to you because I'm telling you this person over here, whoever that guy is, I'm giving it to that guy a lot because he needs it. He needs it. He thinks he's all that in a bag of fucking chips, and he's what he is, or she is either a puppet, a dictator, a false prophet, or fucking whatever. You're horrible. You're horrible for humanity. That's not cool, man. And you've made people very, very sick. Cause I saw it today, Melanie. I saw it all over.
Where?
Well, me and my mom went to this little store. It's called M&M.
Is she okay?
Oh fuck, she's fine. She's fine. Yeah, and it was. She was having a hard time.
I turned it off as soon as I thought it was my mom, and then I jumped off. If it wasn't my business, then
it is what it is. I told her to. I said it is what it is, but I shut it off afterwards, and we had more of a talk. But that revolves around the fact that she is so stressed out in her own home. And, either you have CNN on all the time or you have Fox on all the time. And people are on edge, right? And they think it actually matters, and it doesn't. Are you the small propaganda guy or are you the big propaganda guy? Big propaganda guy is probably CNN. The guy that's not as much propaganda was before, but not as now, is Fox News. Okay, fine. Okay, but they're both propaganda. They're both propaganda, right?
I thought that it was because I get so jacked up when I watch political stuff that it wasn't good to watch. That it wasn't good for me to watch that stuff. However, it doesn't do anyone any good to remain in silence and ignorance.
So, but here's the deal.
I may not have been in ignorance, but the reason why I would is because I was trying to push it out like it's not happening. That's not the right approach to solving anything.
My mom was in tears because her place was hijacked by CNN.
The news.
Hijacked because her husband can't get his eyes off of it.
And probably is believing it.
Oh yeah, lapping it up.
In his verbiage, if he's believing it, and it's coming through, then yeah. I mean.
And so it's very stressful, right? Because it's always on. It's very important. He doesn't listen to the fact that my mom wants to have some peace in the house, and that it goes two ways, right? And if my mom wants to watch a little Fox News, well, how about you watch equal parts of Fox News and CNN? Okay, fine. But you both realize, well, my mom does. My mom realizes she's just trying to get a balanced approach to propaganda. That's what she's trying to do. My mom's very fucking smart. And no one gives her credit for it. She gets shit on all the time.
That's a tough road, but at the same time, I think, I don't know, just thinking a lot about relationships, that's one thing that's tough. You have to have things that are in common with somebody, and sometimes we just jump into stuff without realizing the toxicity of what that means when we cling or attach to others.
Yeah.
Because especially in your own life, I mean, like if you can share a small space with someone, probably you'd be all right. If you can't share a small space together, then the chances of feeling free in your own home, one has to have that. And
yes, and there's a compromise.
Maybe they didn't date long. I mean, I'm not saying what she did or didn't do wrong, but
but here's the deal:
not wanting to be alone.
Yes.
It's better to be alone than to be matched with somebody that you're not.
There you
don't
go.
Get along with.
There you
it's
go.
Really hard.
But it's
really hard.
It's better to be alone, though.
And like I said, not that I'm an expert. It just seems like that's what I see in people's relationships, or even later in life. It's like why be with someone for 50 years because you've been married for 50 years?
Just because, yeah. Doesn't make any sense. No. You're right, 100%. 100%. Always. Haha. Yeah. Alright, so did you do anything with those kids?
No, I wasn't feeling very good yesterday or today.
Yeah. You gotta be in the mood.
Yeah.
You gotta be in the mood.
I think, no, it was just I had inflammation and my arthritis was real bad. I couldn't walk it like last night. It was bad.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But we're gonna do something for not Thanksgiving, for Halloween.
Yeah.
They invited us to their house for Halloween.
Yeah.
And come to find out, they're artists too. She's an artist and he's an artist. And I was like, I have a kiln.
These are the guys.
I have a kiln. I have clay. And
perfect.
so I think he's got a glass, like a router, 3-inch router, which would be really bad. Anyway, so they have He's got tools. They don't have a shop. I have space.
You can make frames with a nice little router there, eh?
Right. Yeah, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
But so the kids know, but it's okay. Today was a school day for everybody, and it'll. So I practiced, and I got video.
Yeah.
And I figured out how to get the computer on and record a video on the computer.
Keep that video. You're gonna keep all of it, right? Don't erase anything.
I was just about to erase. So I got to the fourth one. I can rap for so long, and then eventually stuff does start coming through. Yeah, like a lot of it was just basically funny and shit.
Yep.
Figuring out the microphone, but then it was like the fourth or fifth one. Towards the tail end of it, it wasn't a trigger, but I finally said something. And when I opened up, it was like the floodgates, and I was crying. And I was expressing myself. I was like, "Is it time? Do I do it now? Is this the one?" It's kind of emotionally charged, and so just kind of working through like, would like to be more centered and not. I don't know. I'd rather be more centered.
Can I give you a hint? Like if you're doing this, then like do a full hour, just talk, and then listen to it, and then pick out a piece. And then all you have to do is snip it. One end off the other end.
And just put that.
And just put that in. Doop. There you go. Because that would be from a real. I don't do that, but you could. You could. That and it does make.
Why do you not?
I used to have iMovie, and I used to do a little bit more editing. So quick little thoughts I used to do in the cafe. Where I do a funny thing, and then...
Yeah, I remember seeing some of those. That was a while ago.
A long time ago, but like, fooling around with that, but I'm doing something completely different. Whatever you're trying to do, it sounds like this would work for you. And if you wanted, like, what are you going for, 5 minutes? You'll get 5 minutes, you'll get 2 minutes. You'll probably get like a nice little 10-minute section out of it if you wanted to, but, do a full hour. And just let it go. And just do voice. Just do voice. Get in a nice little fucking space wherever. And
singing was really hard. Singing was really, really hard.
It's tough,
harder
man.
than I thought it was.
Yeah.
Than I thought it was going to be. It was just at that moment that I started singing.
Yeah.
That's when I would freeze up, and it didn't sound good. So
hey, you know
I
what?
think it was just nervous.
You don't sound that great on here, right? Because it's muffled a little bit. So there's so much forgiveness. The main thing when it comes to any kind of performing arts is that you give it. That's it. You give it. Like it's the emotion behind it. It's the force with which you do it.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
you can get someone up there that is completely tone deaf and obvious, but they own it. They're in rhythm, time, you know, and it works for some reason because they own it, right? Just own everything.
Yeah.
Own all your faux pas. Own.
I think one has to, because after I went back and after I was watching it a couple of times, the best parts ended up being the ones where I was screwing around, like where I was totally just being funny, or like I didn't even mean to be funny, but looking at myself, I thought I was fucking hilarious. Like
when you're having fun is the best thing for everything. There's one analogy that I remember, and I watched this. It's about running. Okay, and there's these runners in Mexico in like these mountains, and they wear these tires on their for sandals. They cut tires for sandals, right? Anyways, these guys are known for running, and there was just these two guys that went to this village to test themselves against, you know, these runners. See, this guy was like a pretty buff guy from England, right? And his mate, right? And they're ribbing each other. It's a great show. Anyways, the best advice for running, because like these guys couldn't keep up with them. They'd be going down like cliffs and just stepping like a goat would, right? And these guys were just inching their way down some of this, right? So he said, he asked, well, how do you do that so fast? And the guy goes, well, first of all, I don't think about it, and second of all, I just have fun. Just have fun. So, and don't think about it, because your body naturally, your mind, whatever it is, will naturally come through you. Okay, so whether it's physical or mental, it doesn't matter. The same principle applies. As long as you have fun. Having fun is the most optimal way to get to from one place to the next place. There are other ways to do it, but that's the most optimal way. And then you don't skip any steps because the whole process is fun. Does that make sense?
You have fun, huh? You have fun.
Well, I like now the opportunity to explore certain things and be able to articulate it. I like this. I got everything that I ever want. So yeah, I'm content with what I'm doing because I think it's important. For me, it needs to be important, but then that thing that's really important needs to be fun. And I can't do it. I can't do it with the people around me, really, because the information that I have, unfortunately, is not welcome. It's not welcome unless you ask for it, like you do, or other people. If you ask for it, then it's easy. The same with me. Like, look, if I'm always fighting people about shit, you know, and not listening to them and really talking, you know, trying to get to the bottom of it, you know. I don't know. I went down another path there, but you know, you get the gist.
Yeah.
Now I was just postulating that, you know.
But he was from talking to those guys this afternoon.
Yeah. So that fires me up a little bit because then it hits a little personal, right? Because you're building relationships with people again. And for me, it's always been the same, so I should know. It shouldn't hurt. It shouldn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Frustrates. That's more like it. It just frustrates how fucking... I don't do that with you or anybody. But it just seems like that. I have said it before, Melanie. I'm gonna say it again. I have never lied. And if I have, it might have been a white lie of some fucking kind, but I have never lied. And I've always made it clear where I stand. 100% clear. This is what I can say ever since I was a young person up until this day.
Wow.
This is what I know. And it's my
That's
only
what-
thing. It's my only thing. That's it. That's all I got.
what Nick, you and I were talking maybe a couple of nights ago.
Yep.
And I'm surprised I stayed on. Usually I would have jumped off, like if there was somebody else. Even after I'm watching, if there's somebody who shows up, I'll jump
No,
off.
Nick's good to
It's
talk.
just-
Yeah.
But I enjoyed it. But in that, I kind of saw where I related a lot to Nick in being a chameleon, where I can jump into any situation, change my colors, so to speak, and I can really feel where that is in a lot of ways. You're wearing a mask in every situation. You are being a chameleon, needing to adapt, where you don't do that. You are who you are, no matter who you're around.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who comes to your door, you're the same.
Yeah.
I definitely can't say I'm that way, and I can say that Nick's probably not that way either.
Yeah.
And so
No,
looking at it and seeing and viewing that a different way, definitely would be a lot better, I think, if we could just be ourselves. But we've learned to cope and we've learned to adapt by being chameleons. We don't necessarily have to. We can choose to, but having to do so out of survival is not obviously coming from a place of hurt and pain and suffering,
Yeah.
and not from a place of fun and play and creativity and building characters.
Right.
There's a difference.
Yes.
And I
Yeah.
think that when, like me, be struggling with that myself, whether Nick realizes that that's what he's doing or not, to see it in you, it's like when you would. It's like not jealousy, but when you admire something and you don't know how to get there, but there's something that you see that you would like in yourself.
Yeah.
This is part of why I do in spending time, because it's something I find admirable, that if we were being true to ourselves, our characters wouldn't be changing from person to person, from place to place,
That's right.
situation and group
That's
to
right.
group.
That's right.
If it is, like I said, if it is out of play, but I think that the feedback you get is because we don't have the skills developed as of yet to be ourselves in any situation. And you can see that, and you see through that, and it's got to be frustrating where you've done that work where you're not going to
That's right.
compromise
That's
for
right.
other people. And I respect that. Know that I'm not there, not that it matters, but it's good to know. In our relationship, having nothing to do with anyone else.
And
that's
we're
a
equal. We're equals.
Huge struggle for me. Oh, and has been, because I grew up at in restaurants where, as a young child, I was taught to put on a face, put on my makeup. Men would stare at me. We learned to not take things personal and to continue the character and bat your pretty eyes to get the things that you need.
You learn to do the opposite of what you really should have done. Yeah, it's so totally ingrained in us. As we were taught this from our parents, from the education system to the politicians, everything. The whole system told us to do this: be chameleons and wear masks. And I talk about masks and how they don't work, but they're also like they hide. They hide behind these. Any mask. It doesn't matter if it's a one you can't see, but it's a different. It's a personality that you've put on for that person, but you're different with this person. Well, that doesn't really fly. It doesn't fly with me. I tell you, if I catch you doing it, I'm gonna point it out.
Please do.
No, not with you, but
Please do,
Oh no, I would with you. I absolutely would with you. I'd do it. Yeah, but I wasn't talking to you there. I was just saying. You know what I'm saying? But I would, absolutely. I do with my mom. Hey, I kicked my mom out of my house.
Yeah.
I did, and you know what? If we talk about it in some other time, we would get to there was something, and you gotta stand up. And my sister would say the same thing. Like, if we got together and we all talked all together, you, me, Melanie, my sister, Rose, a few other friends, everybody would be saying the same thing. But because we're all isolated, and then we've all judged each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, this would have been, this is a part, this would be a party, I swear to God. You get Karen Algersma, you get Melanie, and you get, like, let's bring Brandon in, Brandon Snowsill from Saskatoon, you know, a few other people that honestly, I know a lot of people, and all of them have made judgments towards each other, definitely towards me. You know, some of them don't even talk to me anymore because they think I'm on fucking drugs. That's weird, man.
It's a tough stigma. It's a tough stigma.
So that's where, and then it go fucking all public, right? And then I bring out the cannabis and, like, that's probably what I smoked today. About that much.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, I had
Photo
posted
shoot.
a picture. I don't know, maybe a few days ago, 3-4 days ago. I
Yeah.
posted a picture of weed. I mean, if you knew what it was weed. That's nice looking weed, by the way.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, but within 3 or 4 days, I got pushback, and it was a pushback from my boy's father, and it's insane how much we don't put ourselves out there, and like I had just said in a conversation we had before, I have too much at stake. And now that I'm realizing exactly what I have at stake and what I'm willing to lose and what I can lose, and after I did, I had done it completely without any, no worries about any kickback.
Right.
But it only took a couple days before their wealthy family was passing judgment. And it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter what the picture was. The fact of the matter is that somehow I was representing my son, and I wasn't representing my son. What I am representing is a matter, and it's an issue.
It's a bigger picture.
Intolerance that people
Yes.
judge something like marijuana
You're right.
as if it's a drug, and depending on how it's used, and how people are vilified, literally vilified for it, when it does so much good for so many people and has kept me off of several medications. And it's something so small and so minor. Not only that, it's a fucking weed. It's a plant. It's not a pharmaceutical company
That's
drug.
right.
And I think just because of that stigma that it's a drug, when there are other Oxycontin, all these other drugs for...
And the drugs to get you off of Oxycontin.
One, it's free.
Same company.
You can grow it. You don't have to be dependent on.
That's right.
I could go, but I don't
That's
want
right.
to. All
That's
I'm
right.
saying is
No,
that's
it's
why
right.
sometimes we have a tendency not to put ourselves out there. Well, yeah, I don't want to fucking end up in a custody battle because of a fucking picture that I posted on Facebook.
Hey, let's make it public. There's safety in this.
Yeah.
There is safety in this because you know what? It's legal, but you know what? Shouldn't have been legal in the first place. Want to know why? Shouldn't have been tampered with that. It shouldn't have been tampered with. It's a plant.
Yeah.
No, you got legalized fruit.
Yeah. And on the other scope of it, I should be able to share and post whatever the fuck I want to.
Yes.
Not matter. It shouldn't matter if
Hey,
it was KKK information. It shouldn't matter if it was a picture of marijuana. It shouldn't matter if it was fucking porn.
Or they shouldn't. It shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
No. Maybe you're into some.
Okay, porn's.
It's stretching it, but you have a choice.
But it's just where.
Porn's stretching it. You're right.
Who are these entities? And it's like,
back.
no, it's via each other. There was no pushback from Facebook. There was no pushback from whatever. But here's the whole thing about that picture. What I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Is that not just that I get that feedback, but I was taking those pictures that day, and I'd taken maybe 8-10 of them. Maybe 8 or 10, 4 or 5 of them turned out okay. The subsequence, not that word, sub is below. Sequential, the pictures following, all of the pictures, I didn't do it. It was blurred out. And I was using my cell phone. But I thought that was really amazing how I didn't do that, but clearly after a few photographs, somehow my phone figured out that I was taking pictures of weed because it was blurred. If you look at the picture,
Wow.
that was crazy. That I was like, man, am I making something out of it? But yeah, sure as shit. Up to a certain point, there was like 5, and then the next 4, it was all blurred out, and I could see a line.
Can I just? Here's a thought I got, and I really need to get this out. So with cannabis and who rules things right now? It's a Republican, it's a conservative thing, right? And they're really big on enforcement, you know. And I know sure as shit that the RCMP still thinks that cannabis should be banned for some reason.
Well, see, and
for
that
sure.
was the hot water that I got into was that because it's still federally under a certain classification in the U.S., even though it's legal in Oregon, federally it's not. So even though they could come after me
different
because
for you.
of on a federal level, which is completely different than a state level.
Right.
I mean, we're talking, it's, you know, not being able to go out of the country ever again, not being able to get a passport, not being able to whatever, and whatever charges that federally they would want to. So anyway.
So Mike, my final point on this is that you this is what the trajectory will be if the government continues, is that you're going to have more problem in this area, especially in the United States. Here in Canada, because they passed it, you know, and it's legal federally, it's a whole different story. But that's because if the RCMP the conservative government was in power right now, this would not be legalized at all. So and we'd be all going to jail for it. They'd be rounding us up. So. So, you know, just another reason to be concerned, not fearful, just concerned, like really concerned, concerned to the point where it's like, no, God, this is the time. This is like, there's 2 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, no, I think it's past the point of concern and absolute panic, and you know, not having no fear. And I get that, but again, it's like this: they're pushing these vaccine agendas so hard that
that's why we just gotta be vigilant. And
I'm a little panicked that they're gonna show up on my door. What would I do? What would I do? I let them? What do? You could pull out your 45. I mean, what are you?
They won't do. They won't do. They don't even have the manpower.
Stick me in the. Are you gonna separate me from my kids? Are you gonna put my kids in the camp? Or are you gonna say if one of us get tested positive for a COVID, are you gonna separate me because the kids don't have? I'm like, what?
They would if they had the manpower. They would if they had the manpower. If they had the people. But here's the deal. It takes manpower. Women power, manpower, takes manpower to do this. So you got a military, let's say. You think you're gonna use that? Well, you know what? These military, they got families, and you know what? They're not all fucking bad guys here.
That's what's terrifying is because you have massive Trumpers that show up with all their militia gear, all of their guns, all of the whatever, acting and posing as if they are military, somehow supportive of law enforcement. So not only do the law enforcement have their shit, you've got United States American citizens protecting their rights or whatever. So not only that, you have both levels of not only the government but also the public.
Yeah. These are the times that the wheels are falling off, and if people don't see it, that's what I think. You know. You gotta shake the tree a little bit.
You said that, but what do you mean by that?
Okay, so like you got dead branches up there.
Yeah.
Right, and if you leave them, they're gonna fall on someone. They might kill them. Right. You gotta shake the tree, get the dead branches off because they shouldn't be there. They gotta go back into the ground or whatever it is, recycle. Okay. Same with fruit. Okay. When do you pick fruit? Well. When it's ripe. Do you pick it before it's ripe? No. Do you pick it after it's ripe? Well, no. You pick it when it's ripe. You don't wait for it to fall. Right? You don't wait for it to fall. You do it. Right? Do you understand? So there's...
I do.
Yes. And it's not... Sometimes it's not necessarily... It's like... Oh, that's a really bad guy because we're not bad or good. It's not bad or good. But you know what? You're not working optimally towards the betterment of the entire human race. So, That is obvious, and you're doing it on this fucking grand scale. You can't do it anymore. Gotta strip you of all your power. And we don't have to kill you. Don't worry about this, okay? Like, everybody. We're all fucking guilty. Got it? Okay, start again. You know, and then you go...
You have to start again. You have to start again.
A complete reset.
People don't have that kind of awareness.
No, they don't. And you got to do it all the time. Now, especially more than ever, with your worst enemy. If you could do it with your worst enemy, you definitely could do it with Sally, who just snitched on you for not wearing a mask.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Those are things we can forgive.
That's a tough one. I don't know if
we can forgive all.
I understand, because you have to, love your enemies.
You have to.
Not have enemies, and for wanting peace when it's not peaceful. It's not peaceful. It's not.
Nope.
You can love them, but you don't want to be a doormat. You don't want to get taken advantage of, right?
Yeah.
Or am I not? Like, you can be so nice for so long.
Well, yeah, no, you can't let people. You can't, just because you love them doesn't mean that you let anything walk all over you. Like, okay, is that fun? Is that working for you? No? Okay, don't do that anymore. So that means that...
So what the heck is a boundary? That's what I was asking before.
The boundary is basically, hey, okay, so this is a personality I came up with, okay? My name's Tom, right? And my personality actually doesn't like it when you're really close to me, like when you're this close to me. So I'd appreciate if you're not this close to me. So if you're this close to me, I'm going to say, step back, please. And then if you don't, I'm going to say, you didn't listen to me, step back. Second time, right? Okay, now I'm gonna just say, fucking step back now, to make sure that happens.
Yeah, I don't like it when it has to get to that point.
So, but you have to in some situations. Most situations, guess what? All you have to do is, holy cow, that's really close. And you can make a joke of it, and most people pick up, right? But it's the pushy fuckers.
Yeah.
It's the ones that take control of your remote control. If you got a TV or something, immediately they go and say, "Hey, I'm gonna watch this. Everybody mind?" Not ask anybody.
That smells so good, you guys. You're gagging? Is it the texture?
No, it's just
the smell. I think it smells so good.
Oh,
raw pumpkins smell good.
That I remember the smell. Yes.
Ray
cut a pumpkin today.
Good job, Rob.
He did a very, very good job. Let me see. I need to see.
Ray?
Yeah, he carved a pumpkin.
Right on, Ray.
Yeah, he did.
Just for the fun of it?
Yeah.
I want some tea.
He knows the comedy routine. I'll tell you that much, man.
Comedy?
Where I'm always the brunt of the joke. It's the perfect thing. He's very quick.
How do you not let it get to you?
Oh no, nothing much. Not much gets to me anymore. I can't. My heart won't take it, obviously. I have a heart attack already, so I gotta...
I didn't only have so many heartstrings. That's what I heard.
Yeah? You only have so many lives. I heard it was 9. I thought that was it for me. That was 9.
That was 9?
That was 9.
You lived pretty rough? You lived pretty rough before?
I should have died several times over. I should not be here. Fun. Most of it's just fun stuff, right? But things when you're young, or you get old. Things get. How many confrontations have I been in where it's like breaking up group fights? one guy on 6 guys, one guy on 10 guys.
You find yourself getting in the middle of it often?
Well, you can't stand back if you know that it's between that person dying or getting so seriously injured that they're fucking paralyzed for life.
What is that scar from on your? You have a scar on your.
I
side
have
of your
no
head?
idea where that scar came from.
Nobody knows where it came from.
No, my mom doesn't know. I remember hitting my head at 4, but I know that it was here, and I know I got a little scar there. This one's like so big.
How the fuck does your mom not even know?
No, that's a fucking weird thing, eh? You know,
Hey.
I must have done it. I've been in a lot of skirmishes and close calls, so that can be hidden. I don't know. I've been unconscious.
Yeah. It's amazing what we don't remember, man.
Yeah.
It's totally amazing. Sometimes it's amazing what we do remember. Now, my brother and I, my older brother was just here, and we were like, he was a little shit-faced, but we don't remember each other. We can come to find out we don't actually remember each other when we were
You blocked each other out.
Yeah, but we just haven't because we haven't hung out for like 20 years, right?
Well, maybe
I mean,
it's possible you've been abducted by aliens.
oh, I'm sure we were.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking with my scar.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the
maybe,
story I'm
maybe.
going with, but I don't know. It's nothing's proven. Like I can't say that with any certainty at all. And I say things with certainty.
I save all those stories. I usually save those kind of stories for skywatching nights.
Yes. Yeah.
They're best. Those are the best kind of stories to save for times like those.
Hey, did you see those pictures that I posted of the sky that the guy took? That one guy?
Yeah.
They're nice. He goes way out up where is that, Arizona or something maybe?
Yeah, I saw him from one of your friends. I saw his stuff through one of your friends. Okay, I don't know what language he was speaking, but there was a guy talking about kind of political stuff.
Yeah.
There was
Swedish.
so it was on
German.
It was on his page. It was on
German?
I'm not sure if it
Dutch.
was Hungarian.
It was Dutch. There was some Dutch there today. Yeah, Dutch. Maybe.
Was it Dutch?
Could have been.
I have no
I
idea.
don't know.
But it was on his page, and then I had seen that guy, Daniel, whatever his name was.
Yeah.
And there was some really great ones, the Mongolian pictures. Did you see the Mongolian pictures?
No.
Oh, I'll just share them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Tommy. Oh, Tommy.
Put them on my
I'll
page.
share.
Or tag me or something. Yeah, there you go.
That's the only thing I can figure out so far is how to tag somebody. I don't know
There
how
you
to
go.
share
I'll get it that way.
Because otherwise I would just, well, that was the other thought. I can make my own, like I can be a guy, I could be,
Hey, you know, here's okay. So circling back, everybody I've worked with on this level when it comes to theater, acting, directing, knows that I hate masks. This is very funny, but I don't. I never did. Here's the deal. I've learned to like them. I've changed my mind. I've learned to like masks on stage, and you can do things behind a mask that you can't do when you're, you know, there are things that you can convey by hiding on stage or in front of a camera that you wouldn't be able to do, no matter how good of an actor you think you are.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's a good way to let loose. Also,
if I paint my face, like it's funny, it's terrible,
yeah.
but it's funny. Just by painting, and what I mean by putting makeup on. If I just put makeup on or paint my face,
Yeah.
or if I put if I do my clown thing,
Yeah.
it's like
That's it. It's go time.
it's like a whole. It's like there's no inhibitions. It's I can be any age, I can do anything, and I don't know what it is. It's just having this shit on my face. It's like it's go time.
And for clowning, here's a good idea. I believe this is a winning idea, and you might take it. You might go.
I've never done it before.
You might do something completely different. But here's the difference. I was watching a lot of silent films, so they shoot it first, and then they do the sound later, right? Because they didn't know how to put the sound and the video together, right?
You had a good day yesterday.
So, if you shoot it, right, and just have a general gist of what you're doing and act it out, right? You could do it. You could do it the same way and add things later, right? You can add subtitles. You know, you could, and it's so easy to cut and paste and edit. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. And all you have to do, cut, paste, cut, paste, cut, paste, cut, paste. You can do a video and whatever you want to do, but this will get or here's another. Turn the video off and just go on a rampage. You know, whatever voices you come up with. And
that's been real fun. That's been fun.
Yeah.
Just playing with the mind. Sounds.
And then put. Okay, here's an idea. Now you got the sounds. Okay, don't double back on that. You don't have to. You already got it. Okay, now you put the visuals to that. Right? You reverse it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was super inspired by the claymation video, the Pink Floyd claymation video.
Yes!
Yeah. And then with the sound. And I was really into it. You had done probably one of my favorites. And now that you had said like one of your videos or just to record, you already did. See, that's what's so cool is you already have so much stuff that there's stuff that could be done with what you already have. Like there's so much that you could do with editing and
yeah,
you could spend a year just playing with what you've already got.
But I'm more pumped about what other people are doing. To be honest with you, I'm more pumped about what other people are doing. It sounds weird. I'm sorry, and I'm not riding on anybody's coattails here. Okay, you know, like. Seriously, I'm just glad that I like being a part of that, and I like being a part of that creative journey. And if I can be a part of that with a group, that's what I'm interested in. I don't want to do this just for money. God, fuck. Okay, you give me something for it, I'll take it. But it's and I think all these other guys should get paid. If we're still doing money, because I don't do money, right? But if we're still doing fucking money, these guys get paid.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what's tough though. Like even that guy Daniel, and then my cousin's a photographer. I had posted a couple things from my cousin, but the caliber of what people's work is dependent on what equipment they have. If you have the same person with the same equipment as this dude's got, the talent that what this person sees. Yeah. With that equipment, they just don't have the tools or whatever. It's tough. It's tough. Like you're
yeah. Well, so it makes it tough, but it also makes it even the flip side of that. Okay, as much as it fucking frustrates me because I know I could do so much more with everything, but in so many ways, I've always done my best work when I've had nothing or less. Yes. So I look at this pile and I say, holy shit, that's a lot. Because I can do so much with this. This pile, I got it on my floor. But it's not much, and I don't need much. It's like it's a shitty pile.
Can I still piggyback off you? Because it actually worked out really well. Like
yes, you could take anything off.
When I was just watching some of your stuff,
yeah,
I was able to rap, and I could go. I had something to talk about. I was talking about something you were talking about, and then I could go and I could give you shit, and I could just talk and
absolutely
have a conversation.
Anything.
But
you use everything, whatever you want, as long as you want. Yeah, because I'm doing that. I'm doing that with you. I'm doing that with Jidu. I'm doing that with, you know what I'm saying? I'm doing that with everybody. Yeah. And some people are fucking disappointing me now. That fucking... Why? There's this one guy today, what's his name? Such a good speaker, and 99% of what he's saying is true. And then he
I
goes,
missed a lot today.
and then he goes, and then he goes. Oh, I gotta post it. He's there. I'll figure out his name after this thought. But at the end of the speech, he goes, "Well, thank you for coming. You took a lot of courage for you to come here." And he's the government and both sides are kind of doing it to you, kind of, that kind of thing. Very balanced, right? But here's where religion.
I heard part of that speech and I thought it sounded really good.
Here's where religion fucks you up in the end, because he left the stage saying, "And make sure everybody puts their masks on." He puts his mask on. He puts his mask on, right? So it's like he's so smart. He's so smart, it really is, but this is where religion got into you. You didn't figure out COVID-19 was propaganda by all of those elitists that you speak about all the time. And now I'm second guessing. Holy fuck. That's how this is a telltale sign that either you're ignorant about this issue, and if someone came along, they could explain it to you. But you're wondering, how can someone in his position, being a political, activist, and I'll find it for you. Where is it? So yeah, that I kind of went in on that a little bit today.
There's things I find. Okay, so this
Chris-
is where it's discouraging.
Chris
and you were
Hedges.
right.
Chris Hedges.
Yeah. I thought that was his voice.
Yeah, so
I was listening to it a little bit.
And his father was a religious man, right? So, and he's coming from a church there too. And they've closed all the churches down. All the churches bought into the fact of COVID-19, right? Most, right? And he was playing to no audience, which is just bullshit.
Oh, and did he put his mask on? And there's no audience, just to make the image.
That's right. And then he put his mask on.
Do your part.
That's right. He put his.
Okay, so this is where I was really bummed out. Here is you were like, man, not having hope, and I'm like, I have a really maybe unhealthy amount of faith and hope and shit. I admit it. But the thing is that when I go to town, there's not that many people fighting it, Tommy. There's not, and so I understand frustrations that more people need to fucking speak out. More people need to say shit.
Yeah.
But in the bottom of their hearts, I know that's actually how they feel, and most people think it's bullshit. So that picture of a duck with the mask,
yeah,
4 people shared it. 4 people shared it. Not many people liked it, but 4 people shared it. It wasn't about them. It wasn't about cutting the cords. It was about the fact that people don't want to fucking wear the masks. It's not about the environment. I mean, yes, that's what it was messaged, and yes, they could. No, it's because they don't want to wear the mask at all.
Yeah, that's the mess. That was the real. The secondary message is okay. There's the mask might be the next straw.
But they want to push it like it's an environmental thing, or people that truly do feel that masks are bullshit are the ones that posted it for an environmental reason. No. I know deep down in their hearts, I know these people.
Yeah, that's right.
And they're wanting to say something, just like I want to say something.
That's right.
But I am a coward.
And you can say it in picture. So it's a very good way to say it. Words that were almost, I don't know, they're redundant at this point.
Oh, yeah. I had watched the first part of a video. I was bawling like a baby yesterday with reason. There was a part where Christian Birdie, they were talking about silence, and you were bawling, and I guess I had just talked to you afterwards, after you were bawling.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And then the next morning I was bawling because I watched that part of the video.
Yeah, that's there.
But there's so much truth in that. There's so much truth in that.
I feel for Chris Hedges, man. I feel for...
What's the freaking point in talking? I'm not so... How do you do it?
What's that?
How do you talk? How do you keep talking?
Well, do you... Okay, let me ask you a question. Honest answer. Fucking get right to it. Like, do you care? Is there one person in your life that you care that if you mess up, and if you say something that it means something, like it really matters? Does it really matter? can you say something outrageous and have it be a complete, like, farce in the end? You know, if that is the case, like, do you care what people think?
So much.
Do you care what people think?
I can not necessarily what they think, but I care about people and the fact that they're expressing themselves. I care very much that there's something that they
Right.
are wanting to say or needing to say. Whether I care about the exact content of what they're saying, I don't fucking care. But I care about people.
Right.
So if somebody feels passionate about, it's about them that I care about. So if somebody's expressing themselves, I care about them.
Yes.
So I don't fucking know if I care. I mean, yes, I care, but not.
Do you care what they say
necessarily
about you? Do you care? Okay. Okay. I'm good. So I'll narrow down the question. Do you care what they say about you? Because obviously you care about people. Like that's right. So, do you care what they say about you?
Yeah.
Why?
I shouldn't. Yeah, I shouldn't. It shouldn't have any. It shouldn't have any effect. Other people's opinions shouldn't affect other people. But yeah, if somebody fucking says something to me, yeah, it hurts my feelings. What words do have meaning? People say like, oh, they're just words. Oh, sticks and stones, words don't hurt you. The fuck yeah, they hurt.
Okay, so this is good. This is good because you will be hurt. Everybody gets hurt. Everybody gets hurt. Okay, so are you willing to get better at not being hurt? Because in the end, in the end, nobody's crying, right? Because like the only thing that matters is truth in love.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So that truth, you might think that it's like, oh, he was so vocal.
Ultimately, that's probably what I would feel hurt about, is that I don't believe that something that somebody is saying is a truth about me, that they're defining me in a certain way that I don't believe about myself. And that's probably, I don't know if that's narcissistic, but that's probably what would hurt, is that somebody's describing me or feels something about me that I don't feel is true.
Well, that would hurt you. That would hurt you. Wouldn't it? Like, that makes sense that it would hurt you.
I think he's cute. This one kind of stinks. That one doesn't smell like... That one smells funny.
So basically, you got to set yourself up for a whole world of hurt and view it through a different lens. Observer.
That sounds wonderful, because it has not been a pleasant experience taking so much shit personally in my life. I carried a lot of fucking weight.
Yep.
A lot of weight. A lot of other people's shit, and a lot of caring too much about people that wouldn't give a fucking rat's ass about me, apparently, at the end of the day.
That's right.
So it was a waste of time and energy, but, it doesn't do anything about a whole lot of good. But I do, and like this whole, having a different perspective, I feel better. I feel better about myself, and I feel a lot healthier having, even, I don't want to say just you, but I appreciate you. And I appreciate you. Like you. Not what you do. You. I like what you do too, but...
Good. I guess. Well, yeah, why not? You know what? I like what I do too. How's that for receiving a compliment, eh? Yeah, I know I am.
I think if one has that healthy of a perspective, like you're saying, it shouldn't really matter what I think or how I feel. But
it's true, but it's nice. You know what? It's nice to know. It's nice to hear, and it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. And actually, we should be more gracious in accepting it, and just let those things kind of roll off our back, as opposed to, the other things.
Here's why we don't, right? Because then there's an obligation. It's like somebody says, "I love you." You feel obligated to say, "I love you" back. There's just an obligation. So here's why we don't, because we don't want attachment. There's not necessarily thing we don't have to do. Hey, like, do something nice for you. You want to say something nice to me. That's probably where it's just like, and that's not that it doesn't feel good. I mean, everybody wants to be appreciated and cared for and loved, and those are all good things, and that should be happening. There's nothing wrong with those things. Yeah. But in society, it's not. You kind of have
Excuse me.
I think we have a misconception where we look at codependency and we mistake interdependency for codependency. Interdependency in family units is very, very important.
Yeah.
And not just family units, but in structured
Units,
society culture.
Yeah.
There's somebody is going to be stronger than somebody else. Somebody's going to have skills that are greater than others.
That's right, and then you're stronger together than you are apart. Yep. Yep, absolutely.
Oh, you think it's getting chilly? Do you want to go inside? I didn't even know you were out here, Sporky. It's not too bad, is it? Oh, you're just happy? Hi! Hi! You want to go in and eat all the pumpkin stuff off the floor? Come on. What are you tapping on?
Well, so Nick is going on a month sabbatical for weed and alcohol, which I think is a good idea. So for him, anyways, not for me. I don't drink, but yeah. So he gave me the last of his clippings, so I put that in my grinder. So I ground that up, and then I have a little bud here from a neighbor.
He's just taking a break for a bit.
Yeah. Well, I think it's good to clear out your lungs too, and things like that. You'd feel it. He's pretty in tune with his body. He really is. He's very healthy.
Good.
He's very healthy. Like he long distance. He runs for long distance. He works like a maniac. I know what he does, so you got to be in real good shape for it. And then he's got all these tickets, and the way the system works, that you still have to do a piss test, even though it's legalized in Canada. Here's another thing: it's just that so much education has to be done about cannabis, so much, you know, like or it was just a big setup, just a big setup to out.
It's a racket. It's even.
There are people hiding out in this complex alone, hiding from knowing what I do, and they do what they can to allow me to continue because they feel it's important, but they're behind the 8 ball in the law, and it can go one way or the other, and it's their last fucking straw, you know, and they've done nothing wrong. You know?
Yeah.
It's so crazy. I see it. I saw all the pictures. And you put the pictures together, and then you say, okay, what are you going to do in your fucking community? How are you going to make the biggest impact? Oh, fuck. There's so many things that you can do. So always think. Always be thinking. That's me. I don't know. And it's so urgent, right? And I've never been on hyperdrive like this. I went under, Melanie, for 10 fucking years.
What does that mean? What do you mean?
I lived in I sincerely lived in what would be a cave for like about 4 years. I had something in front of my window. This really nice loft, you know, beautiful place. But and I've been alone for 10 years. I've been like, I never associated with anybody. If I didn't have the kids, well, when I had the kids, I would have the kids. It's just me and the kids. That's it. You know?
Yeah.
And then, you know, unless, you know, at the early time when, you know, Jen was there. But, like, even then, you know, it was just me and the kids. And then after that, well, I don't have any friends left, you know, like, or you know, people are just associating themselves with me. I have no fucking clue at the time. But it's like, I'm alone. Okay, 10 years, I'm alone.
Was Donna was your first wife, and then Jen was the person that you felt real connected to for the first little while there?
Yeah, 5 years. It was with her. Donna and I were married for 13 years or something like that. 13.
But you were outgoing as far as theater and poker and stuff, but you personally were very introverted, without a lot of community around.
That's right.
Outside.
So the only you would see me as an extrovert most of the time at the poker table, but you know, if I'm at home, I'm by myself. I'm just sitting there normally, just sitting. You know, maybe doing a little thing here and there, but like nobody coming over, no visitors. You know, poker friends aren't your friends. You know that, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Fun though.
Yeah.
I had a good time. There was some good things about it.
It seems like that's not the case as of late, though, with your neighbors. Like people bringing you food, and you like go to other people's. It looks like, and
Yeah, well, I kind of
like
there was a.
and
I think we all kind of recognize each other, right? We recognize like we're really here to help each other. That's the general vibe that everybody is. You know, and we can have our debates and things like that, and that's healthy. So we do, and we do it outside so people can hear, so that you don't have to. You know, you don't have to hide. You don't have to hide from your family. You should be talking about it with your family. All these things makes you smarter, makes you better, stronger, faster. Like the Bionic Man. The $1 Million Man.
the $1 Million Man.
Yeah.
Now it seems like even people are getting more used to just the camera being on. They're getting more comfortable.
That's right.
They're like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Do what you want. Call me, the camera. But I think that people are also recognizing that they do have a voice, and that they can share their voice with you.
That's and on their own.
So do you find that people end up dumping on you a lot? Their own shit.
Oh yeah.
Where you have that space, and you create that space, and they're like, oh, and you allowing for people to be themselves. It's a touch and go, yeah.
So in that way, we were talking about being chameleons, and you do have to be all things to all people all the time. You really do. But you don't have to do it with people that are fucking rubbing you the wrong way. You be all things to all people, and help when you're asked, or it just comes out naturally, organically, as it does, and then you help each other. It usually lands up this way. We're just kind of helping each other.
I had thought about other people that I had maybe unfriended. No, not necessarily blocked, but had unfriended of being my stepsons, and not being too awful personal, but. I had to really reflect on that because not wanting enemies, like, do I want them to come over? Do I want to force it? I'm like, nope. I'm not. I don't think that I would want to. There's certain relationships that you can extend and you can forgive.
Yeah.
And there is that in order for your own peace. And definitely, if you're still hurt, they don't. If people are holding grudges, you're hurting yourself a hell of a lot more than the person even gives a shit about.
Well, could you imagine though, like, after having thought about it, maybe there's some person in your life that you did unfriend, and you think, man, wow, if I was to really forgive my enemies, this is one of the guys I think, or girls, and then you say, well, just make that token gesture and you just friend it and see what happens. Because a lot of the time, all that shit was just, it was ephemeral. It didn't last. It shouldn't have lasted as long as it did. Should have went up in the fire, man.
Yeah.
Remember that time? Oh God, because we've been through so fucking much. These are the times where you can't even forgive your fucking sister. You kidding me? Dear Lord, we're in bad shape. Now, I can understand you not forgiving your enemy at this point. You can't even forgive your fucking sister?
Yeah. Yeah.
For that little thing that she did? Oh, because she did drugs or something? You can't.
Yeah.
It's not your right to forgive her in the first place. You gotta forgive yourself before you even think about forgiving. Once you've forgiven yourself, you'll realize it's not your place to forgive.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I also did make peace, like, because forgiveness is such a huge thing with Christianity and in religion that it's a must do, and it's a real tough thing for some people. And that was the other place where I feel very secure, is that.
But it's a setup. It's a setup.
There's a place and a space for some people that I don't have to even do that. I don't have to. Like, I'm not going to have to battle forgiving someone for something that they did to, like, I don't even have to waste any time with it. Like, I'm not going to be held accountable. I know it. I know that I didn't do anything wrong in certain situations, and what was done to me. Like, forgiveness to what point? Like, you don't want to forgive me the hatchet hanging out.
To every point. Every point. The fucking murderer, the rapist, that shitty fucker that kills your whole family.
Yeah.
There's no really. So this is the part of that people don't get. They don't want. They can't. It's hard. It's hard for them, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, because you gotta see the.
I think there's just so much weight to it, and there's just so much weight to forgiveness, and there is a lot of forgiveness. But like at the end of our days, or like when
it's
this
not
is
forgiveness.
All over, I'm gonna look back and all of those things that seem like, I just know that it's gonna seem like it was nothing. It's not gonna be like any of it was anything.
No.
At all. At all.
But what's going on here is important, because it's a reflection of exactly what's going on in the entire fucking universe. This thing that we're doing, this dance that we're doing, it's a reflection as it is a reflection how sick we are and how shitty we've made our world. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
The macrocosm and the microcosm, and it's a reflection. So whatever is happening here is important to the extent that we're working something out. And it's like, well, how are you gonna be in this particular situation, this 3D world, this 4D, 5D, holy 6D, 7D, 8, 9? How many D's does it go?
Yeah.
Well, unless you're... We all want to. But do we? See, Chris Hedges, this is his problem. He really, I don't think he believes that we do. There's a few of them that these guys know everything, listen to everything they say, but it's like, I say that we do. And I say that's our true nature. And it's almost like some people they've lived it for so long, they've covered so many fucking wars, that it never happened, so how can it happen? And I've just seen too much, Steve. That's not my thing to do. My thing is just to show you that it's happening, and maybe it can change, but it's not me, it's you. But that's where they're missing it. It's the thought. It's the thought that it might...
Like with Hedges, when you're resonating, and it sounded like, yeah, a lot of truth, and then if they're like you're saying at the end, the blind ignorance with the mass, it's like, well, what did he not get then? What part of what he was just saying did he not understand?
Yeah, and it's
yeah.
And see the difference between Chris Hedges and a guy like, let's say...
It's that easy, though, to move in and out of spaces. It's that easy to go from one song to another. It's that easy to go from here to Canada. It's that easy to...
Yeah.
It really is. Like, and you can forget like that. You can remember, and then you can forget. Mm-hmm. And then you can remember again and forget. And sometimes we can be standing here, and your mind goes elsewhere. Well, when your mind goes elsewhere, where's it actually going? I don't know. Where the fuck are we when we sleep? Like, your eyes close and then your eyes open, but where were you in all of that time? Mm-hmm.
And we're talking real time here. And now you even got an image, but I'm not even looking at the image, but it sounds like you're in the fucking room, right? Well, that's pretty incredible. This isn't even being done through a wire. This is wireless. I can't see this happening. What is this thing so there's a force. There's something that you can attach information to that is invisible to the naked eye. Whoa!
And that's what I've been trying to filter through, and that's what I was trying to detox from, was wondering, is this actually coming from me, or is it going through me? Like, is the information, all the things that I'm processing every time there's multiple people, like even in your space, when I feel multiple things going on at the same time.
That's right.
It makes me wonder.
Yep, and then some of the fun stuff I'm doing, like I find slightly amusing, is that just keep layering and seeing how, holy cow, that actually fits over that, and they're saying the same thing. What the? That's
what's really great is when it's like, oh, that happened, and then keeping record, you can see that where it's actually your reality is playing out. It's in creation.
That's right.
It's happening. It's neat to go back, and it really is neat to go back and watch videos and see. Well, for me, I don't, and I'm not sure why numbers stick out because I'm not great with math.
Yeah.
But dates and numbers and things that are said, or that's where the timeline gets really confusing. It's like, how did that happen? Then how did that thought come? How was that word spoken before the knowing of the actual event, or that was going to happen that way? That stuff just blows me away, and I can't. And that's where there has to be multiple realities. There has to be multiple realities in order for that to take place.
You'll know more than me. You'll know more than me. There has to be. There has to be. Well, you see, here I try to explain it to my mom today. How I can, because I'm blind here, can't see anything, but it's all.
You can see.
But
you can see.
It's got it's all happened. It's all happening. It's and in every situation that we can figure, every situation that every mind is every wish, hope, every shitty thing, it already happened. It's happening now. Bam. Hey, did you guys enjoy the performance? Let's do something different. Come on. Let's go.
Because what you think about, you really do bring about. Things that are thought about really are brought about.
Yep.
So it's important. It's important.
Very.
That's tricky, and it's tricky sometimes when you see scary things, when scary things come to mind, or when you know, and somehow you want to kick that fucking ball to get it to go into a different trajectory. You really, really want to, and there's only so much control that we have because of the collective.
But then we have all the control as one. Mm-hmm. We have all the control as one. And then you know what, that mindset, that really it's got legs, and it's contagious, and it's the good kind of contagion. They're talking about these fucking viruses as if it's this is devastating us. No, it actually helps us. It keeps most of us alive. That's the way we should really think of it. Like, it's strengthening us. Yeah,
absolutely. And what they're doing with sterilizing everything the way that they do it every night, and then they're going in the morning, then they sterilize everything again.
Yeah.
Like the babies, okay. Babies put stuff in their mouths. The first, however, that's what they do. Everything goes in their mouth. They're building their immune system.
That's right.
It's something.
That's right.
And so
they sterilized everything so they don't have the jump on it like everybody else does. And they rip the kid away from the mother right away. Like, this is barbaric what we do with babies. And then you fucking still circumcise them. And then, wow, I was circumcised, and then we talked about it, me and Donna, and then we came to the conclusion that that's a silly practice.
Good.
Silly practice, so there you go.
Yeah, there was no way somebody was touching my boys with a scalpel.
Oh, what if he doesn't look like you? Wouldn't that make it? I don't look at his junk anyways.
I could not bear the thought. Like, I didn't even know anything about the practice until I was going to do what to my boys? Or my baby? No. I just anybody touching my child. I wish it was strong. Well, whatever. It happened, but wish I had thought of the same about a needle going into my child as well.
Yeah.
I truly regret that, and always will, and yeah, that's why I got a little. It was a powerful release, and I hope that maybe if I can't edit it, because the first 20 minutes I was just shooting the shit and having fun and a good old time, and then I was like, you know, if there's anything that needs to be said, and I said what I really felt.
That's the one.
I don't think that I had I don't think I'd actually processed. As a mother, I don't think I had truly processed and said and spoke. And it was good. It was good.
Awesome. Good talk.
What are you eating?
Nougats. Nougat.
You don't have crowns, teeth, dental work?
I told my mom. I told my mom today. I said I think my teeth are getting better.
Good.
Yeah, I think because there was a couple spots I thought there was going to be a cavity, and I think I got better. I don't feel the sensitivity anymore. Knock on wood. I haven't been to a dentist in 15 years. I don't brush my teeth as much as most people. But I didn't really eat that much sugar there for a while. If you eat a lot of sugar, you should brush.
It seems like you eat a lot of sugar.
I do, yeah, if I have it. But is that a premium?
Sugar's at a premium?
Yeah, during wartime, like we're going through right now.
Right? A Snickers bar at a rainbow gathering? I tell you what. Chocolate at a rainbow gathering? Wow.
Amazing. I don't know what
high commodity.
I've never been to a rainbow gathering, but it sounds delightful. What's a rainbow gathering?
You really never remember rainbow? It's people get together.
Oh yeah.
And usually in the wilderness and sing and play music and a lot of hippies and pray for peace and get in a big circle and do a om.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They pack it in, pack it out. Usually thousands and thousands and thousands of people.
I like it. I like it.
You've never really heard of a rainbow gathering?
Nope.
Oh, we'll have to go sometime.
Go to a rainbow gathering. I'll go. I gotta find some peeps, man.
You do.
Hey, well, I got a couple here. I'm doing fine. But it's a whole different ball game in Penticton right now. The level of insanity is actually right through the fucking roof.
Was it one time?
To some extent, well, we moved here, right? We moved here, so we must have liked it, and we would have picked up on it if it was a shitty town. And now everything's it's a little shitty out there. You don't notice it as much if you got a lot of money, though. So I don't think, a lot of my previous friends notice it too much because their lives haven't changed. They still live behind their gated communities, right? Pretty safe.
How long were you married before you had kids?
8 years. So I was married on my birthday, March 24th, when I was 22. And then 30. I was 30 years old. My daughter's birthday is on my birthday. I had my daughter on my birthday. And she's, yeah. So, yeah. That was on the Me doing going back in time, man. Yeah, so she What was I trying to say?
So you guys are 20 years apart, and she's gonna be.
Yeah, we're exactly.
So she's 19 going on 20, or she's 20 now?
She's 19 going on 20. So, and I'm 49. That's what I'm trying to say. 20 years. Exactly 20 years, yeah. Difference. So, where were we?
I just asked if you guys had, how long before you had kids?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I was 30 years old. 8 years. Before I had Gracie. We had Gracie. I didn't have Gracie. I don't have a uterus. I would have
and
to.
The kids were little bitty when you guys split the sheets.
Yeah, Gracie was 4, I guess, and then Cooper was 1-ish, and then I left, but so I didn't leave the kids, obviously. But Donna was very scared that I would, I just had to change our situation, make it work different, because we didn't see eye to eye, and it's very important in a relationship to see eye to eye, to be seeing each other and liking each other, at least,
Yeah, that's what I was curious about, if you guys had spent time together before you decided to have.
Oh, we spent lots of time, yeah. And I was a year before that, and I've known her for a long time too. Sister's best friend from school. So I had a crush on her since like I was 12 years old.
Wow.
Ever since I knew her. But like here, it's just one of those things that some things come to an end quicker than others, and some things should have come to an end a lot quicker. But you don't look back that way. You look at what you got, and it's like, holy crow, man, this turned out pretty good for both of us. Anyways, and I think I know it was the best decision I've ever made. It was the hardest decision I've ever made. It was the hardest decision that I've ever made, besides the decision to turn my back on Christianity completely, because I thought if I call myself a Christian, then I'd be a fucking hypocrite at this point, like, because I don't want to be like them.
It's tough. It's really well, it's really tough.
Those are the two major hard.
Even if one has incredibly deep feelings and very intimate
time.
Feeling, it doesn't matter. The Christianity in itself, via the labels of what it is that you're supposed to believe, when you truly don't believe some of the narratives that are taught, you just know like if there was a fundamental thing, like everyone has their own ideas and their own thoughts and their own feelings about. I mean, how could it not be more personal than that? So to have it's organization stating how one is supposed to believe it that just doesn't make sense. Like you can't believe your own. I mean, and is that not what's taught? Is that search and ponder your heart? Like, think about it. Like, that's what.
Yeah. So essentially, the church, the Christian church, is focused on a patriarchal hierarchy that is based on Father God, right? The Trinity is a very real thing. Everything in a three. We've talked about this before, but when you name it, when you name shit, like, you should just know what the three are. But when you name it and you say, okay, this is the Father, this is the Son, this is the Holy Spirit, you set it up as one is better over man, over everything, and it's a man. It's a man that's over everything. It's an old man over everything, because that's the picture that comes to you, right?
Right. Absolutely.
So
Even in the word patriot is patriarchy, patriotism.
yeah, and
It-
patriotism
there's
is
so
one
much.
of the worst things that ever happened to humanity. Oh yeah, patriotism, but
Well,
it's strong in
Well,
the
yeah,
U.S.,
and
right?
it's all religious, and that's where it comes from.
Yeah.
And that's where
Patriotism.
that's where somebody always being at the top, who's got the most money, who has power. That's why we have the elite problems that we have. And it's like how dare we, judge that Trinity style, that pyramid, but it's a pyramid, and that is what it is. It's a hierarchy, and even if there was a lot of symbolism, it's so lost in, like you're saying, the definition and defining it.
Yep. Hey, did you ever do a playback on this?
A playback on what?
Have you ever played back any of this? Any of this conversation that we've had?
How would I?
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
Can I listen? I don't know how I would listen.
Well, no,
to
I
it.
don't know how you would either, because I don't do it. But it says here that I had 5 playbacks, but I have no concurrent viewers, and it says I've only had really 2 viewers this whole time. So, I guess.
Yeah, I wondered how that works, because the other day you said where you were watching, but I missed it. So I don't know who else. It must have been somebody else that was watching. I don't know. I don't know if you can see who. I haven't figured out how to figure out who I have 2 subscribers, but I don't know who they are. I wish I could.
Yeah, well,
Maybe one of them-
you would think that you would know that you would have that information, because you do on Facebook. Like that's you. Why would you want? That's weird.
Why wouldn't you? Yeah. So there's a lot of things that they have set up, and then they changed something just yesterday on YouTube. I'm such a nerd. I'm such a dork. They changed the colors out of it, and I noticed that
There you go.
on the playback videos on Facebook, you can't type a comment in, like you can't comment on a video one, unless you can comment in the video section, but you can't comment on their page section. They changed that, and then on YouTube, the way that you can like something and the way that it's viewed is different.
Yeah.
And it's worse now.
Yep.
Not only is your stuff not being loaded after you play one of your videos, but it's like you're saying, well, where they will follow it by something the complete opposite of what your message was. And they'll do like an ad of some sort, or a COVID thing, or something contrary to it.
That's
that
right.
I find is strange. But
Oh yeah, that's good that you see this. You're picking up on all of it. Ooh, and like it's an uphill battle, but I think there's gonna be a switch where it all changes, eh? And the floodgates, because what'll happen here? This is my this prophecy. You want to hear it? Facebook,
Yes.
Mark Zuckerberg. He doesn't have very much time left as being a CEO of his company. This is an issue that far exceeds any kind of American political agenda. It has everything to do with the world in total being linked in. We can't change always from Facebook to LinkedIn, or you know what I'm saying, or because
Yes.
Facebook is the main one, and Facebook and YouTube are our main sources, and I think it should stay this way to some extent, but it has to be public, and there can't be censorship. And I don't know why, but at the beginning, Facebook was way different. It was there on the beginning. They offered something. Now it's less than. That's all I know. And they've charged for it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So either we got to find 2 completely different platforms to do, or something completely different so that we could all be, but it's got to be simple, right? And one platform is really what we need. One platform that gives us the ability to communicate with each other at the same time, viewing entertainment content, you know, and also doing a number of different other things like live stuff, and it's open sourced. And you can have multiple conversations going on with people all around the world. And you know what? Now borders don't mean a fucking shit. You know, you could talk to anybody and get, if you're the best in your field, guess what?
As soon as you can get people to do it, Tommy.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. It's not as if we could do that. You could be on Messenger. You can add people to a group talk. You can do all of those things, and you can stream that shit. You can put like a Messenger video, and we have the capability to do it now. But finding people that are actually willing to do something like that, I think that's the hard thing. Where
it's
even
censored.
just doing the Zoom stuff, people are just now being able to. Oh, I have to see my own face on a screen. People aren't even used to that. We can video message instead of making phone calls all the time, but people would rather text than even hear a voice. We have the capabilities to just do this.
Yep.
Why don't we?
I don't know.
Why don't people do? Because it's
because everybody. No, I know. Everybody's so fucking self-conscious. They're worried about how they're gonna look. They're worried about screwing up. I remember thinking this myself when I was 20. I really did. Like, it's like I'm really scared about, and I did a lot of stuff on stage and a lot of shit that scared me. It's like, I'm going out there with no information. You expect me to act out? Okay, I'll do it, but I'm shitting my pants here because I'm worried about.
Yeah.
And you know what? When I got into it, it only really usually takes me, even if I'm really nervous, it only takes me about 5 minutes when I'm into it, and then I forget it. When you forget that there's an audience, really you're just kind of performing for yourself when it comes down to it. See what you can do, and then laugh at yourself when you make a mistake.
Yeah,
because when you laugh at yourself, guess what? Everybody's laughing! And they love it!
Yeah.
They're not going out saying, fuck, I hated that show and he didn't get his line proper. You know,
that's when it got fun. That's when it got fun, when I was just watching your videos and I was just talking and forgetting that I was talking into the camera. When I was just doing my thing and forgetting that the camera, that was when it was fun, where it was gone and it was. Yep. It was funny.
I want to hear that little section. The one that you pointed it out a couple of times. See if you can clip it. That'd be a fun project for you to figure out. See if you can clip one end.
That's where I was at just right before you called.
Oh, yeah?
I was listening, and you said you were gonna call, so I got off of YouTube.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I can answer if I'm on my phone. I don't think I can answer a call. Like if I'm on YouTube, I can't.
You're on your phone right now, right? So you're not on a laptop or anything.
No, but I just figured out how to get the computer on and going. So. But I did. I figured out how to shorten a video or just take a chunk, save it. Yeah.
Cool.
I'll get there.
No, you get there. It's actually fun editing. I found it fun. And then you fool, like if you're doing a comedy, you fool around with timing a little bit, maybe. You need a little more time between this and feel it out. You know, I like it. I like soundscape. I like doing sound. Love I got someone at the door. I love the lighting. Everything to do with it. There's so much to do. Hey man. Come on in. So I get some stuff on the door. Melanie's here. What's up, Melanie?
T.
What's that?
You said what's up. What's up. I never know if that's like just a hello, or I was taking a moment to think about what was actually up.
Yeah, it's basically like agreeing. What's up? What's good? What's not? Which one you want? Pick one. You want a red today? You want the red pill or the blue pill?
Oh, and he gave me the option.
That's it. I don't care which one.
Oh, yes.
It's all good.
Hey,
all
look
good.
at these. Mom gave me.
Alright, yeah. You like your little candies, eh?
Sure do.
Right arm. Right arm.
You're more than welcome.
Appreciate it.
That's all I got to bring to this party.
Alright. Bring yourself to the party. That's all we're asking.
So you went out for drinks?
Well, I mean, I'm on a no drinking kick, right? So
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
right. Yeah, you just went for wings then.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how was your day, Nick?
My day was okay. Kind of mostly good. A little stressful for a little minute there when my teams weren't doing so good, and half my bets went to shit when my player injured himself. But I pulled through and won a few $100s tonight in the end. So, it's okay.
It was like you said you weren't gonna watch.
Yeah, and then because then they just like, let's go, right?
You didn't have to go through all that stress.
So then I went, and then it's funny too, because how it went down, we were down 14-6, and like, so I'm already sitting in a bar, well, you know, probably want to drink, I'm trying not to drink, so it's a little challenging.
Yeah.
My team's not doing so good, I've got a bunch of weed in my pocket,
This is testing you.
and it's like, my bet was, that I won on, like my team, I had to race, here's how close it was, for example. My bet was, one of my teams, they needed to score 15 points before the other team scored 15 points, okay? My team was losing 14-6. And I was like, I gotta go. And he's like, oh, it's gonna be fine. I said, no, I don't have this good luck. I said, Daryl, I need to go smoke a joint. I need to reset myself. He's like, oh, I can see you getting mad because you're losing. I was like, listen.
Daryl's just
I just need to go.
Too, eh?
Oh, yeah, I said, I'll be back. And so then I left. And then he calls me. He's like, hey, your bet came through. The team won with the last second field goal at the end of the second half. And you're good. And I was like, you shit me? Because I just finished smoking a joint, right? And I was like, because I needed to reset myself, calm my emotions. I get a little bit too like, but no, it was alright. Astrology-based predictions win me money again.
Ever. I hear this. I hear the story every time, and every time you don't do it, you don't succeed as many times. It's true.
How about you? How was your day, Melody?
How was your day,
It was,
Melody?
it was very creative. I had a creative day. It was good. It was fun.
There you go.
It was fun.
That's
It
alright.
was really fun. Yeah. I sang.
Did you? Nice. I had a growling session, and for me that's singing because I'm a metal guy and I like to growl. It's part of my.
Yeah. Yeah, you make my dog bark like crazy.
Oh, that's not good.
Like crazy.
Sorry.
And she'll let me know. She always barks. But there was one day you were doing, right? And Sister Polly was just going ape. She was like, she got into it, and she's way out in the middle of the pasture over here. It was insane.
Yeah. Well, I like that. At first, I was like, oh, that's not so good. Probably like get all angry, but it's good. It's just gotta get it out some days,
Yeah,
you know.
that's right.
It's an interesting talent. It's kind of useless, but it's fun.
No, it's not useless. It's not useless. The voice is not useless.
That's fun. I have a good time with it, you know.
The more you can put your your voice through things like this, the stronger your voice becomes. In every way, you'll find you'll be able to do more things.
Oh yeah.
There's so much power in the voice. Like, you can move mountains.
I've been to shows and I'll
You can.
I'll say like I show up like fucking I'll yell out a song in a band and then like they'll play the song next because like the whole crowd looks at me back like who just did that, and then it's like, oh, you're like 5 foot fucking nothing and you just like made this whole place just what the fuck.
Sound is a powerful thing.
It is.
Yeah. I have an amplifier inside too, so it's not always good.
And apparently, scientists now are saying that sound is faster than the speed of light.
You can hear it, people, when you say it.
We don't know much about sound. It's frequency.
But what is the frequency, Kenneth? That's the question I want to know.
You almost got me singing.
I know. Good old R.E.M.
Well, that's good, man. Good bet. I knew you were gonna win. That one time. I did have a premonition of that last time that you didn't, but I didn't want to say it, but it's neither here nor there.
Well, we'll see how this goes. Live for 100.
Oh, yeah.
Need the Falcons to cover by 2. They're up by 8. There's like...
You know, M&M's meats, they wouldn't let me be in the store without a face mask.
Yeah, that sounds about right, buddy. You don't get out to the world much, yo.
No, I don't. Oh, God. I had some things to say.
You went somewhere today where you had to wear a face mask, where they told you you had to wear a face mask?
And I had to leave.
Because you wouldn't.
Because I wouldn't. M&M Meats. It's like a little meat store, but it's like
Isn't that the place that wouldn't take cash because it was dirty?
No, that's a different one. That's T-Bones, but the same concept. They're outsourced. They're from most likely U.S. companies or owned by big conglomerates, and they think they can get away with it, and they've convinced everybody that this is a fucking thing. It's incredible. It's incredible. COVID-19, it's a thing. No, it's not. Oh gosh, I can't even do you anymore. But you're not doing. That's what I said, dude. As if it matters. As if it matters. I said you're not doing anybody any good by these policies. And I walked out. My mom afterwards, she said, she thought about it. I don't think I'll ever go back there again. I said, well, yeah, these businesses will all fucking choke on themselves. Because who would? It's nonsense.
It is nonsense. It makes no sense that you would have to have a bank account in order to do a transaction to purchase something. It's fucking retarded.
Oh, and that! Yeah, even that! Oh, yeah.
It's coming though. The cashless society, it's coming. They're working on it. Shit's coming, ladies and gentlemen.
But that means that also that if the cryptocurrency that they're offering isn't all that stellar, it's controlled by the same fucking shitholes. Well, we have to take the internet back so that we can have the ability to create currency, a number of different currencies. That's the way to do it. You don't have one global currency. You have multiple currencies, and that's what levels everything out. And some of them will be shit currencies, and they'll be found out. But the more currencies you have, the more the shit currencies will be found out. It's just a matter of the market, if you believe in markets, taking its course. When it's a free market, we're not working within a free market right now. Right? Right?
It's a rigged system.
And two, that's where the value of something was, in goods. Now it's in service.
Well, it's your time that
where it isn't anything. Paying somebody for something, and we're valuing that money is in goods based on what? The metal, silver, gold? What the fuck?
It's all
Where is
fabricated.
it?
It's
Who's got it?
all fabricated.
We live in it's a fractional banking system. There doesn't actually there's nothing backing on it. And all the debt and all the interest that we pay to the people, like the banks and shit, is all created out of nothing. Like you could just look up fractional banking and enjoy that wormhole. And
Yeah.
it's disgusting, but that's the life we got to deal with. Like it's a rigged system, and the system that we have currently is imploding, and it's gonna get ugly before it gets better.
But it'll get better. That's what I know. It'll get better. But that's absolutely right. It will get uglier before it does get better, as the trajectory would dictate.
Yeah, all I know is it doesn't make any sense right now.
Oh.
Where we have this many people out of work, 50% of businesses have been closed.
Yep.
Yet stocks are up, and we've had quite a substantial increase in profits since July, August. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, hey, when you look at the stocks that are up, what stocks? What stocks are up?
Medical.
Pharmaceutical. Yeah. Shitty shit.
Follow the money.
Follow the money. That's all they care about.
Profit.
Yeah, that's all they care about. Yeah. And you'll find that all of them at the top are in on it. All the supposed he's against that person. No. They're all criminals, and really they're on the same team. They're fucking just playing. They're playing a little rope-a-dope game.
Rope-a-dope, dope-a-rope.
Rope-a-dope. I've been using that a bit.
It's good.
Yeah. You know.
We are 90 seconds away from my team.
Man, I want to hear that stuff you did, man. Melanie?
Me?
Yes, I want to hear the stuff.
It's fun. I think I was funny. I think I'm funny.
Okay, well, no. Well, let me be the judge of that, because, you know, if you think it's funny, I'll probably think it's funny, but don't tell me it's funny. Don't tell me it's funny. Send it.
Well, I'll probably, if I did, I'm just gonna upload it on YouTube.
Perfect.
I don't think there's any point. I think it's great that and you're right in some sense. What's the point in having things in private?
That's right.
The shit just gets fucked up that way. You put it out there. There's no questions. There's no whatever.
And you know what? But you could title it, practice this. Yeah. Okay. I'll see you in a bit. Practice. This is session.
Ciao.
He's coming right back. But you can do that, right? Like, with what I've done, because of the amount of content I've done, I haven't titled a lot of it, so people didn't really realize what it was coming down to anyways. But you got time. Title it. Take time on all your tags. I know exactly what to do. Take time on all these little tags and things and word associations, so that when in the long run, because what you want to do, I think, is to have exposure. I think you need it. Everybody does. If you want to grow something, right? So.
Well, I think that we have a really skewed view of ourselves, and just in general, we just have a skewed view of ourselves. And I think that what you've done, and just putting yourself out there, is you have a more objective perspective of yourself. Not only that, but how the hell else in the times that we're living in do you connect?
Right.
How the fucking hell else do you go? Because you can't go to restaurants. You can't. You going out. There's no public places. How the fuck else?
Right.
I mean, yeah, you can walk down the street and meet your neighbors, and that's something. But at the same time,
It is something. It is something. And we have to do both. All. Because this is a little bit about, this is a little of the inner outer. Do you know? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And,
so it's just like when you say Facebook and YouTube, something like this, right? It's important, both of them. Yeah, I think you're right. And I'm back, one or the other. Right? I'm playing that game, but I know this. You're right.
Yeah.
You got to do them both equal if you're going to do it. Like, it's a dance between two things. So how are you going to dance between those two things? So that's the third. Right?
If you even do it, what I'm not saying is I'm not saying people aren't posting. There's very few people that actually post often or are actually using the platforms anymore. Where they've gone, I just don't think people do it very often. The ones that are active in using it in a broader sense of other than maybe sharing a picture of your kids or even using it as a political platform. It is a little bit, but people have learned and been taught through.
It can be all of it, eh?
We've been taught that there's a time and a place for everything. Some things aren't on Facebook.
Right.
And you can see that how people don't actually. We've been taught not to express our opinions.
Right.
On social platforms.
Weird.
Isn't that weird? Isn't that funny? I think it's
crazy.
really strange.
It's crazy.
Yeah, because you keep trying to get people to talk, and people are, in some ways, unusually polite. Like, there's a lot of shit and there's a lot of bullshit. Don't get me wrong, but it surprises me even more that people don't express themselves or say that they do have an opinion or will state their beliefs. And if they do have any, and who cares if they don't? But if we did, why are we not actually commenting and having dialogue and written dialogue? It doesn't happen often. I mean, it does, but a lot more could be said.
We're getting there. We're all getting there. It's just, okay. If I may. There's a time when sometimes I might be the quarterback. Sometimes. It's very few times because I'm not very good, right? Okay, we can all accept that. But in this situation, or this particular thing, we're talking about truths, right? Truth. I think that in it, truth, love, compassion, the core, whatever it is, the unknown, studying the unknown. Okay, so who studied it the longest? Who studied it not the longest? The most effective way? How did they? Because you can study something for a long time and just be going down the wrong path, or just one path, which is the wrong path because there's multiple paths. So, if you know this, and it's the best thing to do in every situation, bar none, like, it's pretty easy. That, like, when you follow these threads, and you really, that's what you're doing, is you're following it, but you're not fighting it. It's not like it's control or anything.
I find that when it actually leads somewhere, when it's truly driven by, the only way I can think of it is like a childlike curiosity. When that feeling for me to follow something, like it feels like a sign almost. It like, and I'm not sure why, but there's just a strange curiosity that'll go down because we're being bombarded constantly via internet and other people's ideas and other people's thoughts. I mean, what is original thought?
Computers' ideas of what our thoughts should be. Even that, right? Computers thinking.
Well,
the algorithms. We got men and women writing algorithms to make decisions for us.
That's what Facebook is. That's what YouTube is. That's what Pinterest is.
And it's not such a bad thing. It's not such a bad thing because, like, let's say you're really interested in a genre of music. Well, then it'll remember that you're interested in this kind of genre, and I think it's very good. But the algorithm can be all tightened up, eh? These algorithms, they're so fucking easy to write. I think I could write it, and I'm not that guy. I bet you I could for Facebook, and you know what? I bet you I can also make it way fucking better, free, And you know what? Nobody loses their job. Fuck no. Guess where you're gonna get your money? Nowhere, because we don't do money anymore. Obviously, I don't know if it's gonna go to a cryptocurrency or anything, but that's not gonna work. That's not gonna matter. And you know what? The money that you have, you keep anyways. It might be worth something someday. Who knows?
Yeah.
You know. But you know, we're
Yeah.
gonna write some stuff. We're gonna write the shit that doesn't work. You know, we have to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've been through the worst of it so far, and it's not going to get any worse for me. I swear. I swear. If it does, it's all going on fucking as soon as I can. And hey, come on in. Yep. And okay, here. Holy. Holy fuck. You got a fire going on in there? Holy fuck. I got that on my freezer. There's a fucking fire in there. They're hot. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. You go? You still there?
No. Oh yeah. I was just checking out the stars to see.
Oh yeah.
It was a little bit cloud covered last night, and there's good moon, really good moon coming out, and trying to figure out a telescope. Trying to figure out how to use the telescope a little better.
Mm.
So
You get
I was
pretty clear
it
skies
looks
there?
good. It looks like it's going to be a good night.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a little hazy, but I bet it'll clear out here just shortly.
Is it cool? Is it cool?
It is very, very, very.
That
very
haze will drop pretty quick then.
cool. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a good night then if you don't have any clouds. Cool. Yeah, that would be neat. That would be neat. I was always
What's that?
fascinated with telescopes.
This is the first one. I had always wanted one. This is the first one. It's totally got it. But had a transit that I used before, like a line transit, or for property lines and stuff, like a transit needle.
Yeah.
So you could look at the moon with that, and that was cool. But you couldn't really see stars.
No.
I was great with it.
I would love to go to some of these observatories.
Oh
Check those
my
out.
goodness! Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I never been to one.
And then
It would be cool.
there's all sorts of research being done that's really interesting that every kid should be taking. Like we've got a radio satellite here, and they've been doing it for a long time. When they first did it, radio waves. They're working with radio waves, right? They had a series of wood poles down a line, right? And then just wire attached to all the poles. And that was basically the satellite stuck in the ground, right? That's how it started, but now it's a big observatory. And that's what they focus on, radio waves. And then they make these beautiful pictures of the galaxy based on the radio wave frequencies. because you could see through all the
Yeah.
shit, right? All the debris, you know.
Trying to find places. That's what I really enjoyed traveling. I enjoy traveling mostly, and usually at night I would. But just the spaces like anywhere between Washington and say Texas, like through New Mexico, Arizona, Utah. There's just certain places where it's really hard to I don't know, in the United States, it's really difficult to get away from light pollution. So there's just a few choice places that are really dear to me where it really truly was a celestial experience to be that close.
It make you think a little different, eh? Because like
it did.
in the city,
It
even in towns, like there's just too much light. So the light's reflecting off of everything and off of the haze and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And you never see the stars. Well, if you saw the stars every day, every night before you went to bed, like you really, we're on a fucking spaceship here, and nobody cares.
Well, that's what it was like when I was growing up, because I lived in a little town that was like not even 500 people, and that town was out in the middle of nowhere. So we could just go out forever. It was just beautiful skies, just incredible skies. And so that's just part of night.
But there's the wonder of it all. That's what we're really, that's one thing. If we can bring that back, it would fix a lot of things. The wonder of it all.
Yeah.
Because it puts it all in perspective. Have you really thought about it? You're on this spherical thing, right? And for some reason you're not spinning off it, and someone somewhere down the line told me it was spinning.
I know.
And then look, I'm not flying off of this fucking ball. Okay. And then I'm on a ball, on the outside of a ball, in the middle of fucking wherever, and I'm not floating away, you know. Or it's really I hear it's really cold in space. The atmosphere is very thin. It's very thin. That must be important, because that's the only thing keeping. But did you know how fast we're going? We're going really fast.
Right?
And we're going around the sun at the same time.
Yeah, when you really start thinking about things, it can be really fun. And I've always done that ever since I was little. Like, I remember I was quite late in life too. Maybe, I want to say like 11 or 12. And I remember asking my mother, because I was drawing a picture of the moon. Yeah. And it was like, no, I wanted his face on the moon, like, you know, sideways, like not round, but like, she's like, Mel, it's round. You can't see. It doesn't. First of all, it doesn't have a face. And I knew these. I knew, but then I felt a little dumb. But no, really, I have that big of an imagination, and always have pondered about how things work. And
then if you work alongside of all these, because that's what they're doing. The really good scientists are just fooling around. They're really questioning and exploring and having fun. But if you know,
and it only start getting into pickles with science when people start saying fact, proving is fact. That's where to be open-minded, or to.
It's always best, yeah. Open-minded.
History has
Clear.
just really cock-blocked itself by stating fact and dating things, and just history. I'm through and through. Saying what's fact is not.
Well, it bogs you down too. Facts. Everybody's saying, "Oh, where's all your facts and shit?" Okay, well, how many facts do I need? I read the Cliff Notes. Am I good here? Okay, because I feel like I know more than you in this situation, because I'm combining it with a few other things you didn't know at all. So I got the Cliff Notes on this, and I'm good. I'm good, because this is the problem, right? Well, this is how you fix it.
That's what school feels like. That's really what school feels like. is that they teach to limit thought. It's strange that in a place of learning,
It's compliance.
yeah,
That's what they teach, is compliance. It's pretty much all they teach is compliance. Because most of you are going to be, like, if you're in this school, we don't want to see your genius anyways, because we don't need more geniuses. We already got those fucking rich geniuses, right? And they're already in the schools that we put them in. So everybody else goes to this school, and they get less big size, classrooms, one teacher, multiple issues with kids, different ways of learning. You know, this kid learns better on his own. This kid learns better with people. This kid's a bit of a loner. That she's got some issues with her family at home, and I think she's being raped by her father. You know, and it keeps on going on, right? So, how are you really teaching? First of all, you can't. Let's say because it's not about teaching them anything, anyways. We know that, right? Real teaching is allowing them to get to the. Okay, so we got it. Oh fuck! See, then you gotta explain that to them. What real teaching? So it's very frustrating for a lot of people because, you know what? You've been at this a long time, so just like spending a lot of time doesn't mean that you know what's going on. So I got the cliff notes and I do know what's going on. I'm fucking sorry about that. No, I'm not sorry. Just change. That's all you gotta do. No matter where you are in the game, because here's the deal. We were all brainwashed for such a long time.
You were just smoking the joint out here, so pass this to you.
Oh, dude! Thanks, bud. Alright, cheers. Incoming. So, yeah. What do you say to that? What did I say? What do you say to that?
What do I say to what?
I don't know what we were just talking about.
It's already gone.
What happened?
It comes and it goes.
Yeah, when we were talking about Nick like that, what were we talking about? Fuck yeah,
What were we talking about, Nick?
Yeah, I was really pissed off or something. And
I'm a fucking asshole.
Yeah. Thanks, man. No, what were we talking about? I forget what we were talking about, but it had something to do with the never-ending circular, great, fun conversation that you can have going down a whole bunch of different holes.
Oh, you just never know. It's just like YouTube, right? You start on one end of a video, and then you end up on a whole different angle, being like, "Whoa, what just happened?" Right?
Yeah, I kind of like that.
It's real life. That is exactly how my life is. Like, my life is just a big giant conundrum of random insanity. Like, that's it.
And why would you want it any other way? Because this way, at least you're going to be surprised all the time.
I kind of see it just like Fibonacci sequences. Even
it is
like people's realities, how they bounce off and how they make. There's like this, even though it seems crazy, there's an unusually strange pattern in how things transpire. You know what I mean? Like it is crazy. It's totally crazy.
It's a program.
But then there's this beautiful order in it. You know?
Yeah, it's true. No, it's good. You finished that.
Thanks, buddy.
But hey, always a pleasure, you two.
Thank you.
You guys have a good night. I'll be back.
You too, bud.
Tomorrow, maybe.
Maybe. I won't wait on it all day like I did today. You want some candy?
No, I'm good on candy.
Giving all the kids candy. All the 39-year-old kids candy.
Yeah, I might get a box of apples.
Yeah.
I know somebody that has apples. I might get a box of apples.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't know. Is it?
It is. Local apples? Crispy apples? I got some apples today at the food bank. I was very excited about them.
You haven't had them yet?
Yep, I did. I had one.
Are they tasty?
They're tasty, yeah. They're not the ones I usually like, but they're better than anything that you get at the supermarket right now. The fruit that they got there is shit.
Tis the season.
It's been sitting around forever. It's like, what, you picked this? Did you pick this early or? Oh, that's shit, man. It's all shit.
So yeah, so I know you're not about favorites and stuff, but you said you liked a kind of apple. What kind of apple do you like?
I like the delicious apple. If I want a real change, I'll go with the Granny, the green.
Those are like the
Granny
two
Smith.
most generic kind of
Fuck,
apples.
hold on. Ambrosia. That's the best.
Fuji? You don't like the Fujis or the Honeycrisp apples or Fujis?
Yeah, I think they're all genetically modified. No, I don't know about them.
There's so many old varieties that are coming out.
Are they?
It's exciting.
Good.
They found a bunch
Good.
in different places in Oregon, Washington. Pioneers that came through brought their stuff.
Good.
Yeah.
This is what I would say. Like here in Penticton, plant as many fruit trees as possible. Be as diverse as possible. As much as.
They ripped out the orchards.
They ripped them out.
It happened here in Fruitland, Idaho. Well, this was a big, heavy fruit area. But yeah, they ripped them all out. And the 80s, 90s, during that crunch time. And lost a lot of trees.
The trees. Yeah. The trees are all being cut down. So they cut a lot of trees down here for vineyards. And so now
grapes, to bring grapes in to do the Napa Valley thing, yeah.
So and it's like, oh God, you know what you did? You fucked the whole ecosystem because you got one main, and then a spattering of maybe a few trees here and there. We'll do okay.
Although I did see.
Don't cut anymore.
There was one vineyard. I remember seeing that was there in Penticton, and I thought for what it was, it truly was beautiful for the. Oh God! Somebody who. Yeah,
they're nice. They're all nice. Like, I've been to all of them, and I like wine, but I think it was a mistake to take out all the trees in the first place. Yeah, I think it was a huge mistake. There's so many things, infractions like this that people don't want to own, but civilization. People are. Here's one thing, Melanie. In that debate, that we put in quotes, and it's not really a debate. It's just like 2 3-year-olds arguing.
Oh, the morons! Your post? Are you talking about your post?
Yeah, no, the Trump Biden thing.
Yes. What about it?
Okay, so what were we just talking about, Melanie? I need to get this one out.
I'm not sure. Just the thought of them sours me.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't. Like,
I had this
I never
really
gave a shit about Trump before, and I know that he's doing a ton of shit, but
he's not doing anything.
I don't think that it's really even like.
No,
I don't know that I can be ignorant about it. I know I can't be ignorant about it, but at the same time, just looking at him.
That's right.
Looking at him.
That's right. There's a good way to really dissect someone. Look at him. Does he look like someone that is a nice person? And someone say, "Well, we don't really need a nice person to be president. We need someone who's going to get it done." It doesn't
matter what someone wears. You can see someone in their countenance. You truly can. You truly can.
There's more to be.
We have an internal warning system built in.
Yep.
Like.
but for these guys, it's very imperative for us to be sick, so we don't connect to that intuitive side.
Isn't that hard? That's really hard for me. I think that's what's tough. That's hard for me, knowing that there's people that out there that really truly do wish to wish harm, and really do want, if there's an agenda for population control and what's actually been done, and then I just get whipped around into genocide, and then I think about so many populations of genocide and what these deep agendas are,
They've done it to my, like, I got family, that I've never talked to, but I know they've done it to my family. The genocide, like, we're acquainted with it, but we sure all be, really. Cause you know what, like, it's happening now, all over the world. It's happening in the United States. Oh God, that's first, is it? It's happening. Mass graves. What are they blaming it on? COVID-19. Yeah, they gotta have an excuse for it, so they tag all the bodies.
There's no reason for a child to be in any type of cage. I know.
And Democrats, Republicans, both are fucking responsible.
And there's maybe not worth one over another, but children should not be in cages. Children should not be in cages.
And children should not be kept from their parents. And that's what they did. And Democrats did it. It doesn't matter who did it first. The other ones carried it on. They're both fucking liable. They both think the same way.
Yeah.
And they're on the same. They're on the fucking same team.
Really reflect on myself though, because when I start pointing fingers, or I think, man, that's really, and then I'm thinking, what else am I? And I still haven't got that wren built for those rabbits. And I've got four rabbits that I wanted. They're in cages, and I want to try to get them out so that they have a space and a place big enough, like how they used to do it the old way, where they would just have these wrens, where they have their little place. They can go run around, they're not in cages. Anyway, I need to take care of that. So anyway, it's there's no more point in me bitching when there's things that I can do right here and now, for kids and animals and the like, and hopefully within doing those kind of things instead of getting mad. I don't know. I just lately I've been, because I can bitch and get fired up and.
Oh no, there's no use getting fired up.
And then I have to listen to music.
Unless it's for effect. If it's for effect.
Yeah, most of the time.
Most of the time? Yeah, I would say that for me too, I think. Most of the time it's just for effect.
Right? Yeah, you seem pretty centered.
Because I want to be heard. I haven't been heard, and there's lots of people haven't, but I think I'm better.
I think you have been heard, even if you're not acknowledged. I believe that you have been heard.
Yeah, okay, maybe. Okay.
Well,
So,
I hear you.
Yeah. No, you do. Yeah, and this means something. This is something. This is me. This is my relationship. This is a very, very strong relationship for me. You've been there, right, from it was about a year. Are you about a year and a half now? And
October, November, probably November.
So there's been a huge transition, and if anybody knows the story, you know the story better than anybody. I know it better than anybody because I lived it. This is my story, right? Right? But you know it, and that means something. And then there are other people, and it means that you cared enough, and you had faith enough that this was actually a relationship. You put yourself out there to try it, and it's like the first time I experienced this was when I had a pen pal, and it was like it was just a letter.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I got a letter back 2 weeks later. This is cool. Holy fuck. I gotta write him, and then
Yeah.
So, like, all the little things that we do have established, it's not, most of it hasn't been video.
No, we've only talked to each other a handful of times.
Yeah.
Maybe like actually, like mono.
But but there were other communications, regular communications, right? All the time.
That somehow have way more impact. Not saying this does it. I'm not at all. Like, this is awesome.
To some
But
degree.
in a lot of ways, like the experience of in the development of it, it's like been. I don't think that I would have. It was using those means that it feels like those connections were made. Having to tap into other levels to be able to get to know someone other than this.
Yeah.
This would have not, like, we would have never probably seen each other at a grocery store and ever thought, would have ever thought.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Passing by without wondering what was in that person's mind before. I don't think I've ever had this experience personally. Well, I know I haven't. And it does feel like a pen pal. That was a good analogy.
Yeah.
I liked it.
And so most of the correspondence, it wasn't dependent, it wasn't time sensitive, right? So here's a thing with relationships. Like, I think people are so time sensitive with how they correspond with people. You know, even me with my kids, it's like I get sometimes a little down. It's like, well, there's got to be something wrong why they're not seeing me so much, right? But then really, everything I've ever said to them and everything that I feel deep inside understands that time really doesn't work that way. So there's a time for and there's a time not, and it's always been that way. But now it's just the gaps of time is instead of hours, now it's days. Instead of days, now it's weeks. Instead of weeks, now it's months, and you know what I'm saying? And eventually, you know, but there's an ebb and flow with that too. So I'm experiencing that with my mom, right? So, do you know what I'm saying? So, and it should be this way. So now we're working as more of a bellows, you know? And it's just a very easy movement, and everybody can do anything they want. All that's really required is to allow most things to happen. And we know what's right and what's wrong. That's it. We all know what's right and wrong, right? Yeah, we don't... You shouldn't have raped that girl. That was wrong, eh?
Yeah, and on a fundamental, absolutely.
But most of it's like,
we also deny a lot of things that would be right or wrong, and we don't make those decisions because of what the thoughts or beliefs or culture or religion or society has a huge play. I think a lot of times we deny ourselves of that right, of what would be right for us, or taking those either chances or choices that are truly right. So to have like right and wrong, you know, there's a lot of sacrifice, and people do make a lot of sacrifices, maybe unnecessarily, and I think that right and wrong gets misconstrued like good and evil. Like sometimes sin and that.
Yeah, it's not as simple as that, right? It's not as
it really, I don't think it is.
That's not as simple. Everything.
Yeah, we know right and wrong, but that's all I'm saying. It's like at the same time, man, I've seen a lot of sadness and suffering from those that have given unnecessarily or have given up what would or could have been in service or sacrifice, where it ended up being wrong. So like things that would have been righteous in one way ended up causing suffering in another. So
Well, being
It's a
righteous
tricky one.
is something that was brought up today somewhere down the line, and righteousness is, I don't know, you can misconstrue this word. It's a really negative word when you really think of it. You know, like Jesus didn't like those righteous shitholes in the synagogues that he was, you know. It's written.
no, he flipped those tables over pretty strong. It's
Well,
not
yeah,
as if you know, anger and those things, feelings weren't without
But
reason and purpose.
reason and purpose, and here's a question for you. I've asked you this before, and I got a different answer today, so I'm wondering if you're gonna pick it up. What's the fastest way to get to a point? What's the here's a bit. I'll pose it a different way. What's the quickest way to get from point A to point B?
Straight line. Is that the wrong answer?
Well,
I feel like this is
no.
a really-
That's
like
the
it's a
answer I
Willow
gave.
Question.
That's
like I should have picked my own finger or something in a Willow movie.
That's the answer I gave. That's the answer I gave just a while ago. But then I went on to explain something else. But here's the deal: the fastest they think, eh? So they make these rockets. They shoot them fucking way in the air. Get a fuck, right? Thinking that's a straight line right up to. That's the fastest way. Really? Okay. I'll tell you what.
Unless you like folded it in half and then it was just like right there. Or like that's when then my mind starts going in all these different like geometric like and that's why I was like there's probably I don't know if there's like a trick question because there's actually
Okay, what if I said the fastest way to get from point A to point B is a curve. Fuck yeah. Fuck, I blew everybody's mind, man. And that's all I gotta say. Thanks, Forrest Gump. Thanks, Forrest.
Did you just call me Forrest Gump?
No, me. Something Forrest would come up with. Come on, Forrest. He was a genius. Forrest, come on. I'm saying I'm a genius in that one little... What did I say?
I don't know, but I think Jenny was a bitch. I've said that before.
Oh, she's horrible. She was so bad for him.
Right?
But she's beautiful and
Really?
felt...
I don't know what anybody else's perspective is on that movie, but I don't really care for that movie just because of her character.
But she
And not
knew
to
she
be
was
so
a
crude
bitch, though.
about
But
it,
she had to go through that transition. She had to go through it. That was her life. That was her... She needed to. She could... Look! Jenny was fucking hot. And I don't know if she had any other skills. So... You gotta work with what you got, right? I mean, you can't blame. It's their story, and like how many? She was a good actor. She's a good actor. She's a good actor. I like that whole movie is good. Top 10, right up there. Very influential movie.
I've wanted to ask several times, but I didn't know if it was too cheesy. You know, that's one of those like.
Yeah, I usually change it up though.
Like,
I waffle.
or do you just say the same top 10?
Well, it has to be the same top 10 unless I've seen something recently that blew my socks off. But
What can change? It's not saying that the list can't change, but there's got to be like 5 or 10 right off the top, you know, that you can think of.
Good Will Hunting. Did you like Good Will Hunting? Have you watched Good Will Hunting?
It was good. It was good.
Okay, well that was something that hit home for me. Do you like those apples? Yeah, I like those apples. Those are good apples. And then what else? I used to say Fisher King, and I think I would still if I watched it again. So that I replaced that probably with a few others since. I'm really enjoying these movies I'm watching right now. I'm changing
No
it.
doubt.
I'm changing
no
everything.
Doubt. I don't know how you're doing it, but it's just like, it's so refreshing. It is so incredibly refreshing. It's nice to know somebody who it's just nice, man. And I'm enjoying it so much. And this is my enjoy though. I like it. I should love everything.
Oh no, that's a waste of your time, dude. It is.
It is, but
for you because
there's some I don't, but it's usually just like cartoons or political cartoons. I don't know. Other than that, I love everything else.
I usually share the Van Stralens and all that, and
he's got a good. He has talent though. I gotta admit, he does have talent. Because I don't usually enjoy those.
Yeah.
But yeah, they remind me. Actually, his sense of humor reminds me very much of like French comic.
Yep.
There's just a French comic style. It's
Yeah.
very guttural, you know. I wouldn't say crude, but it is definitely. Yeah, that's what it reminds me of.
He's I think he's got a really big following. And he lives in this little small town, and he's got another wife now. When he left his wife, he slept on my couch. He slept on our couch, Donna and I, for a week or something, 2 weeks. Yeah, I learned from him. Like he made that decision pretty quick. He had young kids too. It was a good good to watch someone that had to go through it. It was very tough for him. So what I learned from all these experiences I've seen in life and being able to react when you know you have to, then you do it in a way that everybody wins.
It's I'm fortunate. I know I'm fortunate, and then I haven't had to have those kind of battles. I know it's severe for some.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a lot of my guy friends, they've gone through a lot, right? And they just ripped them in half because like just took everything. And it gets bad.
In the battles.
Yeah, and it usually is like if there's kids involved, then like automatically the woman gets everything, gets the kids, gets it, whether they're suited for it or not. Like that's just something that's a knee-jerk reaction.
Really, I don't know. From the beginning, it was very important. It was very important for me that my boys have relationships with their fathers. And it's important to me that actually they also have a good relationship. And I think it's important that I also facilitate, if there was something to happen to me, that they have a relationship that my boys would still be able. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
You got to think about everybody in this.
You
so
have to.
I don't have those kind of custody battles. I haven't gone through that, and I don't.
You're lucky.
I wouldn't want to fight like
most people do.
Take away. I don't know. There's just a lot of. It's very important to a child to know, and for if two people aren't together, that person have their own say on and influence. You as a child, you know, it's you know, my heart's walking around outside me, but it's also a blend of somebody else's heart, and it's not anything that I think can be possessed. So I don't know. I don't know. I know that some people's roads are really hard. I would rather not ever have to, and I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary.
I'm gonna make some bacon.
You make like bacon and bread, or just bacon?
I've just been doing bacon. I don't know. I got toast and honey here. I'm just snacking right now.
Your appetite getting better?
No. So, like bacon, at least like I enjoy the taste.
Yeah.
I gotta keep an eye on it because, but I drank some of that V8, and you don't need so much when you do what I'm doing right now because I'm not moving around that much. But
Very cool, guys. Oh, very cool. Rock and roll.
hey, nice.
Wow. I have candles. I have candles. Those are gonna be pretty.
Pretend I'm not here.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just watching here. Fly on the wall. Just me. What's that in the background there?
Probably flies. Probably flies on the wall. They are all coming in on the wood for the fireplace, and
How big's your house there?
not big. I don't know square footage.
One story?
Yeah, it's just a double wide.
Oh,
Like a
okay.
double wide trailer.
Yeah.
There's been stuff built off to the sides of it and around it.
Yeah, like really ramshackety. Yeah.
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 Yeah. It was condemned. It's livable now, but
Yeah.
it was condemned.
Yeah.
It used to be condemned. But it was cheap. It was really cheap.
Oh no, and then you got property. That's the thing, though. That's the thing. That's the cool. Like, and then anything on property. That's fun.
You know, I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I mean, I would do it. Whatever.
You would do it. You can make anything work, like everybody says.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But I can't. I don't like it. Like I feel for you, but at the same time, it hasn't. I don't think affected you as much because of your lifestyle as it would another. But being in a space or in a city,
Well, I had to
or
modify
a place
it,
where you
but
don't have as much access to nature or being just outside. I like being outside. I like being outside.
yeah, it's nice. But right now I can do without it because I just feel like, it's like I kind of equate it with maybe going on a little bit of a space journey. Like maybe I'm the only guy who can go. Maybe I'm the only guy who can do it. Okay, put me up in the fucking spaceship. I'll go for 3 years, and we'll see what happens. I might not make it back. Everybody okay with that?
How long have you been at the Beaumont? Like how much time?
Well, now it's been over a year. Is that right? Like
I think that
a
you've been
year?
there the whole time. I don't remember seeing you any place but the Beaumont.
Okay, so it's been a year. And then you or Quinn, I met on Instagram.
Doesn't she look like Betty Boop? When I saw her with makeup, I thought she looked like Betty Boop. She's cute.
Yeah. She's got a good character, and their kid, they're all posing pictures. It's fun. Everybody's smiling. That's what people need to see. Kids smile, families smiling. Your picture with your kids. You got your brother and your mom and then Ole in the front. That was cool.
That was a good one.
Yep.
That was a really good one. I took a lot of pictures that day. That was a good one. And I probably wouldn't a year ago have put something like that on Facebook. I mean,
Yeah,
I
you
wouldn't
would've. Hey, people are saying this all the time. Like, I don't want to show anybody anything because these people are gonna be tracking this.
I'd say the first 7, 8 years that I was on Facebook, I tried really, really hard to not be. I didn't want any pictures, and I found it so hard to keep up with it was so difficult to keep up. Like, I don't know how Michael Amaralt, I don't know how he does it. I think it's amazing. I don't have any idea what he looks like. I love that he has a profile
Yeah.
and you don't know what he looks like.
That's
I think
right.
that's so cool. I
Yeah.
think it's so cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I tried for a while.
He's yeah, I've had a few conversations with him. He took me out for dinner one time. And there's just certain people who can just see the truth of everything that's going on around us, like politically, in a few different areas, scientifically, how it all's not working, why it's not working. It's pretty easy
Yeah.
when you know the key. But not many people have the key, But
Yeah,
it's
and
growing.
He was the only.
But
he was
he
the
wa-
only person that had ever friend requested me that I didn't know, and I would have never, because I didn't know them. I hadn't met them. So he was the first person, and I didn't know why it was, but I liked I liked his stuff, and so I was like, okay. But I was so happy because, not that people are stepping stones, but I'm really thankful. It's how I met you, or that's how I.
Oh,
That's
what?
how I.
Through Michael?
Yeah.
Whoa! I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he had liked one of your videos or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. I didn't know that. I thought it was the other way around.
No, no. No.
That's great.
And I think he was friends with Owen Fox, with my friend Owen. And then just really recently, I just learned that not that it's anything, and it's just people, but that, I don't know, I just thought it was so surprising that, they're related. Michael has, a kid or a niece or a nephew that's part of Owen's family. I was like, oh, wow! That's just so cool. It's two of my favorite people, I don't know, they're actually, I had no idea. I
That's
thought it was
good.
really exciting.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Wow, see, the very, very small world. 6 degrees of separation.
No, before Michael, I would have, and then I met you, and then Quinn and Jinky, and no, there's quite a few people that I don't know, just really friendly, or that they still talk to me or will messenger me, and I have to translate some of them, but again, with your help, I learned how to do all of that that I didn't know how to do before. So
Awesome.
yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. And now, the funny thing is, some people, they spend, all this time learning one language, or they spend a lifetime learning 3 languages, right? Well, all this time, really, they only needed to know the one language, but know how to translate. Do you know? They translate any language. Any language.
I did.
If you know how to...
I have some little tea lights. I think it would be cool if we put some lights, or we can do some luminarias where we take a paper bag and put sand in it, and then you put the candle in it, and it makes these pretty lanterns. So we would put those and some candles inside the pumpkins. I think it would look really neat.
Yeah, that's a good idea. What is my favorite one? The one with the squirrel.
I want to see it.
This one.
You carved it on its side. No, that one you carved on its side.
No.
Let me see.
This.
Very cool. Oh, you did it. That's the drawing you made.
And this is what I want to put.
You want to put a flashlight inside the pumpkin? I think. Oh, that looks way cool, bud. Here's some candles. Oli Joe. And a bouncy ball. Here's the candles. Oh man, TVs are like, wow. Who needs a TV when you have a bouncy ball? What are you guys watching? Troll Hunters?
Nice.
Have you seen it?
No, it just seems good. Troll hunters. I feel like that's why I might actually just shut you guys off and hunt my own trolls.
Nice.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I'm gonna watch a movie now. Thanks for talking with me. Alright, see ya. Bye.